trebuie să vină la dans. Mâncați aici pula ta. Balans. Iată pe melodia asta, dacă știu cum se cheamă. Salut! Salut la toți băieții. Nu cred că aia, și început meciul. Am și început meciul cu aia. Mă scuzați și pe mine, am făcut de mâncare, ce credeți? N-am făcut altceva și mi-am luat ceva. Așa că mă dau și rapid pe mut, vă las să vă uitați un pic și pap și ok? Hai să dăm mai tare. Mă pun și eu pe mut un pic, să mănânc și eu, vă salut pe toți cu respect, nu uitați să dați like. Hai să vă arăt ce am făcut.
I want to know if there's ever been a tournament that's been a very high caliber where Cammy's in the lead day one. I feel they're always on like catch up in day two. Could be wrong, just could be weird bias for me. But maybe this is like one of the first times.
Back in trios.
Yeah, they were dominating. Yeah.
He's been there. He knows what it's like to be in first place after day one. He's been there before. So should be a matter of just holding on. And he'll know how to do that. The biggest difference though that he wouldn't have experienced before is having to hold on for 2 days, right?
Yeah.
Typically, it's like, okay, you're in first place day one, just hold on one more day, another good day, but it's like, he has to have 2 more good days if he wants to keep his first place, and that, my friend, is not easy at all.
Now, my strat, if it's like day 2 and I'm still like 0 points, watching those first place VODs, downloading everything and just like copycat for days. Your car, you're out, now it's my car.
That's going to make you some enemies, eh?
100%. But that's the trick for them too, right? There's some people who might even have that as a backup plan. They'll move. They'll be able to go. They aren't just like drones completely either. Cammy Japko. These guys want to fight off spawn. That's going to be a challenge for a lot of people if they go for that, right? Even if you're trying to emulate what they do, you have to have a nice feel for it. A lot of it is just like audible calls on where they're driving. Yesterday, they had one type of strategy where they're just kind of going around the circle, one duel in the way, detour to almost a different video game in Island, and then all the way back. You can't copy that. You can't really just learn that overnight. You have to basically just be embedded in, within the game.
Yeah, these guys are very intelligent players. Decision makers on point. Very much good at adapting and making plans on the fly. Ziani and Refscar, they've been good at that as well. That's why they're sitting in 3rd place. And this vehicle definitely helps in providing some free-flowing movement for them.
They've both been called to action on day 1. Usually, I think like Z Andy always in the clutch a lot of the times, getting his team past the finish line. But Refscar was in his fair share of situations as well, where I think everything just got cannoned, and had to get a few more shots in, a few more eliminations to up those points, survive. You guys are actually on vacation at a ranch. It's big chilling after day 1.
Yeah, Cammy very familiar with this ranch, right? Landing here most of this chapter.
All right, the ERR. Sub cannot hide from it. Big shots. His first looking at second, ways away on the map.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Vino and Queasy walk into their sight lines. It's definitely possible. Vino right now just using this push to scout around, waiting for the cash. But Cammy's very aware that they're there. You see some movement. So they'll wait. They'll be patient.
Comms on both sides. These guys definitely know too. Moving completely the other way. On the right side too, S-Dark and Gentle, I think one of the biggest surprises in the competition. You're looking at all those names, even Pars and Baka. You wouldn't expect them after day 1 to be so high on the boards.
Yeah, I think they've surprised people, but they did that as well over at the last big sort of international land that we saw them at, the Invitational last year. And so clearly these guys are 2 players that you have to watch out for. gonna start building up a rep for being Lanimals, you know, the kind of guys that, you know, show up when it matters in person. Unfortunately, we've been waiting for Tayson to show up in person, and right now, it's another bad start to a game. He's currently knocked in the storm, and Quanti and Trippin are well on their way to cleaning this one up and finishing it off. The cannon will come through from Seti, it's a nice chunk of damage dealt, but not enough to scare them away. They'll pick up Tayson, and Seti will have to scurry off. But again, these are the two teams that are slappy, and it's Quanti and Trippin coming out on top.
A fight that's just so prolonged. I mean, this happened so early, and there's so many tools now with the ice cream to be able to just stay up inside Storm. So Tayson might not be completely out for the entire game. I mean, we got duos going all the way back to the bottom left peninsula on the map, so you can really tank Storm here in 0 builds.
That's one of the things I was going to mention. The crowd a lot louder today than yesterday. The Falcon fans have started to show up. We saw some different fans making their cheers, right? We saw some of the Twisted guys.
Yeah.
Right? They were showing up, making noise, but I think we all expected the Falcon boys to be the ones to make the most noise here. And they've definitely showed up with their flags and all. Oh, that's incorrect grenade thrown from MPen.
Not quite 60 meters away. Noah down to 9 HP. One more bunker left. That's not going to be enough med miss to really do too much at all.
There's another team sneaking in now.
Here
Trashy.
comes Trashy.
The cannon loaded.
To the door. Ooh.
He snuck it in. Blaster punished as well because of it. And that's quite unfortunate there from that team, right? Because they just sort of were pushing in to close out the fight. Then Trashy and Pump come through and third party. So MPen will actually be able to use it to just get away, create some separation, get some time. Noah's stuck in the storm.
Mă scuzați pe mine, băieți, cu respect, vă salut pe toți. Dar de-aia am și interdia live-ul, că ziceam că îl pornim pe la 6:30. Până la 6:30 m-am apucat să fac de mâncare.
Completely down 2.
Nu e chiar așa de rapid să cure niște.
As LM7 comes out on top. Cannon from so far away. I'm not sure. Almost. I think LM7 and Calgamer are just slightly out of the reach of that flare gun.
Mamă, și grăbit, am
We're still trying for it though.
Vedeți că sunt un bucătar pe
That
bune.
angle is not going to be enough to be able to land hits from this side. We're just trying to control the right.
Ce credeți, că mă mai duceam în casă, iau niște lămâie? Ce aveți, mă?
Yeah, they're just a bit too far away. Have one vehicle use a lot of their meds. This is just an impossible challenge, but while the ammunition is on cooldown from that Cybertron cannon, Cal and NM7 might have a way to get around.
Primul meci. Câți bani ia primul loc? Deci primul loc ia, nu știu, cred că 500.000.
Not playing together.
500.000 gen, dar se împarte la două, al doilea 200 ceva și al treilea 100, sau mai ceva de genul pe acolo.
Very much in the same vicinity of each other. That sniper.
Băi, dar eu știu să fac de mâncare, dar nu știu să fac de cu facă ea. Eu știu să fac niște creveți, că sunt pasionat de astea, niște... Orice fructe de mare, mă descurc să le fac, dar...
This is the replay of their previous fight. I just looked into the feed real quick. They took out Cease.
Adică ce zic, mă duc acolo și am pe un...
We'll have to tune in with them in just a sec. Nikov and Alex.
De risotto, de cașcaval afumat la țară, de la mamaia, cu un pic de sos de ciuperci, cu dat... Ce pula mea, păi mai luat, ești nebun la cap.
Big competition for you.
It's true. Actually,
nu mai înțeleg nimic.
Acting like there's not millions on the line.
Yeah.
My sorry.
They got.
Bă, nu e chiar așa greu de făcut. Da, nu.
Așa
pe verbal pare greu, dar nu e chiar așa greu toate alea de făcut.
Bad snap and XP slowly creeping in closer and closer to Andelex and Nikov.
Cine știe, mă, băieți, poate, dar ce să le fac eu la aia de mâncare?
Collide.
Nu știu dacă m-aș duce să fac câteva feluri, mai iau aia în echipament lor, eu nu m-am uitat în viața mea, unde s-a rezant de la Nobility, undeva în centrul hărții, nu știu cum se cheamă. Nu știu care numele locației, fix pe centrul hărții, când o să apese spune pe ecran să vezi.
We're wasting time resing, but not the case here for Kinzo.
Picam pipera că se bea apă, ești nebun. E fix prin centrul hărții unde sare el.
These guys also just held up inside Rumble Ruins. I mean, there's so many ways for you to be able to move around. On this side. Would you live inside Rumble Ruins if given the chance?
No.
Really?
It's a ruin.
Balans.
Why would anybody choose to live in a roof?
Mamă, dar mi-a rămas așa în gât iutele la mâncavaș.
Hieroglyphics and cool doors.
Eu nu prea...
It's like a Mesopotamian.
Eu nu prea sunt mâncător de iute, dar ce să faci?
I'll take my apartment in Mega City.
Merge perfect.
I'm good.
I'll take a time machine at Paradise Palms.
Balans. Deci dacă ați face top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, mă duc să mă duc în basket.
Well, look, I'm sure Anderlecht and Nico could
Asta
hopefully
fac
take
așa,
a time
Sanchi, ca să mă
machine back to
încurajez
where
să
they
mă
could
duc să mă
just
fac
have
iară
a
în
nice
basket, încă mă
position,
deranjează
because right
ceva,
now
dar
they're moving
parcă
through the
n-am văzut
rooms and
sincer
there's
dacă
so
îmi zici
many
livele,
different
du-te,
players and better
fă-ți
spots around them
programare.
that could be a real problem for
Hai
them.
turneu mai încet.
The Flagon comes in there from Reason and Amar, who
Bine,
will
eu
now
țin
be aware
microfonul
of
departe ca pana mea.
and they'll trade one back.
Deci să-mi zici, Livile, du-te, fă programare, du-te până în București, faci jumătate, dacă nu mă duce nimeni, fac o oră. Nu mai ai, știi ce zic? Nu prea e, nu e de mine. Dar așa, pentru nenea Z, oricum e un lucru benefic pentru mine, că nu mai pot cu porul ăsta mare mâncava și mă omoară, ești nebun. Uite așa, pentru cine mă întreba, în locația din centrul hărții am zis, dar stai că nu mai văd. Ceva era pe aici, așa, nu mai știu eu care din alea. Ceva pe centrul hărții. Să-mi fac dacă n-am imagine la fel, nu am mai avut-o. Păi băi, eu îmi fac, că gen îmi place, pe bune îmi place. Salut, Raspberry, ce mi-am făcut bascat. Păi e momentul perfect, eu că mi-am făcut data trecută, băi, era prea așa. Gen încă era frig pe afară, bătea vântul, nu era bine. Mai faci live pe kick? Mai facem live pe kick, mai facem. La ore dată o să facem live pe kick, când n-avem chef. Am înțeles, pe undeva prin pădurea asta, gen, nu în partea de jos a pădurii, în partea de sus, gen, după jumătate în sus. Vezi acum 100 de euro, te razi în cap. Dacă îi dămezi acum 100 de euro, mă iau cu 4 ca să mă duc mâine să mă ia cu 3. Deci ca să înțelegi, da? Mă iau cu 4 ca să mă duc mâine să mă iau cu 3. Da, așa da, are un pic logică. Dacă îmi pun 4 în cap și poate nu reușește la să mă fac, ești nebun. Trebuie nu faci live? Nu, prea am făcut pe Trebuie live, boys. N-a fost rău de mine.
Scot free, even though there's a lot of people in this area, they kind of move in without having to use much there.
Balans. Trebuie să vină la dans. Nu, dar oricum basca-ți vine, chat, basca-tul se face orice ar fi asta, de acum. Mai ales că acum e vremea perfectă de basca, n-aveți ce să-mi ziceți că nu e de basca de alea. E vremea perfectă pe bune. Dar până și beatul ăla a pus încă un bancă, l-a pus așa, că l-a handicapat, zici că ia bă frate, că oricum am 4. Dar pe game ciuciu mai ajunge. Dacă câștigi, dacă vă Petrova și să nu te poți să donezi o dată în câștigat. Ești bine, mă, Marc, ești bine. Nu știu cum e cu alea, habar n-am, nu știu, n-am. Nu prea am fost interesat, știi. A adus pe pulă de genul ăla. Ăștia deja sunt morți, ești bun. Bă, coaie, deci sunetul era tare, eu aveam căștile mai încete, de bun la cap, cum mă gândeam, bă, stai așa, că e sunetul la maxim și n-au bine. Dar noi pentru toată lumea, bă, bascatul mi se pare o freză care e pe bune pentru toată lumea, nu e... Eu pentru toată lumea, bascat. Ia vezi pe click. Na, click cu duc nu-s bun cu aia la nobil. Sau nu sunt ei stare la ăștia de pe Europa. Un lucru mai important, na. Câte își mai pune, mă, mâncai și gura lui? 3 și-au pus. Ăștia n-au ce face, mâncavași. What the fuck?
Sis and DJ not seeing a bunker thrown down at all just yet.
Ia vezi doamnă pe aia.
No, that Clicks is in trouble, but he just kind of walks away.
Unde-l vedeți și voi pe Zandy Boys, că nu-l văd.
Found out, had no chance to really.
Nu ne mai dă și nouă un pic pe el să-l vedem. Deci care ceva cu el, un cava și orice om în afară de Zandy îl dă 200 de ori. Uite-l, mă, uite, exact ce vorbeam. Mamă, ce rotei ciudat. Mă, e perfect că nu prea tot se rotezi, da? Dacă nu o să ajungă mai în față, uite, aia de pe munte încă stau acolo, de pe castel. Aia e problemă, uite care sunt ei, sunt ăștia pe albatru, chat, ăștia de aici sunt. Hai mă, că e un rotei destul de bun, uite, acum pleacă și ea de acolo. Aia, e perfect, mă, uite că s-au dus perfect. Perfect, mă, s-au dus perfect. Au plecat și ea, uite-l pe Zandy cu acolo. Trebuie să aibă un pic de grijă, că sunt cam ultimii în zonă, încă n-au intrat, ăștia de aici sunt ei. Albaștri. Ia vezi. Ei nu joacă cu tun. Ia vezi, mamă, zona perfectă! Opa! Opa! Vrei să-l culci? Bă, dar unde e Revsgar? Bă, mai vii, băiatule? Aaa, nu cred l-au bătut aia. Uite ce le-au trolat ăștia, coaie, ce le-au trolat ăștia pe Zandi. I-a luat-o meci, ești nebun la cap și țigan, coaie. Hai că tot poate să fac, că e regele pe... E regele pe solo clutch.
Gets a lot of third parties involved. Heroes shots. Clicks finds taxe again. That's two eliminations.
Clicks ăsta iarăși cumva supraviețuiește. Uite pentru locul 1 mult, jumătate. 500. Bine, bine și triple. Bă, e bine că face că mai mult top, deci ca să înțelegeți, acum că face Zandi e regele. Numai că aici se dă o grămadă ca să înțelegeți, e o grămadă de placement aici, coaie. De unde e mâncai și gura lui, că nu-l văd?
He's not even considering where for hard is. He's just trying to take fights, and fights will come to him. It's Lardo, it's Bloomy.
Eu nu cred că mai e în viață. A murit, nu? Deja nu credeam că mai e în viață. Ce dracu, e nebun.
Resurrection here will be huge. Putting a bunker down might spell that there's trouble though, so he has to be careful.
Oricum are atacă de mult a putut. Top 6 momentan. Uite, aici n-ai în situațiile de față, dacă n-ai bunkere. Oricum a luat un top destul de mic, vedem după ce top a luat. Bă, dar ce urlă ăia pe acolo, mâncai și gura lor. Da, uitați și camera ăia acolo, de alea de supravegheat să moară băieții mei. Aici pot să zic că ea s-au căcat pe ei, puteau să stea mai Cileanu, dar... Bun, l-a ars pe ăla. Să nu ia pe la spate, dacă a venit Veno cu ăla pe la spate... Mamă, tot 5, tot 4 de-abia. Trebuie să mai vină și Veno cu ăla, ia uite-i. Ia vezi-l, ia mașina la condusie. No, Veno cu Queasy, veni cu Queasy. Nu cred, l-a bătut pe Queasy, ok? Și Vino. Da, dos. Păi decât se chinuie ăla care o HP, trebuie să chinuie să ia locul 2 măcar. Na, s-a dus locul 2 pentru el. A, l-a luat, coei. Mă scuzați pe mine, l-a luat. Bă, a fost un meci intens. Poți fi prins cu hack aici foarte greu, n-ai nicio șansă. Poți să dai când vine la G8, când îmi fac team liber. În primul rând scoring-ul, da? Care ia, uite, 15 pe kill, numai 12. Top 1, deci un win 250 de puncte față de ieri. Cu kill-uri cu alea făceai cam 280, maxim 300 cu kill-uri. Leaderboard. Asta e că nu e ok, doar Leaderboard-ul de azi, ok. Și unde e aici viața mea? E pe 13 azi. Ce-am mai devreme, primul loc 500, 200, 300, na, 200, 250. Deci că am mult în viața mea de asta. Să vedem ce sunt, că pune pe scenă acum prima oară, îi văd și eu în viața mea. Arabii.
How important it is to be here in a home situation. The fans there, they can hear them cheering.
Ah, fix pe ăștia, fix pe ăștia îi aplaudă.
Falcon player, the Falcon fans are cheering you on, making noise. That's a beautiful feeling.
Nu e nicio șansă.
You can't create that, you can't replicate that. That just happens.
Nicio șansă mai fac, că deja fac de-astea, nu mai are rost. Ia vezi ce a făcut Arabii, poza.
We saw a few words from them yesterday. Everything was looking good. Confidence, adaptability was the name of the game overall.
Moară voi, 355 au făcut ăștia.
And seeing exactly what they can do overall and keep this up for the rest of the day.
Really nicely done from these guys. Unfortunately, for the rest of the competitors in that lobby, they could not match up.
Mă, nu e rău, da. Mai are punctele de ieri și o să vedem la final. Nu știu, nu stau acum să intru să văd.
Brilliantly done. We're going to send it to a break and come back with even more action for you.
Deci acum, ca să înțelegeți ce se întâmplă, o să fie pauză, o să fie nebunie. Ne nebunim. Dau sunetul mai încet ca să înțelegeți, o pauză destul de mare acum, și după like dați și voi like. Ah, ok, 1 minut jumate, nu e chiar așa mare cum mă așteptam. Pun piciorul pe geam și așteptăm să treacă 1 minut. Hai să mai citim chat-ul aici. E doar de 0 build, da, e doar de 0 build. Dacă nu era pandemie ar fi fost World Cup în fiecare an. N-ai de unde să știi, să nu fie ceva schemă la arabi. Era unul cu capul spart. Poate era ăsta, Seti. Power Magic. Ia vezi-l, fără cap spart. Saudi Arabia. Te pup, Gamers8, te pup cu respect. Atât de mult mă interesează. Cine are capul spart, Seti.
Let's talk first and foremost about our winners. Fantastic work. We talked about them just before we actually kicked off the opening ceremony. Would you believe it? We were spot on.
Hello, chat, ați dat voi like, ați dat și voi like. Ăștia pauză mai lungă decât meciul. No, nici chiar așa, dar au pauză destul. Hai să punem de ăsta cu startup pool. Hai da like. Like să facem. Ăsta e un live chat, ca să înțelegeți. Începe la 7, se termină la 12. Ca să înțelegeți cât durează live-ul ăsta, da? Și sunt 6 meciuri. Primul meci a început cam pe la 7, nu știu dacă 7 fix, că am întârziat un pic, dar cred că cel mai probabil 7 fix a început primul meci. Deci 31 de minute, hai să vedem acum cu pauză cu tot cam cât durează. Te pup, Tudore. Numai un minut jumate, n-au niciun, au mai mult de 1 minut jumate. Aia e, era reclama până să intre ăștia să vorbească, ăștia mai vorbesc 5-10 minute. După aia îi cheamă pe aia pe scenă, mai vorbesc 2 minute și după aia play următorul meci. Cam așa se face, știi ce zic?
Yeah, and by zone 4, I think there was only 9 players down by that point, and we had at zone 5 15 teams in Storm, which clearly it works out for them in the early to mid game, but then we saw how crazy things got once there was that worry of storm sickness and teams did start to converge. There's less of an opportunity for players to do that dead side rotation because they're staying so long in storm. So yes, it works out for them as far as getting more.
Și buga la cu vreo 3000 de oameni pe live, dar Clix e regele, coaie pe Fortnite să moară băieții. Clix e regele pe Fortnite, coaie. Pam, pam, pam. I-au rungat și pe ai mei când vin acasă să-mi ia și mie 2 doze de Pepsi, să avem și noi ce să bem pe tot live-ul ăsta. Lasă, bărule, că o să fac eu clipuri. O să mă apuc să fac clipuri când îmi iau mașina, o să fac clipuri. Vlog, o să ne apucăm de vlog. Dar prima oară te iau permisul. Ia vezi Malibuca, yeah man. Câte meciuri sunt? Încă 5. 6 în total.
From this duo. I talked about it at the beginning of the show. These guys perform under any zone conditions, and this was almost a nightmare zone for
Ți-au un urât, nu? Aia mi-au și un Opal. Nu știu ce să-mi iau un cava aici, o să-mi iau un gol dacă mi-au, eu zic că e bine. Poftă de Pepsi, nice. Îmi place Pepsi-ul, mai ales dacă e Pepsi rece la sticlă. La sticlă, Pepsi rece, n-ai cum să zici, nu. E bun rău de tot.
But it also gives you a little bit of protection.
Yeah, it does. And even towards those latter stages, we saw, of course, that massive mountain in the middle of the zone. Everyone else was going towards the right side.
Afară, bă, e mai bine, gen, mi-mi place mult mai mult să fie așa. La acolo mă e, bă, îmi plac toate, dar gen, preferatul meu, Pepsi, nu știu, mi se pare că e mai bună la sticlă, dacă știi ce zic, gen, la ciob. La sticlă de, gen, de sticlă de sticlă, la asta mă referă. Alea gen viața mea, dacă știi ce zic. Orice, mie-mi plac toate, deci dacă m-ar băieții de la Pepsi, sponsor me please. Iardi. Toate scorurile sunt mai bune la sticlă de sticlă, nu știu, dar mie pe bune îmi plac mai mult alea la sticlă de sticlă. Gen la ciob îmi plac mult mai mult. Uite ăștia, gata, acum mai aduce pe scenă. 35 de points. Și ăștia, dacă vă uitați ieri, dacă ne uităm ieri, erau, cred că, printre ultimii. Mă, hai că tot avem timp, tot timpul din lume. Ne uităm ieri, Leaderboard, cum îi cheamă TNGL? Falcon GTGL, Falcon. Hai să luăm de jos, că nu cred că sunt bun de ceva. Mi scuzați, ia uite, duc cu clicks pe 31. Unde sunt mă ăștia, mă? Uite ăsta care a luat locul 2 azi. Mă, sunt chiar și am trecut pe lângă ei? Cred că am trecut pe lângă ei, că eu nu cred că s-a așa de bune aia. Eu uite coaie, pe 4 sunt băieții. Ia vezi băieții, pe 4 erau ieri ăștia. Ia vezi că sunt buni la no build. Să moră bro, băieții, sunt buni la no build ăștia. Anul viitor la beach, please, ori nu știu, nu. Nu zic nici nu, dar nici nu zic înainte, că nu prea-mi place că ea pe acolo nu petrec ca lumea, gen, nu știu. Când vezi un moș de ăsta de 30 de ani care se duce la niște copii care, gen, cine a cântat pe acolo? Niște copii cu aia, că să vezi un moș că dansează pe muzica la niște copii, mie mi se face scârbă. Să vină unul de 40 de ani să-l asculte pe, nu știu. Nu știu, dar după mine v-am zis, după mine nu mi se pare wow. Eu când mă uitam acolo, m-am uitat doar la ăștia la care mi-a plăcut, ok? Doar la ăștia la care mi-a plăcut m-am uitat pe Google. Bă, și niciunul nu cânta cu ei, nu trăiau momentul, nu petrecere, nu sărit, nu nimic. Bă, să stea ca niște morți, ce dracu, stau acasă la fel. Dacă cânt acasă singur, ce crezi? Că nu e exact același cola la ciob? Nu-mi place mie, nici cola nu e de mine, gen nu-mi place deloc, e prea așa. E prea așa cola, nu-mi place mie, e prea dulce, gen, nu e gustul meu, știi? Poate la unii le place, mie nu e de mine și na, aia e. Dar lui taică mi-i place cola, eu nu-mi place deloc cu aia. Taică mi-i bea cola, așa că... și mai ia și el o sticlă de aia, din când în când o sticlă de 1 litru de aia mică, 1 litru 25 cât are. Bă, și eu de obicei nu prea am sucuri prin casă, așa, nu prea mă duc să cumpără. Și te ia o poftă de aia de dulce, bei și Pepsi, bei cola, bei orice ai cu aia, nu mai stai să te gândești, bă, nu-mi place cola. Bei ce ești nebun la cap, că dacă n-ai, e.
Hiding away, and they're landing, of course, at the Rumble Ruins area, which meant, of course, they had that mythic MK rifle, and that was what was dealing the damage during that end game. They were doing so good at that, as we get to see the rest of our leaderboard, of course, from that game.
Yeah,
some good pop-offs.
Well, I'm seeing that we saw in the 12th position there, Source and Knack there with 6 eliminations.
Oh, hacă cam 40 de minute meciul cu pauză cu tot. Are același gust aproape, n-are niciodată același gust. Acolo e mult mai dulce, mult mai dulce, mult. Pam, para, pam. Deci dacă ar fi să luăm pe general la puncte, Zandi acum ar de general cu ieri și azi, ăia ar fi ajuns pe locul 2 sau chiar 3, oricum i-au luat locul lui Zandi și Zandi ar ajunge pe 4 sau 5. Sau 4, nu 4, ăia de ceea care au făcut acum win erau pe 3. Stați așa un pic. Deci ăștia care au făcut win erau pe 4. Aveau cu 200 puncte mai puțin decât Zandi, Zandi a făcut 100, deci da, o să fie pe 3 ăștia și Zandi pe 4. Acum la general, știi ce zic? Meciul ia pe kick, e o șansă, dar n-ai văzut ce mi se întâmplă, că nu prea e, deci cred că nu prea e de mine jocul ăla, dar cine știe, dacă pune un iaurt pe aici, kick-ul ăla acolo să-i dau și un pin, mai trebuie încă 25 de oameni să mai dea un follow și aia e. Putem activa și acolo membri. Saudi Investment Bank. O să schimbe mult. Nu poți să pui. Îmi fac șoferul ăsta și tot așa mă tuci eu, nu? Pam para pam 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 para pa pa pam. Deci avem KFC, Spotify, LG, Mastercard. Cred că ăla e Doritos, nu? Da, Doritos e. Aramco, n-am auzit în viață. Ia uite, Adidas. Poți numai dacă ai mod. Pam 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 para pa 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 pam pam pa 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 pam para pa 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 pam.
Speaking of a real merit to the team here, we have the almighty Mr. Barney Banks on stage with us, who's got something very.
Și a trecut 40 de minute, ca să înțelegeți, au trecut 40 de minute. Nu i-a adus pe ea pe scenă momentan. Deci încă nu i-a adus pe ea pe scenă. Doamne. Înțeleg de ce durează 5 ore. Bă, bune, înțeleg de ce durează 5 ore. Dacă tot fac așa ceva, vor să tragă cu mai mult de timp cu aia, mă piși pe ei.
And then they were shouting your name during that match, and suddenly you got a victory royale. What's that about? And he just said, "Yeah, you know what? I did it for them. You know, we found our groove."
Păi cam așa se face dacă dă
too many strats. Fancy, in fact, asked S-Dark, you know, what was your strats? Did you change anything up from yesterday? He came across and said, "You know what? I don't want to give anything away. We changed something. We've shifted gears. We've done something different. So maybe it's the job of the casters. You know, have a quick look and see if you can spot any changes from day one's approach from that duo in particular." They also asked about the aggression. You know, people are starting to talk a lot about, are we going to play a bit more
Mamă, dau și un microfon de milioane.
until end game so that we can claim a bigger chunk of that 250 points for the victory royale. They just said, we're actually going to do the complete opposite. We're going to get more aggressive. We're going to try and claim even more of those eliminations that are worth 15 points apiece, because you know what, even if we don't make it to the end game, at least we've accumulated enough points to try and keep us in contention. So that's about it from that interview right there, and we cannot wait to see what happens in the second map from today. Back to you guys in the studio.
Fabulous recap there from Banks. Thanks, mate. I mean, that's interesting to hear actually.
Eu dacă nu mai școală mă simt așa că nu mai am motiv. Că nu mai am motiv să mă scol de dimineață, nu mai am motiv așa de nimic. Acum că e pauză, eram obligat să mă scol la 6 să ajung la liceu. Și acum mă scol la că vrea cioaca mea și tot mă scol de dimineață, gen 10, 11, 12. Față de înainte când mă bucuram sâmbătă, duminică de vacanță, mă culcam la 7-8 dimineața, că mă bucuram sâmbătă, duminică, ca să înțelegeți. Și acum... Mă, dar voi o auziți pe panorama asta cum vorbește? Mă, mâncava-și gura voastră. Te aude decent? Sau dau eu mai tare pe... Hai că începe. Bă, da, stai, bă, așa, nu i-aș dus pe aia pe scenă, ce... A început meciul. Da, mă, da, hai. Uite aici merg băieții noștri. Pe aici, pe sus. Locația asta, cric. Dacă nu mă șeli, așa am văzut. Nu știu care din astea 3 de aici, dar una din astea 3 sunt ei.
Stakes set for the rest of the competition. Let's forget the fact that there's still like 10 more games. And let's say this is the Gamers8. This is the game.
New format. You win this game, you win everything. It's crazy. I didn't say that.
I don't think you got the power to make changes, my friend. But look, a big game on the horizon. The first game of the day was a very, very fun one to end things off. And I think we'll see very much the same. But will it be a similar setup? And that's where the early and mid games come in. This is different to what we were watching yesterday. Of course, yesterday just 2 teams here at Brutal Bastion. Now it looks like we have 3.
It'll be that much harder to have your loot in peace. And the 300-point lead that we saw before is turning into a 400 one for Kemi and Yapko. All these teams are trying to get towards that first place slot, but the difference between the people in first place and them is that they're kind of even fighting each other off spawn. So it's going to be that much tougher, but Smacky's going to every single chest he can find, picking up what he can. Some people getting dropped off in the parking lot for the next game, Subs being one of them.
Yeah, Reason and Amar. Looks like they're trying to put in some work. Don't mind if they do. Reason historically has not been the most impressive zero build player, and I think he's definitely hoping he can start to prove people wrong, turn his fortunes around. Of course, playing with Amar, who, you know, we know Amar for his content. Like, if I'm looking for top level competitive Fortnite, I'm not going to Amar, to be honest. But always providing us with the entertainment, and I think with Reason paired with him, there's always hope that they could light up the server a bit. Absolutely.
I feel like by now he's played with Reason so much in some of these tournaments. No build is just like halfway enough too competitive and a little bit of casual that he has some firepower now.
You know what, yeah? Honestly speaking, Amar and Reason probably have better chemistry than like half the teams.
Yeah.
They are very well acquainted and have played with each other a bunch, like you say. So we'll see whether or not they can cook anything up. Will be feeling on top of the world after their win, but also very much locked in and looking to continue their reign of dominance.
Comeback needed for Bevies and Pablo Wingu, who have made some adjustments overall to how they're playing the game. Switch some biomes up. But the points need to come in, right? Yeah. It's the one friend you have who says he has these great plans, he has so much he wants to do, but then the points never come in.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, these guys are more than talented enough for the points to be able to come in, right? And so I want to see things work out for
Revsgard and Dandy.
But again, still many more games to play.
Ia vezi, cu Ciocu.
10 more games?
That's a lot of games.
Ciocu, mă refeream la căcatul ăla de armă, dar nu știu cum se cheamă. Vine și el pe Fredă, eu mă tunc el.
Shady Stilts. Someone's rifted. I'll keep their eye on that.
All the way up. Yeah, no
cum se cheamă porcria asta de o ține? De-ai dă ghiozanul pe spate, cum se cheamă? De ce ținut pe cea că nu mai știu?
They should be good for now in that last game. Unfortunately, I mean, just that zone, the way it was pulling, too much congestion for CND.
Star Trek.
I feel like I saw even more cannons than usual on Game 7. Everybody just getting absolutely boomed. Source and not.
Mânalul ăla. Fiecare are denumirea lui, se pare, nu?
Entire island, not just the circle.
Cyber.
Closest team to him is just.
Cam așa e mulți, cred că Cyber e.
You can see this link. This little red dot we're following outside in.
Over to Canada and Ages now, who looting up the creaky compound.
Deci cam Spider e, nu? Spider, Cyber. Cybertruck, Cybertron, mă, Cybertron, uite care logica.
What's going on here? Cybertron.
Ăștia erau pe primul loc. Ia, și văd că se descurcă destul de bine în continuare.
These flares, they think he's run away. He's actually still right on them.
I like that decision from Jacko. They know exactly where one of the players is, so they fire the flare even further than exactly where he's at, knowing they'll get a double scan. But yeah, next fight's brain is just way too big. Sometimes the best course of action is to do nothing. Just wait.
Yeah, we'll see if Drafter stays alive.
Dacă întrebați ce ți-au de 11, mă joc cu el.
Switched around.
It's fine. Look, you know, either way.
No, it's all you now. It's done.
Nu m-am golit cu aici, că mai are.
I'll be solo casting the rest of this game, but...
Ciao, nu uitați să dați și voi un like, cine e nou, cine n-a dat un subscribe.
I'm back.
Nu știu, să-mi zice dacă vrei să pun înapoi aia cu subscriber, gen în stânga sus.
Accept a lot of confidence.
Uite, de Zandi e acum pe 4. Nu la o diferență mare de puncte, la vreo 4 de puncte, așa nu e mare chestie. Cam cu 400 de puncte, o pun după meciul ăsta dacă e. Mi scuzat-o, chat.
Seeing exactly what they can do. Malabuka as well is just in a position where there's some synergy. In this POI though, I don't know why they're waiting so long for this big one. Trap play onto Malabuka though. A cannon of their own. Slammed right back in the face. He's not going to be safe up top on the slab either. He has to get to a spot where no one can really see him. And I like the fact that he flares forward and then sees if it's safe, immediately scans dubs and accept. Has to move back. Thomas HG's like not even near him. This man's like just freaking out the whole time.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder there.
Oh, they just have bandages too. It's nothing too crazy to get him all the way up. Ooh, shots from Flugel onto Quanti.
Tripper, not going to be happy about that. And they see Trippin in the distance. He's cool just running out in the open. Trippin? My friend? He was getting shot from someone else as well. That's Baka that picks him up. Even further behind, yeah. And Fluger and Opto are sort of aware. They're like, hold on a minute, where are the guys that got their limb? That's tough. He was like trying to run away from Baka, but he's like running into the open, into Fluger and Opto. It was just, he was going down regardless there. But,
bă, deci ăștia mor cam rapid, n-ai ce să zici.
No man's land in this entire middle side. And yeah, they're just caught in it. Cheers still there.
Ia vezi, de-au urcat ăștia mașina cu aia. Deci în Greek compound acolo se duc.
That early in this game. A lot of the times everyone's just up.
Yeah.
Surfing.
Cred că acum iau tegulețul.
Waves crashed.
I think nobody wants to.
Ia uite-l pe ăsta, coaie, de bun la cap, ia uite-l pe ăsta. Uitați-l pe ăsta, Zandi pe celochie, acum e pe 4.
Stay in the game.
La general.
Reboots happening here and there, right, when players do go down. It's interesting though, right, that we're seeing a lot of like players get into fights and then like even if one gets knocked, you know, we can just get away, you know, and sort of just let it happen. It's hard to chase people down, especially if someone's gonna just use all their shockwave to get away. You're like, do I really want to waste all my shockwaves here?
Yeah.
Or rather just save them for later in the game. Okay, we'll let them get away. Why not?
Seriously, when it's going good, it's going great. You feel like a superhero.
Cine ne-a dat like, marcați like-ul ăla să vedem prezența.
But then when it's bad, it's awful.
Bun, ce ăștia, nu știu cum marcați. Proști se arată. Aici arată replay-ul. Păi și tripper ăla ce dracu făcea cu aia acolo, asta nu pot să înțeleg eu. Cine naiba făcea ăla acolo? Cam cu Japco, da, că ăștia mor cu aia, ce bine ar fi pentru oricine. Hai, care, că deja i-au ars fraierii ăștia. Ca să-i vadă cu aia, îi ține ca pe câini, ești prost ca pe câini îi ține Kami.
So this might be one of the times where their game plan is slightly just run awry. We saw in the last game, Frenzy Fields was just them in this barn. No one else really around. Queasy and Vito tried to come from the side that Duke and Clicks are at right now, but they successfully just held them off. You still hear the support. We can see what's going on as well. Everyone just waiting for that zone to close down. No one even having an opportunity to challenge each other. Malabuka sliding on the vines.
Vine și Malabuka cu pampul ăla legendar. Salut, Andrei.
Clicks is down.
3 elims on Japco and Kami.
Yeah, they picked up.
A 4 kg ăștia deja cu aia, ăștia sunt prea buni. Ăștia pe 0 build sunt...
Again, they're sort of just warding people off.
Ăștia pe 0 build sunt pe bune cei mai buni.
Don't, you know, play around. Do not be mistaken. This is our POI.
15 points of elims already rocked in. Actually 12. Actually a lot more. It's 12 points in total overall. I've been doing like some crazy decisive math. 36? That's 36 actually. 15 points for elim now, so it was 15 the whole time. per actually, so it's actually 45.
Igor că ia cam locul 1, bă, momentan e pe primul loc, deci nu ai...
Proud. I knew you'd get there
Și
eventually.
contează mâine. Mâine e cea mai importantă zi.
This is why I just don't do maths on the broadcast, you know? Rather not have that mistake. Make no mistake though. Gentle and Dark are going to continue to be a force in that game.
Where's it going? The zone?
Like middle, but like middle leftish.
Cred că încă un compound acolo sunt băieții.
So like towards the west.
Ia să vedem cine câte like-uri avem. 19 like-uri, ma.
I've seen this movie 100 times.
Mă, nu dați like. Am înțeles, gata, nu vreți să dați like.
Just this game.
That's a tough question.
3 teams. Give me 3 teams. Any one of those 3 in the top 2, you win.
Cami and Japco.
Bine și ea s-a cu trastul.
The other team is going to be... let me look at the leaderboard here. I'm going to go for Frets and Booga.
Okay, I'm liking this.
I don't even know if they're still up in this game. They could be like downs already.
I think it's honestly just Quanti and Tripper that are down right now because that's a fourth reboot I just heard.
Yeah.
Second one I see with my eyes.
Only two
teams have got one of them's paper, I guess.
We're in the 4th zone. Only 2 teams have gone down. We're in the 4th zone. Okay.
This is one of the more impressive teams in the latter half of day number 1. NPen and Zemi.
Vine și noi pe Dan din nou.
Big wins. Fun time.
Nu e de build, doar dă no build
competition
din
strong.
câte știu.
Yeah. They had that crazy pop-off game in game 1. NPen was going stick. Winning fights, we didn't think he should win.
We talked about it, yeah. In game 7 of today, Epic and Acorn need to start to continue the pop-offs, not just have them on 1/3 of the day. There's a cost to what shot was that actually? Was that an ERR to the head?
Ia vezi pe ăștia, ia vezi.
Went down, shot a flare, full shield.
Nu moară vrăveți, ia uite cu aia cum stau. Uite cum stau cu aia.
Back in the zone. I think Acorn might just hunt for this because he knows he'll be back for the reboot.
Ok, oricum n-are cine să ia pampa ăla.
Source unfortunately down. And you know, it's not been the best of tournaments for this duo. Again, you almost sort of like are crossing your fingers, hoping they can start to figure things out, or maybe just make a drastic change at a certain point throughout this tournament. I think the cool thing about the dynamic of having 3 days and 18 games is that oftentimes, right, the point in which we see people sort of go, okay, we're at the point of no return, like I can't finish first or top 3, right? It's quite, you know, late in that.
Yes.
And then we see drastic changes, whereas like with more games, in theory,
Chat, încă un like să face și noi 20 de like-uri, încă un like. Încă un like.
Someone might just go like, look, it's wraps for me.
Nu e momentul să-l dați acum, ce ziceți?
Like, I'm just gonna land. I'm gonna just roulette, hot drop every bus, you know, like it might get to that level at a certain point.
Gray weapons only.
You know, just start doing some wacky challenges.
Bă, dar au rămas să compound, nu s-au mișcat bă aici de bun. Și a picat zona pe ei. Bine.
Mid right.
Back towards the east we go. Rumble.
Băieții ăia încă sunt brutală, ăia în Mega City. Uite că sunt în afara zonei cu metre. Foarte mulți în afara zonei.
Playing it just a lot more tactical this time, but really confirming any of the advantages that they can. ERR through the bush and Bully gets hit. Must picked up and that's a nice ROI for the fight. Anas trays out the flare that's basically used up for that big cannon.
Yeah, I want to see more from those guys. Booga and Frets. Ooh, this is not good for me. These are 2 teams.
Mama, a ratat tot, ești prost. Au ratat tot, coaie. L-a bătut. Da, du-te, nu-i lăsa. Duceți-vă coaie, fiți primii care îi băteți odată pe ăștia să mai ajungă pe endgame.
And Cammy now left in a very, very sticky situation. He's running right into Bully. Oh dear. He's gonna have to shockwave out, and Bully's thinking, now this is my perfect opportunity to fight back into this game. And now Cammy's down to 65 HP. Of course, the ice cream comes through.
Nu cred că ăla dă full HP. Nu cred.
Yeah, just skips it.
Nu cred că ăla îi dă full HP, coaie.
Bully's just still going. Bully's going all for it. Bully doesn't care. But that might just cost Bully. If Cammy can connect to something significant.
E cel mai prost on bucket ăsta. E paralizat. Băi, e cel mai paralizat om văzut de mine. Deci bucket ăla e cel mai paralizat om. Bă, băiatule. Cel mai paralizat om pe bune.
We'll have the Argentinians right behind him in just a second, so he has a little bit of a timer on his feet to move.
Nu, n-ai cum coaie, uite.
I understand it from Bully. You know,
să vezi după că e din Middle East.
Like, I just have to
de unde pula? Nu știu, mă, Zandi era cineva de culoarea asta era el, nu mai știu acum, se schimbă. Coaie, și putea coaie să facă bine să te buni, uite-l pe Zandi acolo pe hai. Unde dracu e asta, că nu-mi dau seama după imagine. A, s-au dus jos de tot, coaie, s-au dus jos de tot.
Sad bunker. Bully had nothing left in the tank, he had to use so much to run away.
M-am arătat și prost mai devreme.
I think that was all orchestrated by Japco and Cammy already. They're the ones who got that first elim, right?
Ia vezi ce concentrat e. Left guard ăsta seamănă complet din al meu să bat picioarele.
Anytime I see Fiddlefields, I just feel like Cammy is the one in control. There's so many people still inside the zone here, though.
Ia uite-l pe Zandi, l-a bătut pe ăla. Bun, Zandi.
Another solo you've tagged up.
Cine? Tot Zandi? Tot Zandi, tot Zandi. Da, mă, da, mă, da, mă, da. Direct 2 kill-uri. 30 de puncte așa rapide, chat. 30 de puncte așa pe 2 kill-uri, părere? 30 de puncte pe 2 kill-uri așa rapid.
Next portion of the game, Blake actually getting taken out by Satam. Yom's also gone. NM7 and Cal in this mid game pick up so many players over and over again. I'm just trying to wonder how many eliminations they had on that first day too.
30 de puncte pe 2 kill-uri.
Bun. Alabuca senses there's something free about.
Ia vezi ce fugă ăștia.
Ooh, X-Squeeze with a dodge. And another one, Zandy can't even track him.
But he does want him.
Opa!
That sniper's not gonna stop fighting. Big cannon shot snuck in there.
Rocks the truck's HP down to half two, so
mă lare, deci știu unde e
have
unul.
to be careful. Can only really tank one more cannon shot if they're on the move with that.
500 de gloanțe, poate se merge cu aia, mâncava-și gura. A lăsat areul legendar să moară mor copii de foame, a arătat are legendar.
Cammy's still playing duos. He's got Remedy by his side.
That's good then. That's good.
So he's not gonna make it. Okay, bad sniper. Shoot anyone you see. Pablo Ingo, you can't do anything at the moment.
I-a bătut pe amândoi cu aia.
Surge taking him out. That's a double for bad sniper.
And look, with nobody really fighting for like the first 10 minutes of this game, Storm Surge was always going to be a problem. And we're seeing it affecting teams here. That sniper ain't got way above the threshold and getting some of limbs. Pink's fallen here.
Japco încă trăiește cu aia, nu cred.
Wow. Snuffed out of the lobby
I-a dat
in
revive
the
lui
blink
Japco.
of an eye. Acorn and Epic Well will take the credit for that one. Acorn's going
Dom'le, cu aia, nu mai scap de copilul ăla din meci, mă jur. Copilul ăla nu pot să scap de el din meci.
Bunkers to use. This team's really good at actually basing.
Ia vede, opa, câte sucuri cu aia.
Going for returns after the fact. So much loot here. That's 7 slurps in total. 2 big stacks on the ground, 2 in his inventory, and 1 more on the sides. You guys will be having HP for days.
Ia uite-l și pe Zandi din spate.
They take their time coming in from the
Pe Revsgar nu prea-l văd ce se întâmplă. L-a mai bătut pe unul Zandi. Ăsta e 2 HP cu aia, n-ai. Ăsta a murit de la zonă. Nu cred. Am luat rău de tot pe el. Am luat rău de tot. L-a bătut așa.
If it wasn't the zone, he would have got in the zone, he would have got in the safe zone, it was like 40.
Bun pe kill-uri, bine pe kill-uri, n-aveți ce să ne plângem.
Chance in the world, and if I want to help,
bune servere astea, clar.
chance for anyone below me either. Still people gonna live. Malbuca's like, you need some help? I got a shot. Let's do it.
Mamă, îi bătaie aici, se bag cap. Stai ca la câini, e bun la cap, uite bătaie mare.
Like fighting teams and just cleaning up the fight so quickly.
They're worth 2 Cybertron cannons just alone. As players, it looks like up top, Thomas HD doesn't have any powerful weapons, but
wow,
has his aim.
What a save! Malibuka was struggling, was about to go down. Thomas, from way above, just drops down and saves his duo.
Was this part of the game plan though? Because these guys had that height. Not sure when they wanted to give it up. They could go from tree to tree. Now they're stuck inside the green.
Epic Well trying to eliminate all of the green that isn't his, using that cannon. Anything that anybody can use to hide behind and escape.
Mă uitam un pic așa cu aia, bă, nu prea face bine, dar Vande nu e nicio problemă pentru că mâine se face încă 25% mai multe puncte decât azi cu aia. Mâine e cea mai intensă zi, boys. Ala, că oricum Redguard era, cred că tot și n-a mai avea ce să facă.
Try for the back-to-back. They go for the loot. They need some type of refresh here. On rails, basically. Still tracking it. 41
Nu
in the
cred, un
head.
HP, coaie.
Oh my goodness! One more shot was needed. And they're trying to grab open bunkers, but they get cracked themselves. Malabuka from the sidelines, from a different earth entirely, lands huge shots and sends the Middle Eastern duo into absolute disarray.
The cannons. You always have to be on the lookout for the cannons.
Băi, se bate aici bine rău.
Epic will playing an aim trainer right now of all these different players, glide through the skies. Can't really connect with anything, but what will connect with them for a moment was a cannon we thought. Gentle, still alive somehow, even after all the pain they went through.
De asta a făcut win meciul
But how
trecut.
much longer will he stay alive? You saw where he was moving to.
A făcut meci trecut win, acum momentan top 6. E insane coaie și asta, uite ce bine se ascunde.
Epic Will has the big position though, and they're actually exhausted, fatigued. They have no Cybertron cannon ammo. Acorn looking for the clutch shockwave and it hits. Actually sends a few people flying. Buga on the back lines, finds a few more shots and
Coaie, copilul ăla încă trăiește, ăla care a făcut win meciul trecut, dacă face asta win eu nu cred.
And he's gonna continue, but Epic will might have something.
Aia de acolo, dacă le dă un tun, i-a distrus pe de acolo, dacă le dă tun. Dacă le dădea tun la aia acolo, mamă, îi făcea praf.
It's Buga coming in close, and they get bumped out.
Mamă,
Now
ăla
everyone has
a
no
dus pe
control
pulă.
inside. Sun's low HP. They have the best spot on the hill, but no damage.
După pe ăla GTL, l-a bătut a bătut GTL pe unul pe Alex. Găstrăiește cu aia, îl bate și pe Thomas. Cu aia, a luat locul 2. Băi, unul! Băi! Făcea asta win, 2 meciuri la rând win. Băi, făcea asta 2 win-uri la rând, ești prost. Făcea ăla 2 win-uri la rând, coaie, cine tăia?
What a game from Acorn. So much stick goes to this guy. People saying he ain't got enough firepower. How about that for some firepower?
Not even a silver damage on the man as Epic took the fray of the pressure. He was just left to clutch an absolute area of a ruin. No one happy.
Deci pe meciul de azi a scăzut ceva. Ia, era pe 13.
The cannon in the hand of Epic will just knocking everything out of the way. And Acorn with the AR in hand picking off everyone's heads. A beautiful combination.
Hai, de ieri asta, mă.
We saw them win a game this way, and they've done it here again in game
a urcat pe 16 azi. 345 de puncte de-abia făcute. Am slăbut pe puncte, dar v-am zis, azi nu e chiar. Trebuie să se mențină decent. Trebuie să se mențină pe aici, prin top, sub top 10, ca să fie bine. Că mâine e cea mai importantă zi, deci azi nu e chiar așa. Top 13 și top 23. Ca să înțelegeți, top 13 un kill, 40 de puncte făcute, 45 de puncte făcute doar pe kill-uri, ca să înțelegeți cât de multe pe kill-uri. 45 de puncte făcute doar pe kill-uri. Cam mult. Da, ăsta autogen nu vrea să meargă? Au cele mai bune replay-uri, băieții mei. Câți bani câștigă? Momentan nu știu, cred că a scăzut încă un loc cel mai probabil. Bă, dacă îl bătea pe ăsta, era bine. Dar i-a dat mult aici, că dacă nu-i dădea așa de mult, dacă nu-i dădea așa de mult cu areu, poate avea o șansă, dar avea și pump-ul rapid, n-aveai. Nu prea avea ce să-i facă. Era greu, mâncava și era greu. Ce forneță dar fi o parte. Arabii! Arabii! Ia uite ce fug arabii! Ce aveți, mă, arabilor, că nu, la fotbal sunteți pe ultima țară aici, nebun la cap. Au nebunit arabii pe fotbal, sunteți nebuni? Au nebunit arabii pe fotbal, mâncava-și gura voastră. Au nebunit arabii pe fotbal. Asta că trebuie să dau și un apel. Nu uitați să dați și pe un like, un subscribe. Cine e nou și dacă n-a dat cineva și mie un follow pe Kick. Cine e moderator o fi activ. Nu, Liga Arabă e mai bună decât Ro. Păi e mai bună din cauza că sunt banii și poți să aduci pe cine vrei, cum se întâmplă. Nu e din cauza că sunt jucători buni acolo, adică na. Un jucător bun i-a dus gen pe bani, nu... Ce crezi, că Becalin are bani să aducă niște jucători de ăștia de top 5 în România? Are bani, dar... Cât poate să câștige? Nu-și face măcar banii de pe un jucător. Alexe, punctele de ieri se adună cu cele de azi, dar zi, cum ar fi un leaderboard separat, știi, că gen e un turneu nou. Da, gen, punctele se adună, adică ce a făcut ieri cu punctele de azi se adună, nu te gândi că nu se adună punctele, dar gen, la leaderboard aici te arătă doar punctele făcute azi, că gen e ziua de azi, știi? Pam para pam para pam pam para pam pam pam. Am coaie, că voi nu i-audiți pe ăștia și eu aud atât de tare. Să aud sunetul mai tare la audio, să-i audiți și voi, că mea.
Really solid stuff from them. They didn't really have too much of a crazy time on screen. We kind of saw them flew under the radar a little bit. We didn't see like loads of
uite ce tare audiți acum și pot...
managed to capitalize on those solos.
I mean, there were so many pop-off games there from players that we
doar am dat sunetul mai tare și uite ce bine audiți și voi. Ai noroc, bro, ce mai faci? Bine fac, frate, noroc să trăi, noroc, cu respect. Fac bine ce să zic.
Top teams going down a little early, but big names coming up on top.
Totul bine sănătos. Momentan suntem bine și sănătoși, n-avem nimic. Salut, Laure, salut, Anto, salut. Momentan suntem sănătoși, suntem bine, suntem totul decent, n-avem probleme, suntem ce trebuie, știi? Mi-a fugit telefonul. Brapapam. Ce mai și asta? Cum era FNCS-ul, dar era doar cu invitație și acum e Gamers8 înapoi, gen. Gamers8, turneul ăla de la Arabi, unde participă doar aia care au făcut bine. Celoche 4, pe Celoche Zandi e pe 4 în momentan, sau cred că a urcat pe 5. La general.
Good, because clearly some players have been doing some VOD reviewing and, you know, giving away a bit of the strats to other players. And Dr. Jin do not want to be one of those teams that gives away their strats right now. But I mean, it wasn't just the end game that we saw, which was absolutely chaotic. Buga throwing a shockwave grenade, shooting everyone in every direction. But all the way from the early game, with Cammy running away and having threats chasing him, Bully chasing him down. But we'll break that down in just a few moments.
Yeah, we certainly will. There was so much to compartmentalize all this very quickly because there was so much action. Again, the game's starting a bit slower than it was yesterday. We're seeing a lot of players still there towards the end here, but this is that fabulous clip here. Mini walk us through.
Holy moly! Dar Zandi s-a lăsat de tot că nu am mai văzut nimic pe la el. Bă, de lăsat nu se lasă nimeni, doar că n-am mai făcut live-uri, na.
That little whip special serve that he was able to use that, of course, gain instantly 100 shield and 100 health. And at this moment here, I thought, oh no, our leaders, they could be down. But look at this from Cammy.
Se făcea rău, coai, e bun. Nu, de aici Bacheța l-a s-a căcat pe el pe bune. S-a prostit rău de tot, n-avea cum în halul ăsta.
A lot of it was the positioning, not just with the bunker, but positioning him against that player and getting the right shots, being able to dip down into that protective cover, and then once he did fail that shot and miss a little bit, just backing off a little bit. A lot of these players will just go on the aggressive and kind of W key, but he played that so smart, and that's why he was able to come out on top.
Yeah, you know what I think happened there? I think Bully actually ran out of ammo as he got to the box. I think he used so much of it trying to chase Cammy down. He got into the box and he realized, hang on a sec, I haven't got anything to eliminate him with, and he just sat there like a sitting duck.
Sitting ducks around there, absolutely right. I think the leaderboard as well. Obviously, all our analysis is brought to you by STC. We're going to really overanalyze the leaderboard shortly as well, because we're fascinated about exactly how things stand here overall. And you can see here that things are, I mean, very tight, particularly in that top 5 or 6 race here with Epic Whale Acorn winning that last match and going into 6th position there. You can see Kami and Yapko still in the top spot, but after 2 games, only a few eliminations to their name.
But what I'm seeing, though, is Dark and Gentle jumping up into our 2nd place spot right now. Yes, there is a 300+ point difference between 1st and 2nd place, which is quite surprising seeing how relatively early Kami and Japko went down. But that shows that they are not infallible and that there's a lot of opportunity for some of these teams to get that $500,000. But I do want to speak on Epic Whale and Acorn, as well as Malibuca and Thomas HD. A lot of these teams that towards the end of day 1 were like, wow, I can't believe these top teams. Look at them now. Look at how they are slowly climbing up that leaderboard.
Well, out of absolutely nowhere as well. We didn't really mention them too much yesterday, but at 14 eliminations, these points today, Booger and Threats hop up into 4th position in 1,420 points. That was almost Kami and Yappo's score coming into today to start with. So you can see how one game makes a massive difference.
Yeah, it really does. 14 eliminations for this team. As we almost half of their total eliminations overall. So they've got almost all of their eliminations in that one game. Of course, going into today, they had 12th place on the leaderboard, so they've moved themselves up really well, of course, as well. Another team that I'm looking at right here as well, Cease and Blake, they've been having a solid day so far. Bloomy, of course, as well, and his teammate doing very well. And has some Pink moving their way up too.
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, we got some big names. We have, you know, Clicks and Duke right here in 28th place right now. 13 eliminations. In fact, we actually have a lot of eliminations on this board, which just showcases that, yes, elims are great, but it's all about those placement points and that consistency. And it's so hard to be consistent when so many people in the lobby are just not engaging and not fighting you. A lot of these players are so used to the FNCS format that they think that it's going to be a specific way, and then, oh, this is zero builds. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, and one team, of course, we saw doing crazy well in that game was Thomas HD and Malibuca. I think Thomas HD had all of the eliminations for that team. I think it was 7 or 8 eliminations total, so really good stuff from that team. Couldn't quite match it with the placement, but still a good keeping on the momentum for those guys.
I mean, one team obviously keep up momentum massively from yesterday is, of course, Acorn and Epic Whale, our winners of game number 8. Let's check in with them and see how they're feeling right now.
A 2nd victory royale on the board for Epic Whale and Acorn coming into day 2. Really exciting to see you guys. I mean, I saw the reaction where you guys were sat. It meant so much to you. Epic Whale, I'm going to come over to you first. Were there any existing nerves coming into day 2? Because, you know, you guys have been playing really well. What kind of was there to improve on coming into today?
I mean, I can't really leak our strats, you know. We hit the VODs, we learned from our mistakes day 1, and yeah, no leaks though.
Speaking of strats, you know, we saw a lot of interesting ones yesterday, Acorn. We saw, you know, a lot of usage of like the medic NPC, all the different NPCs, you know, that were assisting around the map. Do you feel like that's something that a lot more people are going to go for now, or is it something that they think everyone's going to go for, so they're going to avoid it? Bit of a weird one, I know.
No, definitely people are going to use NPCs, especially after yesterday. Everyone's looking around the map, trying to see if they have one. I know we did, we don't, but yeah, everyone's going to use them.
Okay, so you feel like you're just going to stick to the strats that you kind of have already logged in. There's no point in adapting because, you know, you're taking home the victory royales. It's great. You've got a lot of points on the board right now. What are your thoughts going forward? You don't want to leak any strats, of course, but, you know, how confident are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, you know. Like I said, we hit the VODs from day 1, and we learned a lot. I'm feeling good for the rest of the tourney.
That's what we like to hear. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining here on the main stage, and it's back to you guys in the studio to break everything down before our 3rd map of the day.
You know, reviewing their VODs there and, you know, kind of doing all their homework. I mean, they are feeling confident. Look at them. I mean, you could get that before the competition even starts. Acorn, Epic Whale, they've been there, they've done it, they've been on the big stage before. You can see currently 9 eliminations today, 385 points in that last matchup, that last game number 8 there. And they're feeling good. I mean, their loadout as well was really important part of that, wasn't it, Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to feel good when you have 2 legendary weapons and a ton of heals by Zone 7 right there. And that's actually also part of the reason that Gentle and Dark had such a successful endgame right there. They, of course, had that mythic MK Alpha, one of the strongest weapons in the game, and it showed how well that can be in the endgame.
Yeah, of course, Dark and Gentle landing at that Rumble Ruins area. They get that mythic assault rifle every single game, and we saw them doing some crazy damage with it. Here it is right now, S-Dark using that so well. Look at this damage here. This is why they're doing well, and unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out at this current moment. They both weren't able to stay alive, but of course, a great clutch from Gentle in that
What
game.
I'm noticing too there is that they still had a slurp juice by Zone 8, which is not the most common thing that you see, as well as having utility through shockwaves and bunkers. They're able to stay alive for so long and being able to take such advantageous fights in the mid game that they're able to have their loadout all the way to the very end, whereas you look at a lot of other players, they're just down to 2 weapons and that's it.
And a big part of that, of course, was that end game zone was right on their drop slot. It was right in their back garden. I think that just highlights how impressive it was for Epic Whale and Acorn to save some of their heals and save some of their loot going into that, because that zone wasn't in their drop spot. Of course, they're landing at Mega City. That's quite a hefty rotate for them to make. So them being able to get in that position with all that loot and find a victory, great stuff from them.
What do you think has been the biggest fundamental differences to yesterday? Obviously, we've talked a little bit about, you know, how players are being more passive, want to get those standings points, because obviously the points buff today makes a massive difference to scores. We've seen that already in the leaderboards. But what have been some of the kind of more foundational things that have changed that you've seen that might be slightly changed from yesterday?
I think we're seeing a lot of teams trying to employ the Cami and Japco strategy. We're seeing a lot of teams in the storm, particularly around that sort of 5th and 4th zone. Everyone is waiting until late to rotate in. We talked about it earlier, how vital that can be, but I think everyone's hit the VODs and is trying to become Cami Japco V2.
Știu că se aude că țineam microfonul aproape și nu vorbeam prea tare.
Which we haven't really seen before. So we're seeing teams that are having eliminations kind of in the early game, but this mid game it is absolutely chaos because so many people are staying in the storm, and then once they do have to worry about that storm sickness, it converges into this very dense, hectic fight that a lot of players don't really have the solution to handle yet.
Yeah, the players loving the work of the Polish Panthers from yesterday. That's a thing I've just coined, by the way. That's a thing now, the Polish Panther. We talked about this. Obviously, but I mean, one interesting as well, like, I want to keep tabs on some of these teams that are starting to really ascend that leaderboard. I didn't expect it from Booger and Threats. You know, we thought it was going to be, you know, yesterday we were thinking, okay, you know, I think with the 3-day competition format that we're in, it is very different. We're not kind of used to it. Used to kind of 2 days, 12 games usually. But 18 makes a massive difference to things.
It does. And talking about, of course, Epic Well and Acorn having a difficult rotate, Booger and Threats had an even more difficult rotate, and that's why we saw them being very aggressive in that Frenzy Fields area, of course, taking out Japco and, of course, getting all of that loot. They did a really, really nice dead side rotate, which enabled them to get into that late game, which we haven't seen too much from them so far.
I do want to speak, though. We talk about Cami and Japco getting going a little early there. They still were able to grab 5 eliminations, I believe, holding strong on Frenzy Fields. It looks like a lot of players are starting to try and encroach on their territory, and they held off for a very long time.
Yeah, and of course that's all down to Cami, of course, so clutching right there, having that ice cream, of course, to heal his way up and not panicking in that situation. I think so many people will just try and shockwave. They'll be bouncing around the place, even when someone's chasing. We see it on screen right now. Such a difficult task for Cami, but he just showed his experience when it comes to these in-person events. He may have had a little bit of a whiff, but he knew how to recover exceptionally well, and I think that's just what sets some of these more experienced players apart. Not just playing on land, but playing on land in first place when everyone else is looking at you and you are the target. I think that's a real great it's a great sign for this duo.
It really is, and the adaptability as well. You know, we've thoroughly enjoyed watching the ice cream cone play because it's kind of new for us. It's a new thing that's been added only recently, so we're not used to kind of seeing plays like that. But we were all up our seats, loving every single second of it. Thomas HD Malabuka, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, but Thomas HD there, 6 eliminations and managing to really clutch up those points because they're worth so much more, 15 apiece today.
Yeah, and this is one of those duos that can frag out when it matters most. I'm not nervous about this duo. I know they are quite feeling a little bit more confident going into today. I'm sure they would have had a little bit of a few VOD reviewing sessions, a few maybe sad moments when it comes to their performance yesterday. But if there's any duo that can pick up a lot of eliminations and pair that with placement, it's these guys. And this is only the start to what they can do, I think.
And you're totally right, but I do want to talk about Acorn and Epic Whale and how hyped they were in that end game. And that's something that we really only get to see during these in-person events. So I'm so happy that we get to have it back. The synergy, the communication is just so much more when you get to be in person and you get to share that hype with each other.
I could not agree more. I love seeing the reactions. I love seeing it. It makes it all to life for us, doesn't it? The live audience there as well. Everyone's having a great time. I hope you guys are too. We're going to take a short break here on Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, but there is plenty more coming your way. As after the break, we have game 9 of our competition. After that, we will be exactly halfway through this 3-day zero builds format with $2 million on the line. Do not go anywhere. Loads more coming your way in just a few minutes' time.
Bun! Bună pauză! Ori lege, nene. Ia vezi. Ce reclama asta cu metre? KFC. KFC tomorrow, bravet. N-am văzut în viața mea cripturi făcute la cuptor, le-am văzut că au făcut în ulei. Dar uite reclama aici. Leaderboard-ul.
The time is here again for Gamers8 as we get ready for match number 3 of the day. Of course, you already know you got Life with Panda and Ben K in the house here for these players as we prep the BR stage for another round of great Fortnite action. Ben, my man, how you feeling today?
Gotta be feeling good. Seen some solid competition so far and some big new competitors working their way up the leaderboard. Popping off here in the early game. We've seen, I mean, of course, we saw a Middle East team already picking up a VR in this competition today, which we love to see. Then on top of that, right, we see it. It's going to be Epic Whale, Acorn coming out with another VR, their second one so far in the competition. So I have to say, with Epic Whale and Acorn being our prediction on the day to do very well, feeling pretty good.
Look, you and I, we sat down and we talked, and of course a lot of the talent talked as well. Is who we thought was going to come out on top of the day. Of course, we saw a lot of Kami Japkos. We saw some other predictions, but Ben and I, we looked at each other, and we were like, you know what? Epic Whale Acorn, they got something special coming into day 2, and of course, already popping off here in great fashion. But let's get straight into the action as players are jumping off the bus here in match number 3.
We'll see it cutting the map down in half here. We'll see Naughty Nuts through the Citadel as everyone will drop on in. And again, we talked about contestation and people looking to switch up their drop spots here as we move from day number 1 to day number 2. But for the most part, people seem to be sticking to their guts. I mean, we'd even possibly speculated maybe even Kami and Kami getting contested at Frenzy Field, but it seems like this time around, people are going to stick to it.
Yeah, they definitely could stick to it, but we'll have to wait and see. As we see the spread here, it does look like we're seeing XFs and Dubs doing what they can, finding some success there in the distance. You see that just south of Lonely Labs, that's going to be the XF and Dubs duo. This is a team that has found some pretty consistent success on the day, not necessarily breaking into the top 5, not really standing out in a big way there for them, but still staying consistent enough to be in the conversation. And of course, Cease and Blake, the boys, of course, have to hype them up as they have been winning the off-spawn battle of Brutal Bastion so far. And going into the day, we saw them in the top 15. Doesn't look like that may be the case, though, as this fight could end up changing quite a bit here.
A rough start to the day, to say the least. But again, you're landing in a POI that's triple contested, so I mean, there's always going to be some faults there in that aspect. But Smikey and Satam have made it work for the time being. DGen and Sizz Lucky also the ones trying to take this north side of Brutal Bastion. We saw them trying to switch up the drop spot at the beginning of competition yesterday, but defaulting back to Brutal Bastion and finding a little bit of success, looking to try and make a big comeback here in day number 2. But Cease and Blake consistently seem to have a game plan that works for them. They're just trying to stick to it and improve as they go along.
doing what they can here to keep this fight going is Epic Whale and Acorn. Of course, you already know, 1-2 games out of the games that have been played so far, so they're feeling really good about their performance in this one. But Carmi, Vanyak need to make a statement, need to tell the people why Become Legends came to them and signed them in a big way here at Mega City. But we'll see as this continues to play out. Carmi Vanyak, though, going to go ahead and opt to just separate from the action there with Epic Whale and Acorn, and that seems to be a pretty consistent trend here for the duo, as Acorn and Epic Whale find a lot of success early and then essentially dissuade them from fighting. But no, Tayson with a bit of a misplay on the Cybertron cannon, wasting the shot there as he takes tons of damage from afar. Fortunately, it did look like he had a cone to heal immediately back up into the fold, but Except in Dubs here looking to take the fight. Need to be careful. They are on the low ground, and unfortunately it does look like Dubs may be getting caught out here. Steady's going to go ahead and push. He's dropping down into the fold. Can he get a big shot there? And now he could convert that into an elimination, and so far the knock comes through. Except needs to do something. He's got the high ground now. He's got the Cybertron cannon now, but no, Steady says, I don't care what you have. I'm taking the fight straight to you, as Except just tries to get away, and it doesn't work out.
Burns the utility at the last moment there. You saw him take the high ground and look with the Cybertron cannon, just not able to connect. Took some shots from another direction, giving Tasted and Steady the moment they needed to take flight. This is Dubs and Except's drop spot just nearby, down near the beach, so this is their home turf. Steady and Tayson took it to them and took them out. 2 eliminations there as they send some shots over towards Brutal Bastion, but we have to check in. We talked about players being contested, and Clicks, Duke, Muzz, and Bully have been butting heads, to say the least, in the first day of competition, continuing back here in day number 2. Not a lot of loot to go around here. Cochelari amândoi, dar ce pana mea e, e bun, mi scuzați. Now moving towards this next zone, keep their eyes out. They know that they are close by, as Bully stays within the bush, just looking out, trying to scout, get an idea of what the surrounding area entails for them, as he finds a little bit of an upgrade there. An MK in inventory. Muzz, the Cybertron cannon, still that crucial part to any player's loadout.
Nil looking here. Clicks and Duke going to go ahead and use the vehicle to just try and rotate around. Interestingly enough, we do see some teams in the storm a little early. I do believe Quiziveno may be one of those teams. But it's this zone where we really start seeing people use that storm strat, spending a lot more time in the storm, using whether it be NPCs or existing heals to just stay alive here in these crucial moments. So I'll be keeping an eye out for that as things continue on, though. It is going to be some of the big heavy hitters in the lobby. We saw Cammy and Japko there just moments ago. We saw Carmi and Vanyak still in this one too. Despite that fight going on, they still seem to survive here, which is a good sign, as the Battle of Mega City may be over now.
We'll get a little bit of flashback here towards that fight, and I mean, played well from Except to try and reposition up towards the high ground, but Steady and Tayson not missing a shot, not to mention the third party from Bastion. Just left Except with little to no options here. Able to make something of it, so Steady and Tayson will clean them up. Talk about flashbacks, though, a little flashback to yesterday. I mean, the big changes we've seen between games 1 and 2 is the pace that we're seeing this lobby take. Players are playing much slower than they did in day number 1, as players seem to not be dropping. We've been getting a 5th zone or so with only a couple of teams being sent back.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a change of pace for sure, as these teams are looking to survive. But this has actually been a very different game here, Ben. We saw the first 2 where teams just were not going down, but now we're down to 39 teams in Zone 2. Last game, it took until Zone 4 to see the same result. Actually, I think there are still more teams up in Zone 4. Nevertheless, though, we got to talk about Kanata and Agers. The first duo out in the walkouts, of course, as we've seen in both day 1 and day 2. Not finding a lot of success there on day 1, but coming back strong here. As they clean up Dukes. It does look like Mixon, though, was actually able to get clicks. So, not going to be able to convert on both eliminations in that duo. As Blacha and Mixon have a different plan there for them, and I do love these tree plays here and the new POIs, these new jungle biomes provide a lot of additional cover that typically you just don't find across the map. So for Zero Build specifically, this is one of those spots that has a lot of pros, but does have some cons as well.
Takes a lot of practice to get used to this new spot, which, of course, Clix and Duke, we just saw them get taken out, but this is nowhere close to their drop spot. They really tried to invest to move towards this side of zone for positioning and also to try and find some extra loot, and they just ended up getting punished for it. But Fluger and Opt would like to play a little bit of a ridge close to their drop spot this time around, investing, trying to find this elevated tower position above Brutal Bastion itself, knowing that it's a contested POI. It could give them some opportunities to find some eliminations from third parties, but at the same time, there's another team positioned atop the mountain to the north. Sizlucky and D-Gen holding down the spot. They've been having some trouble, Panda, throughout this competition at this spot, so it's good to see them find some success here.
Well, the big thing we need to talk about here for Fluger and Opt is Opt said they need to be more aggressive here in day number 2, and this is the first sign of that aggression as they position themselves there just above the team in Brutal. Like you mentioned, though, there are a couple other teams not too far away, so they need to be mindful of that. As these fights continue on, though, you do see quite a few players stacking themselves in a way that could lean towards them spending some time in the storm. We'll see how that plays out. Queasy and Veno caught out in a tough position as Kame and King are looking to take advantage.
Nu cred că Face King ăsta încă mai îl cheamă pe aici.
Some shots down below. No one quite giving up a shot yet, but no, the shockwave comes out. This is a misplay if I've ever seen one, as unfortunately Veno is going to be caught out into the water. That's going to be Quanti there in the distance too. The Cybertron cannon is out, and unfortunately it is not looking good here for Veno and Queasy as he goes down.
Small missteps with the shockwaves will send them out into an awkward position, but you see the double Cybertron. It's going to be Notch and Source from above. Panda, we talked about him before the show started tonight, so it's cool to see them here now showing out against some of the best that have to offer here in this competition. Source and Notch. Low HP. So they have to be careful, though. A lot of third parties and teams located close by as they try and spot him out. King will slide down the hill. Finds a moment to pop this big pot, get some HP back. Notch and Source, though, just trying to slow things down. Look around. They do have an NPC following them. But they're going to go ahead and sit on top of this tower. King just kind of stuck down below with not really any options. And again, this Cybertron cannon. The bush is the obvious position, and he'll be spot out.
Yeah, even though he got spotted out, though, it was not able to connect there from Notch. As Source going to go ahead and try to take a shot, and nothing really converting into any kind of damage, but does see a vehicle there in the distance. Going to go ahead and connect some shots there. As now they're forced to rotate here out of the storm. And looking at Notch and Source's inventory, they don't have a lot of heals to work with, so they are going to have to avoid this storm as much as possible. Anas and Pink still in this one, though. One of those teams that obviously high expectations going into this competition. Gamers8 champion, Pink going to fall here. Anas left as a solo, just trying to slip away.
Thomas and Malibuka in hot pursuit, looking to try and take out the Gamers8 champions from 2022. But Anas has something to say about it, using these shockwaves down in the mud, quite literally sliding around, trying to make a speedy recovery to somewhere a little bit more safe. There's so many teams close by just on the other side. It's going to be Gentle, taking shots, and that's Dark. It takes him out of the air just like that. Anas will exit this game and send back to the lobby.
It's going to be a tough go there for Dark, and or for the other team, as Dark and Gentle easily cleaning that one up, and Andalex and Nikov now traveling not too far away. This could be a problem for them, but we'll see how it plays out. Now that we have a majority of the lobby hanging out in Brutal Bastion, I don't even know what's going on. Was there a party we were not invited to?
Apparently not.
If so, Levin's probably thrown it, because the man doesn't invite me to anything.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Just going to air him out. Just like that. He's not even here to defend himself.
You know, I can't lie.
Interviu mai dacă face win.
He invites me to everything.
Not wrong.
He actually bought me dinner the other night. Great dude. Great dude. But now let's focus on Kanata and Adris, as they're going to go ahead and go for the island. This is a big play for them. If they're the first ones up there, of course, they are most likely to capture that point, get those slurp juices, and make a fight out of it. But now we're going to get to see Brutal Bastion as the island appears. Of course, Fluger Ops still up there. Sizlucky, DJ haven't moved. Blake Seas haven't moved. But you got Carmi and Vanyak, Kenzo and Kika, and now Quinn and Vert all joining the fold here at Brutal. What once was a 2, maybe 3-team fight now seems to be a good portion of the lobby.
Ia vedi poi sta. No.
Here as Kenzo
Da
and
pe
Kika
shuffle.
now
No.
clashing heads with Quinn and Vert, and Kenzo will be left on low HP, now gliding through the air, trying to connect on the last couple of shots to take them out. It looks like Kenzo will finally be now knocked, so Kika has to look to try and recover with one shockwave, but getting pressured from the island. Not really any options there, so has to be forced to play as a solo, and Blake and Cease have not moved from this building since dropping. I feel like these guys will hang out here as long as physically possible until they start to get storm sickness.
Oh, I mean, look, it's nice to see the zone start to pull north, but not so nice to see as Trashy and Pump are getting eliminated here on the north side, but that's going to be Bloomy and Lardle. Remember, just outside, not too far outside the top 10 going into the day is them, but Thomas HD taking a ton of damage with Booga on a tear. This has been a huge change of events on the day here, folks, as Booga and Threats didn't necessarily have the best day 1. They came back here in day 2 very, very strong. We'll have to continue to tune in with them and see how they can continue to take these fights and trend right up into the top of the leaderboard.
Ranked number 1 on the day, ranked number 4 on the cumulative leaderboard as it currently stands. So they're in a good spot. They can definitely make some big gains here if they continue this kind of momentum. And this is what we talked about, right? All these teams get that mental reset, that 25% point increase between day to day. So that's these type of teams that you'll see make massive gains. But still, we'll check back in. Brutal Bastion, so many teams still here. The ones that aren't forced away will just try and hang out as much as they possibly can. Quinn and Vert included in that. Kika and Kenzo back in the mix, though. Looks like Kenzo was able to be revived, so this team will hold down a position out over near the low ground as we get a look at the next zone here with majority of the lobby positioned in the storm. Couple in Slappy Shores, a few near Creaky Compound, but again, now we'll get a look and it'll pull Brutal Bastion. Still going to be in this one.
Clearly, it wasn't an invite to a party. It was an invite to the future as to what was going to happen. And that's why all these teams have positioned themselves in Brutal Bastion. But no, Booga has gone down in the storm. That may be Moo and Tax cleaning that one. Threats, though, it looked like he was going to be able to slip away. But no, he is going to be down and out. As it does look like Moo and Tax are going to be able to finish this one strong. I don't think Moo is aware that Threats may have gone down there to the storm. But nevertheless, we see Quanti tripping still in this one. But of course, the heroes of day 2, the unsung heroes, I should say, of day 2, Source and Notch having one of the biggest comebacks here so far, and one of the biggest comebacks we haven't talked about yet. You can talk about Malibu with Thomas HD finding a lot of success in Threats, we haven't discussed as much, and they have had an exceptional performance day 2 compared to day 1.
I mean, absolutely, right? You go ahead and hit the VODs the night before, whatever you got to do. Watch back the stream. Make those revisions, come in with your head held high, knowing that you can fix those mistakes with 2 more days left. So we'll continue to keep up with their story. Moo and Tax, another one of those teams looking to improve here, as we'll see Moo
bun pump-ul ăsta. Înainte one shot, acum 5 hiteri.
Confirmed as well. They've made massive gains as well, just breaking into the top 10. Another team to continue to watch their journey.
De la Arabia.
Making their way into the zone. Not a lot of cover nearby here because we are out in the snow. So
Arabia Saudită.
A couple of icebergs to hide behind, but other than that, not really many options. But seems like a lot of the teams here left in this game want to try and stay in the storm instead.
Do you blame them?
No, not at all.
I mean,
not at all.
You look at what Kami and Jabko did yesterday, and it was just like, okay, well, if it worked for them, maybe it'll work for us. Especially for the teams that may or may not have found success there in day 1. This is the day to really adjust the game plan and perfect it before day 3. So we're seeing a lot of teams do that, including Nikov and Andalex, who a strong fight there for them, taking out Bad Sniper next week very, very quickly. Love to see the speed and urgency in that fight. For them, it was a huge refresh too. You see the Breacher shotgun now in hand. The Cybertron cannons ready to go. And it's just a matter of time before we see Nikov and Andalex.
Oricum vezi că nu-i contest la mine acolo, vezi că nu-i contest. La mine acolo vezi că e chill rău de tot.
Gentle and dark. This team is
Și
just
fiecare mă duc de atâta acolo și face drop-ul perfect cu aia. Aici dau cu aia, fiecare meci.
Oh yeah.
They showed us some stuff there.
Fiecare meci aici dau cu aia.
Day 2 they said Panda Ben, Levin Shio, Kelly and the crew, we're going to turn it up even further. And that's what they've been doing so far. So curious to see how they finish this one out as Quanti and Tripper are now going to be pushing Source and Notch in the storm. This is going to be a tough fight for both teams to take here as Tripper going to go ahead and use the shockwave to get in. Source is going to be able to pick up. Wow. No.
Ia vezi creier pe ăștia.
All went down so fast. What a tough loss there for them, but good pickups for Quanti and Tripper.
And good comms to be able to use that shockwave.
Uite creier pe ăștia cu aia, este de bun la cap, uite creier pe ăștia.
You know that that's going to be the play here. It's like, hey, they're stuck in this bunker. They're stacked
Stai
up
să-i
together.
vezi pe alții, stai să vezi.
Catch them off guard here.
Era,
Break things
cam
up,
era
shotgun
un
shot
hit de
maybe,
pump și a ratat ăla de la luat dracii.
But Japco and Cammy continuing in this 2 eliminations, trying to spot out the solo. The colors just underneath Blaster.
Cami cu Japco. Deci Cami cu băiatul ăsta sunt pe primul loc cu aia. Sunt prea buni ăștia până au build. Au 50 de kill-uri de ieri până alții.
An early exit in last game, but still atop the leaderboard by something close to, say, 300 points. So they got to be feeling good. Cal Gamer, Nema, again inside this bunker. Just outside of edge, but they're going to get double sniper truck cannon. Tripper and Kanata take them out.
Wow, and obviously that's not even planned too. It was just perfect timing there from those players. And now Kami and Japco are the next ones focused by the Cybertron cannon. Lots of damage there to their bunker, but still going to stay alive. As also Vanyak and Karmi just trying to hold on to the edge here. They are very, very close to the zone.
Uite-l pe Dandy cu Resguard acolo în dreapta. Ia vezi, care e și Dandy, are Cybertron ăla în sfârșit. Ia vezi. Rizandi. Ia uite Arabii, dă-le! Când primesc Arabii bani, ia uite cum fac.
So I fully expect to see a big, big game come out of them here in the near future.
Heal-uri pula.
To mention Thomas and Malibuca just being taken out in this game, but Rezon in a hairy situation. Amar as well confirmed, as Cammy will find that. They have 3 at this point, hiding behind a little bit of a wood ramp. Ruins of the bunker that once was. Rizandi and Refsguard.
Ia vezi că sunt în
A
zonă.
team not overlooked. Very talented duo. Expected to do very well. High up on my top 5 list. For sure.
Ia vezi
We'll
creier
get a little
live.
bit of replay here. Quanti and Tripper, and again, that play to bust through the bunker, just catch them completely off guard. They didn't even have time to get a single shot off. Just like that, they'll find them. But Cammy caught out. Japco is a solo here with no shield to his name.
It's a tough loss here for Japco, but Japco,
oh no,
I was about to say can find success, but as I was going to say it, Quanti and Tripper end up collecting that elimination, and that could be the lowest performance we've seen from Cammy and Japco so far in this competition.
Which isn't even bad. 20th is not even bad compared to some performances we've seen, and these two, again, just have to stick with the game plan. It's been rough for them. Obviously not going to plan, but Quanti, again, looking to try and make what he has work here. Kika will be taken out. Kenzo taken out as well. That duo will be...
Bine băieții, top 17. Momentan cred că e cel mai bun top făcut azi.
Quanti just looking to try and hold a line of sight. That bunker not going the way they want. Just trying to get some health back to it and really not left with any options but to take the gunfight like on Agers.
Bai, Dubai, gheață carai, văd acum zborește așa sus și încet. Nu știu mă, habar n-am, nu știu ce au făcut, dar ca încet a dus ăla n-am.
Longer range potential to most other shotguns in the loot pool right now, so it's definitely an interesting change in the way you have to take fights.
Hai să vedem dacă doboară top 13 făcut azi. Da, ce mai bine, un win.
As they'll look with their cannons to try
deasupra lui are un team, Resguard sare de nebun. Resguard s-a dus pe
Rizandi losing Resguard in the process down here on the low ground.
A pierdut în progres, auzi.
Just brawling, really nothing left but left in shambles.
Bun, bun asta, bun asta.
While it is a shambles situation, Blake and Cease are going to go ahead
top 13 din nou cu aia, de două ori top 13. De două ori top 13.
But now the fight continues on as Suns and Alex still in the game. They are the OCE duo, and the only OCE duo hanging out here, of course. Muzz made his way from OCE to NA, but he's an NA player now.
Absolutely. He is through and through. Blake and Cease, though, caught out here. Epic Whale and Acorn the ones that do it on low HP, but now Epic Whale's knocked Acorn alone, looking towards Baka and Pars. We're putting the pressure on, connecting with the Cybertron cannon. Gonna be looking for the opportunity for the res. But again, grabbing the heals you can. Axe Force and Vortexers looking to force Sons and Alex out of a comfortable position. They have the mythic drum guns as well. Acorn trying to grab any extra utility before he has to hit the little left foot, right foot to rotate into this next zone. Sons and Alex will fall to Casker. Still inside of these buildings, trying to hold on to any sort of natural cover they can. Optifluger still in this game. Top 7, looking for a solid performance as they're trying to find some more eliminations. They have 3 in total. Putting out shots with the MK, Vortexers and Axe Force, backside of zone, trying to make something happen here, but it's gonna be Hero, the one to take them out. Unsuspecting shots from the backside of zone.
Now here it is, Fluger and Opt in a healthy spot here to finish this game strong, but no, if anybody has anything to say about it, it's of course Dark and Gentle yet again in the end game. And it's gonna be a tough situation for him as Axe Force is gonna go down and Fluger does end up picking that one up, but no, he's gonna go down to Casker. That's gonna leave Opt as a solo.
And just like that, we're into the final moments of this game. Dark and Gentle looking to try and go for the 2-time on the day. Opt back in zone, connecting on the shots with the Maven, and Dark and Gentle 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale.
What an insane back-to-back performance. Of course, not back-to-back, let me be clear. Won multiple games on the day.
Absolutely.
And just honestly insane, incredible there to see them. They just keep finding their way to the end game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, this is what Cammy and Japko were doing yesterday, right? Where we saw first, second. Like we saw all these great placements. We're seeing that now repeated here by Gentle and Dark. This is a good day for them, but we'll have to wait and see how the day finishes off, as that is only match number 3 of 6 for day number 2.
Halfway through day number 2, that's gonna mark the halfway point of this entire competition, Panda. And this is the exact thing that we talked about, right? The difference between day 1 and day 2, right? Cammy and Japko, so consistent on day number 1, but we said, does it really matter? Because if you could be more consistent on day number 2, you could shake things up. And Gentle and S-Dark, this kind of consistency on day number 2 with the point increase, some real big changes on this leaderboard.
And look, you already know, they said, you know what, we're seasoned. We know how these interviews work. We're already up out of our chairs, ready to go. Like, we're professionals at this point. But honestly, the recap here from this game was insane. So many big names that we hadn't seen in the end games, like Kanata and Agers making their way too, and of course Vaniac and Karmi also finding some success there. But honestly, these final moments were telling, right?
Yeah.
What I thought was all Fluger and Opt to win the game came down to Gentle and Dark sneaking just above them, forcing them to take uncomfortable fights and ultimately leading them into a win. But now it's time. We got to go to a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
It's going down.
Vediamo l'ormo qui. Adesso proprio. pastile Pepsi. Data viitoare când iau o pastilă mă gândesc la Pepsi. Te auzi încet? Ai, mă, doare. Schimbăm tactica. Totul pe jos, că nu mai ne trebuie mousepad. Tastatură curge Pepsi, coaie. Din tastatură curge Pepsi. Nu știu cât de mult observați. Nu știu cât de mult observați voi, dar din tastatură curge Pepsi. Tastatură curge Pepsi. Mă, totul e picios să-ți bași pula. Totul e picios, coaie. Trebuie să scot totul de la tastatură, mâncava-i gura voastră. Pe jos! Nu v-am arătat ce-i pe jos la mine, nu? Nu v-am arătat ce-i pe jos, nu?
Welcome back to Gamers8, featuring
Nu v-am arătat ce-i pe jos, n-am, e vă arăt. E Pepsi. That
was something else. Dare I suggest this? Could a Middle Eastern duo win this competition to Carter? It's looking like it could be on right now.
Look, it can most definitely happen. At first place, second place, first place, they're looking as consistent, if not more, than Cammy and Japko yesterday. They are starting off incredibly strong.
Don't forget about their elimination points. The elimination points are more today, and so are the placement points, so they can potentially catch up and take that first place from Cammy.
Indeed. I mean, dare I say, let's go Falcons! I'm seeing that in lows as well, which is awesome to see. Everyone's going absolutely wild in the crowd right now. How are they ensuring they always make it into either first, second, or first spot again? I mean, how are they doing this?
Look, I want to do like an in-depth breakdown. I need to see from start to end what's going on, but what I do know is they are landing Rumble Ruins. That has a boss NPC, which does grant you a mythic MK, so I'm sure they're landing their shots. That's where those high eliminations are coming from, but they are just playing incredibly consistent in terms of always getting to the late game. We constantly see them there, constantly positioning themselves correctly, and they're just doing a great job.
Yeah, and as you were speaking about the MK, every single person is carrying an MK, carrying some sort of shotgun, most likely, mainly the Havoc, because the Havoc you could shoot really quickly, and then they're carrying either a cannon, a porta bunker, and then some sort of heals, and hopefully shockwaves if they can find any.
Yeah, so there's like a meta to what you need in the end game. The inventory incredibly important, as are the points in this competition. I think we have an official leaderboard for you as well, and it has gone super tight within 130 or so points now between first and second position, with Cammy and Yapko still up there, but right behind them on their tails, Dark and Gentle move up into that second spot, 1929 points. Boy, this is getting juicy.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here. 1929, you said it yourself, closer and closer to taking that throne from Cammy and Japko in that first place spot right now. And Zian holding on strong to the third place spot, but you can also see it's a very small difference from even fifth place. They're all in those 1,500 point range. It is getting close.
Yeah, there's like a big gap from second and third. You can see like that huge, just point gap. I think placements plays a huge part today, and you saw everybody. There's storm surge happening today. We didn't see too much of that yesterday, and storm sickness plays a huge part because everybody's playing in storm, so they got to be careful.
Yeah, we see the eliminations buff to points as well playing a huge part, because Cammy and Yapko only getting around 10 eliminations today across 3 games comparatively to yesterday, and that.
Tastatura. Am scos de aici loc să-i scot eu asta. Dacă am scos tastatura să văd ce am făcut. Ce luai? E nimic, chat, decât stau să scot tot. Dacă mă întrebați ce fac, cu taste. Sunt lipicioase toate cu aia. Cum ai reușit? Mi-a bubuit o sticlă de Pepsi. Mi-am deschis o doză de aia de Pepsi de 200 de ml și a făcut... Da, să vă arăt tastatura, că se văd urmele de la Pepsi. Cred că acur și prin taste. O să o țin întoarsă un pic. Mă duc rapid să curăț tastele. Că n-am ce să fac un cavaci, că sunt lipicioase, ești nebun. Mamă, dar ce te chinui cu degetul să scoți astea. Da, e bun Pepsi, e bun. E bun. Beau de Pepsi de pe tastatura eu. Terminat mai mare ca mine. A venit pe microfonul. Au. Și mie îmi place să mă iei Fortnite când joacă Zandi. Nu e chat, stați liniștit că tastatura nu e dulce. Nu o vindem acum, o punem Polix, să o vindem, nu? Mi-am rupt degetul pe asta. Mamă, vârule, nu ies. Stai că am aici o șurubelniță micuță. Ia vezi, șurubelnița micuță. Și m-am chinuit ca prostul. Am fugit asta. No. Bine că am scos mousepad-ul ieri și nu l-am spălat, că îl puneam la loc azi. Și trebuia să-l spăl iarăși. Hai să vedeți cum arată o tastatură umflată cu Pepsi. Mamă, ce mâna e. Sunt lipicioasă, let's go. E bine, chat. Acoi, v-am oprit sonorul, voi nu auziți pe ăștia ce vorbesc? Mă scuzați, cer mic. Uite-mă ce m-au uitat de
He was going to the gym, he was feeling ready, feeling hyped up, and you know, I think confidence is very important, especially in Fortnite competitive, and a lot of the duos have that today.
Yeah, I feel like they actually, one thing I want to emphasize, they're not losing hope. Especially because the 25% increase today and then the 50% increase tomorrow. They're not losing hope. I was having breakfast today with some of the players that weren't doing too well, and they were just like, nah, we got this. We're going in with a different mindset today. We're going on top of the leaderboards, and it's going to happen. And when you manifest it, it usually ends up happening.
I just love in-person events so much because you can actually spend time with players and get to know the inside and out of what they're thinking, their mindset going into these things as well. It's absolutely fantastic. Speaking of players, I'll find out a bit more about them. Fancy is standing by.
Pe sus pe aici e puțin rău, uite puțin acolo, așa nu e mult. Știi că se observă așa pe unde e.
من جديد نرجع في المسرح جديد مع جنتل واسك دارك يقدروا انه يجيبون ثاني باتل او ثاني فيكتوري رويال اليوم.
Nu cred, era și-au câștigat ea cu aia? Era și-au câștigat arabii?
اللعبه الاداء اللي قاعدين يسوونه.
Nu cred.
نسولف معهم شوي عن كيف يقدرون يفوزون في الجيم هذا. اول شيء ودي اسالك.
Coi, era și-au câștigat arabii?
ولازم نعرف وش قصة البلاي ستايل حقكم.
Din pula mea de arabi. Joacă cu cheater ăștia.
كنتم تقولون
chat, mă duc să spăl rapid tastele ca să scap de Pepsi-ul de pe ele. După aia vin cu mamă și uite cum pică încă. Pică coi, încă pică Pepsi din ei, ești prost la cap.
صراحة شو اسمه أمس ما نمت كثير عشان أشوف أغلاطنا ويعني عدلت أشياء كثيرة عن اليوم والحمد لله هذا الشيء فاد معنا والاستراتيجيات حقتنا نجحت وفزنا جيمين وزي ما أنت شايف.
We just asked Gentle about the similarities between his gameplay and his duo with what Jabko and Kami were doing in yesterday's game. So basically, he didn't even get enough sleep today just so he can get enough information about their play style and try to improve it and upgrade on it. And it's working wonderfully right now by them winning 2 victory royales. It's doing greatly, and we're gonna see how they're gonna do next. حبيبي يا اسكار، أول شيء ودي أقول لك إياه انه يعني العلاقه ما بينك وبين جنتل كدوو مره عظيمه، والكل قاعد يتكلم عنها انه بينكم سينرجي ما تخيل قد ايش. حدثني شوي عن الكوميونيكيشن اللي يصير بينك وبين داخل المباراه.
والله الصراحه هو عليه كل شيء ما شاء الله عليه، يسوي كل شيء، يعطينا افكار، كل افكار عنده انا بسال حقه واروح معاه، والحمد لله قاعد متوافقين وقاعدين نفوز الحمد لله رب العالمين.
اذا ضابطه معكم ليش تغيرها صح؟ فعلا. لكن الحين ودنا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في نهايه الانترفيو هذه، لكن يعطيكم الف عافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين. ودنا نروح على طول لمسؤول التحليل يتكلم اكثر. And by the way, I just asked Eskdark about what they did inside the game when it comes to communications, because mainly Gentle is the IGL for this duo, and I asked them, what do you guys do in order for you to get the wins? And all Eskdark said is that I just focus on following Gentle's lead, and I just, wherever he goes, I just go with him. All the ideas are his, and I'm just here to support him. And this is the dynamic that got them to win 2 victory royales. So best of luck to them, and best of luck to the rest of the teams. Let's go back to the studio to talk more about what's happening in the next match.
Thank you, Fancy. Great insight there from our winning team there, probably second in the leaderboard. The fact that they've been studying VODs all night long and didn't even get that much sleep, and managing to ultimately study Cami and Yapko, what they've done thus far, and putting it into great effect today.
Yeah, no, the IGL, as he was talking about, I just follow Gentle, I do what he says, and I just focus on eliminating other players. So whenever he sees anybody, he's just focusing on eliminating. Look at Dark getting that elimination. He's just always focused on eliminations, and whatever he hears in his ear from Gentle, go here, go there, he marks it, he follows, and he just does his part.
Yeah, it's like what we saw yesterday from Thomas HD and Malabuka when they kind of took those 50-50 engagements on the Rift Island. Thomas HD following Malabuka's calls, as Malabuka is the IGL of that duo. But you know, what's important is just making sure you're on the same wavelength, have the same ideas, and able to execute that most efficiently as possible. But here, checking out some of the highlights from Dark, Gentle, the match overall, and so far, you know, they have had such an incredible start that I hope they can continue to push that momentum forwards, but it looks like there's nothing slowing them down right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it'd be interesting as well, seeing that players like DJ and Sizlucky, not a great first day yesterday. They changed up that POI. It started to affect the way that they managed to kind of start to get some points now, eliminations. They start to challenge for placement as well, which is great to see from some of our teams.
Yeah, and something else I've noticed is players are using vehicles much more often. Rather, they're saving all their shockwaves. They're using those vehicles. They're actually sitting in the back seat, like acting like the vehicle is not being used. I've noticed some of the strats that they're using. They sit in the back, the vehicle, the engine's not started. They're just sitting there waiting for zone to come, and everyone's like, you know, I don't have to shoot at that vehicle because nobody's in there, but somebody's actually hiding in the back seat, and it's usually the duo just chilling there.
Love to see it. Love to see it. I mean, I also absolutely love seeing the crowd. I mean, we've talked about this before. Yeah. We're obviously in Saudi Arabia right now, in Riyadh, having the time of our lives, and you can see the crowd. There's a real buzz in the air, and particularly we have Middle Eastern teams proving on the grand stage here against some of the best duos in the world internationally, holding their own and actually excelling, so many of them as well. It really puts this region on the map, and it's great for an international kind of coming together of talent here. It's a fantastic part of that, and it's great for the game moving forward as well.
Yeah, and I feel like it motivates the players on the stage as well. You hear, let's go Falcons, and Gentle and Dark get the victory royale, and you know you can hear that cheering when they're in the last moments, and it kind of gives them that energy, you know, that focus in those last moments to hit their shots and do what they need to do to get that VR.
Yeah, the crowd is definitely passionate, very, very passionate about the region, and that's what makes it amazing. They're just so passionate. Look at them just cheering on. So excited. Look at the flags as well. They're so
the flags
excited.
Around, really. Everyone's kind of singing, dancing. There is a part. There's a party atmosphere here. Derek asked production here right now. Can we get some Falcons jerseys? I think we need these. I want to join in. I want to join in there. Obviously, we've got ourselves a bit of an extended break now with the players, a bit of a chance to catch up with each other and have some food, some sustenance before coming back into the next matchup. You know, question we kind of posed to you guys yesterday as well about, you know, what kind of tends to happen in this situation. Obviously, both competing professionally and a lot. And what do you kind of tend to talk about in your duos in this kind of instant? What do you think the kind of conversations will be like here? Because halfway through the competition now, it's not like yesterday where it was just a day one. It's actually halfway through, 9 games left in this 18-game format. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so Fortnite's about constant adaptation, and now the players have to adapt overnight, going from day 1 to day 2 of the tournament, but also now with the halftime, you get a bit of a longer break, and as all the other opponents in your surroundings have adapted, now it's time to adapt once again, figure out what they changed as long as what you changed, but now you have to make those other micro adjustments to see what you can do to maximize your gameplay in the last 3 matches of the day.
Yeah, as you said, it's all about adjustments. So if you're doing well, you don't want to adjust too much. But if you're not doing well today, I know they're talking about what are we doing wrong, how can we fix it, and how can we do better. So it's all about the adjustments, as you said, and that's definitely what they're talking about while they're eating. You know, just getting a refresh, and that's really good about Gamers8. They're really taking care of everybody. They're just making sure that the players are doing well, they're feeling well, and they're playing well.
Absolutely right. I mean, talking of adjustments, my tummy's saying the same thing. It's like, feed me now. What we're going to do is we are going to take ourselves a very short break here on the show for ourselves to get some time out, kind of a reconvene before coming back in a short while's time. When we do, you are going to have the remaining 3 games of the day, so you do not want to miss those. Come back and join us again for more Gamers8 featuring Fortnite in a short while. We cannot wait to see how this unfolds and what happens next. We'll see you after the break.
Open your eyes. When you look into my eyes, tell me what you see. Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Te auzi încet? Bă, dar aveam căștile încet. Băi, uite ce tare s-au pus, cât tare este prost. Bă, mamă, pauză jumătate de oră. Pauză jumătate de oră, ești prost? Te ducă dracu ăștia cu pauza lor jumătate de oră. Băi, ce curăță că aici. Pe kick. Că facem live la 12 noapte acolo.
I think we got it. I would say it's more like. This is a little bit faster, yeah. don't know how to do that one.
Oh, wait, actually,
pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's like an automatic pistol, I guess.
Oh, no, I don't, yeah.
No, I didn't get that one.
I'm so
I'll go
confused.
first, I'll go first. It's like...
Oh, the bus.
Yeah. Oh, that's like...
Oh,
when you jump
that,
out.
yeah.
That's more like, I think that's when you jump out.
Yeah, when you get out the bus.
Stăm un pic să vedem. Când ți-o stucă, să văd dacă mai am prins un colț unde să dau. Punem tastele și suntem gata, ready și noi. Sănătate.
Okay. A little more monotone. Yeah. Is that Surge or Storm? It's both. It's like I know the OG Fortnite one. I don't know this one though. Oh, wait, is that not the same? Wait, don't shoot that fast, but. Okay. That's fast. That's good. Here it goes. And then it goes. Is that what it does? I don't know. Hold on, wait. It's like doing. It's like. And then it's like. Yeah, no, it goes. It's like. It does something weird. Is that noise?
Shing, 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 shing.
Dacă vă pun, mai trebuie să dau.
Hopa! That's it.
That pickaxe is not, dude. No, I don't know. Bro, I don't know. How do you do like the steps out? But you can't say that though. That's what I'm saying. It's impossible.
Vine și el.
I need to hear it.
It's like I remember the sound.
Yeah, same, but
I can't like. How are you gonna say that? You try. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah,
I think it's like.
Yeah, this was better. What's the melody? Something like that.
I don't know.
It's like loud and then it goes like quiet. I knew the loud to quiet, but I couldn't do like the sound.
Shield bubble. Hasted Bishi Shogun. Brutal Bastion.
Pew.
Real money. MK Alpha. Fight of Spawn. Cybertron Cannon. Tilted Towers.
Ce mare jucător ce era pe vremea.
Shield bubble. Hasted British Shotgun. Brutal Bastion. Real Money. Red Eye. Fight of Spawn. Cybertron Cannon. Tilted Tower.
Bine pauză de jumătate de oră. Hai cu acolo și o să văd dacă stau curățat bine tastatura. Da, e bine. Și dă tot așa aici. Cred că mai dau eu o tură ca să fiu la tuta sigur. Poate las să câștige vorbă. s-a încurcat prea bine, da, de mult. Acum ce trebuie să găsesc? Poză! Poză cum să pun tastele. Space-ul, toată lumea știe să pun un space. Mi s-a dat-o. La cutia să văd tastele pe ea, părere. A căzut ceva. Ok, mi-am căzut asta și eu bătut în cap. Hai, lasă repede. Ce am mă pe jos într-un bătut în cap? Aoleu, chat, facem și noi 50 de licheuri. Am nu mai curățat bine, da. Tastele da, aia nu mai cunosc. Mare. Mare și testăm să vedem dacă mai merg toate butoanele, boys, după. Vede bani. Mamă că-i dau bani. Uite că te întreba el. Dau time. Ce să dăm un text să comentez pe cea, vă rog. N-ai de ce să comentezi pe cea, nu ți-a făcut. Un motiv de comment. Nu trebuie să citești chat-ul neapărat. Ce crezi? Nici mie nu-mi plac animeurile, dar asta nu înseamnă că dacă nu se uită la animeuri am ceva cu el. Continuă să-ți dau bani, să știi. Lasă-i pe oameni să vorbească pe chat, dacă vor să vorbească, lasă-i în pace. Zero, 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 deci 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Enter-ul. Caps. Dacă până trece timpul ăsta pun și eu tastele, ce credeți? Și viața mea sta pe kick, te pău Florin, te pău merg. Aha. Am pus toate astea proste, da, am fost chat, diseară facem live pe Kick, așa că dacă vreți să dați un follow, cine știe, aștia enorm. Ia vezi cine e de ăștia. Trebuie să-mi pornesc lumina, dar nu vreau.
Change my style up. Got that touch like my
E un pic că gen nu... Sunt unele de alea mici, gen niște semne de alea care nu le pun. Dacă te începe în 10 minute acum, în 10 secunde, mă scuze, 10 minute. Bun.
Here we have it, folks. We prepare for match number 4 after a brief break for our players. They are re-energized and ready to go. Of course, it's Panda and Ben K here to break down the next game. And just like you see here for Veno, stakes are high.
A început turneul, gen a fost pauză, vorle, mai sunt 3 meciuri. A început turneul, gen mai sunt 3 meciuri acum. Bă, ce râde cu aia handicapatul ăla pe fundal într-una, deci că e pareza, mă jur. Vorbește despre unii și râde ca prost, așa. Angajez ultimii proiect acolo cu aia, mă jur.
Great sign here for them, but Ben, can they keep it going?
And that's the question here, right? Consistency throughout the rest of these games. We're halfway through the total competition now with 9 games remaining. 3 left on the day. So we'll have to wait and see how things stack up, because it is going to go ahead and go up 25% in format as far as points go for elimination and placement as we move over to day 3. But this leaderboard is getting closer and closer towards the top. But as we kind of work our way down that top 10, it is starting to space out just a little bit. So if players want to make a run inside these top 3, they're going to have to make changes quickly.
Located off to the side, and it's the big strategy here for the players playing in person. Because remember, for competitive integrity, you cannot have a bunch of extra applications open on your computer. You can check out the stream when you're down, but otherwise, you are all on your own, and that's why you see those paper printed out drop maps for these players to make sure they know exactly which point they pull that umbrella and make their way over to the POI. But now it's time. It does look like everybody's getting those codes in, getting ready to go. That's Source.
Fac asta, ia vezi, poate vedem codul.
First few games here on the day. Love to see the comeback here from Source and Notch. And
poate vedem codul cu aia.
here in the second half of games, but
cum era să vedem codul?
We'll see as we prepare. Remember, folks at home, this is
că de-abia se bagă în custom acum chat.
And actually the halfway mark of this incredible festival here featuring Fortnite.
Yep.
We are at the exact halfway mark. Ben, of course, you've been here since the start. How are you feeling?
You gotta feel good, right? I mean, we're here, beautiful Riyadh, have to say. It has been nothing but spectacular here at Gamers8 on the Boulevard, of course. Beautiful venue, have to say. I mean, it's been nothing but spectacular to see the levels being up between 2022 to 2023. It's been surprising that they were able to up the levels from last year, just been continuing to elevate.
And remember, this is just the first week here, folks. This is going on for many, many weeks to come with several game titles. I believe the PUBG Mobile peeps are already in the house getting ready for the next set of games. So it is pretty incredible what is going on here in Riyadh, in the Boulevard. Of course, this Gamers8 event starting last year just continues to elevate the standards. I mean, if you haven't checked out, there's actually a versus stage going on throughout this week as well, and we've been able to watch Tekken unfold their Tekken 7, and so lots of great stuff going on over there. If you get a chance to check out that stream, you have to do it, folks. I mean, it has been awesome. We had a chance to kind of walk over, check out the stage, check out some of the gameplay, and genuinely, it's like, man, I've never played Tekken before, but I think I could now, of course, love Cecil Blake showing off the setup, getting ready, and it does look like the codes are going in. People are getting ready to load into this lobby as everyone gets locked and loaded. Of course, right there, the dark horses of this competition. I've been saying it since before we even started, that they are the ones that are getting set up to make a showing that I don't think anybody's anticipating. So you've had a lot of experience with this duo, especially Fluger, What is your take on their performance so far, and what are some things that they can do to improve
Da,
here
să-l
in
pun
the
într-un
second
colț,
half
să-l
of
pun
the day?
într-un colț imediat.
is one of these duos that are zero build specific. I believe the only zero build specific duo in this competition today, minus maybe some of the Middle East qualifiers coming out. Not as much background information, but Fluger and Opt specifically like to target zero build competitions, and these two have put in so much time to prepare for this, because to them, this is it. This is their FNCS. This is everything to them. This is what they really want to make and kind of show out to the world that they're here to compete on the biggest of stages, and they put so much time in. They've switched up the drop spot last minute.
Nu știu dacă e bine aici, cred că într-un colț stânga-jos e mai bine, nu? Ce zice, nu e mai bine colț stânga-jos?
The only difference is, of course, going from day 1 to day 2, we talked to them, right? They wanted to up the aggression. And we saw that just this last game. Normally, they like to play a little bit of a ridge just outside of their drop spot. This time around, moving towards
dacă trage, nu.
Try and prioritize some eliminations. Zone pulled back towards their drop, but still paid off really well. They're able to secure a top 2 in this last match.
So, from your opinion, after seeing what they were able to do in the last game, do you think they repeat that and make their way over to that tower north of Brutal Bastion? Or do you think they just kind of play like towards the ridge they were originally playing? What are you thinking? Do you think they change things up, keep things the same?
I mean, when you look at their strategy and their drop itself, right, they have a lot of space to cover to grab all the loot, right? So they need to take some time and wait. And by the time they finish looting up, most of the time, first zone is already popped, and from there they can start to try and adjust, right? If it looks like it's going to pull a little bit further south, maybe they choose a different position, but if it looks like it's going north, like we saw in the last game, I see no reason why they shouldn't be moving towards Brutal Bastion, because it's a triple contested POI with a lot of teams that like to rotate in. That gives you a big opportunity to maybe third party a fight, pick up an elimination, maybe find a solo that's lurking around trying to clutch up for a reboot. So realistically, if you're looking for a yield of opportunity, Brutal Bastion seems to be a hot spot.
I can see that. That's a good take. I like that for sure. But of course, we got to talk about Vidil, Mr. Savage. Vidil, exceptional player, did end up breaking his chair yesterday, but of course, it is set up for success today. He said, you know what, listen, my energy, I know it's too powerful. The players can't contain me, and I'm going to come back here in the second half as Amar just grooving and moving here on the stage in preparation for this next match. You love it, Amar. Look at, talk to chat. Let them know, Amar.
Gotta keep the vibes high, you know, it doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboard. You gotta make sure you come with a strong mental attitude, because we still have a lot of games to go, a lot of space, the time to go, as we'll keep looking to try and get into this game, in this match. The back half, of course. I want to give these players a little bit of an opportunity here to start to think things through, right? Because now they have a solid number of matches under their belt, so they really have to decide. I mean, if you're not making big changes in your strategy at this point, you're going to have a really rough time trying to breach into the top echelon of this leaderboard.
I agree. We continue to prepare for this next match, and thinking about things that have transpired so far. Obviously, Dark, Gentle, having a phenomenal day too.
Incredible.
Very similar to what we saw day 1 for Japco and Cammy.
Yeah.
I'm curious if they can continue that similar to what Cammy and Japco did yesterday. Otherwise, though, of course, you have Hero and Fahad, one of our Middle East qualifiers, making it through there. That team is another one that's a bit of a dark horse going on, but we you know as well as I do, we're in beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia here in the Boulevard, and of course lots of great stuff going on. Got what looked like some like an anime competition, more or less. I don't know who's the winner. I think that guy might be the winner, Ben.
It's a big weapon he's got on his shoulder there.
That's a big shoulder he's got on that weapon there.
That's one way to put it. In fact, but of course, I mean, the Boulevard, we can look at footage through a camera all day long. It just doesn't do it justice. I mean, we got the opportunity yesterday to do a little bit of a walk around, and it is absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful area. You can see the beautiful fountains. There's so many people outside enjoying the festivities. And just like we mentioned, right? I mean, Fortnite going on today, right here and now, but there's so much more going on here at Gamers8.
There is a lot going on here for these situations. Of course, you got to come check it out yourself. If you haven't been out to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, it is one of the most beautiful places on the earth. No question. Just incredibly kind people all around. And, of course, beautiful things like the Boulevard, as well as some of the malls here. Can I just say this? Like, I love going to a good mall and walking around.
Of course, who doesn't?
And sometimes window shopping, some otherwise really shopping. Yeah. Shout out to some of those local malls here. But they have been some of the most breathtaking, architecturally designed shopping centers here in the area, not only here on the Boulevard, but of course in the local area too for malls. So it's really cool to see what the scale of everything. I think that's genuinely what it is. It's like you go home and you're like, oh cool, I got this mall, like great, it's got everything I need. And then you come here and you're like, oh, they got a mall? And it's like,
oh no, they got a mall.
Yeah, it's so different. So super cool to continue to be able to explore out here, and super thankful. Obviously, I know us as talent, we're thankful, and of course the players as well. I hear stories as we sit back and get to chat with them in the mornings, and these players getting to experience things like this for the first time. I know even for Source, for example, this is the first major event he's been able to be a part of it.
Yeah.
And to see him get to explore the area, get to hang out, of course, with his friends and
bun. Ce mai ziceți voi? Toată lumea bine, sănătoasă? Sănătoasă! Hai că încă 4 like-uri să facem și noi 50.
We continue to get to check out what that looks like here for them. But what has been your number one thing so far in Riyadh that you have enjoyed, Ben?
Oh, I'll tell you straight up. I mean, without hesitation, it's got to be the food.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
we went to a chicken place, KFC. You already know. Shout out KFC as one of our sponsors as well. We got to check out KFC, and it was actually so good. And it's like
it's different here. It's delicious.
It's like I have KFC at home. Why would I prefer KFC all the way away from home now? I'm gonna be like, listen, DoorDash, can you stop in Riyadh and pick up food for me? That would be great. Thank you. So no, honestly, it's been a really cool experience. So you're gonna say food, right? I'm gonna say the culture, right?
Fair.
Culturally, it has been one of the coolest that I've been able to experience in recent years, and I could call myself a traveler, right? But I never really spent too much time internationally traveling until the more recent years, and so far, culturally, this has been one of the coolest that I've been able to experience. I got to go to some museums last year and check out some things and get to learn so much about the local area. And, of course, learn about the fans as well. Passionate fans in the crowd. Shout out to the Falcon team, of course, getting represented in a big, big way here. They've taken up a nice little chunk of the stadium. If you don't know what that looks like, well, that's a good portion of it right there. So, great to see. But experiencing all these different things here in Riyadh has been, honestly, great. And I wouldn't exchange anything for the world. But Moo, we got to talk about him. Moo and Tax.
Yeah.
Hot and cold. I don't understand what's going on here. It's like one game they're taking out Malibu and Thomas HD. They're rotating around, finding success into the end game. And then other times they're not quite finding the same success, going down a little bit earlier, but we have seen them fluctuate in and out of the top 10, currently in 14th place as of right now.
Arabi, cum meter Arabi.
Going to be another dark horse team. They are a little bit more zero build focused. While Moo isn't solely zero build focused.
Yeah.
They definitely have a little more focus than some of these other teams into zero build. Could explain why they're finding some success here on the day, but of course, you know, it is almost time, folks. We see these players getting loaded into the
Începe meciul, chat. Începe meciul.
And that means match number 4 is just moments away.
And we'll get into the action here in just a moment as everyone is here. We're loaded in. We're ready to go. Got to make sure we're all set up. Rearing up to be one to remember as we'll go ahead and start these back half of games. Not only 9 left to go for these players, but this will be match number 4 on the day. You can see everyone here in the stadium ready to go into this match. And we'll have to watch. We've seen a lot of consistent fights off spawn, but at this point, if you're going to make the change to try and push for something that has more loot, you need to do it now. Otherwise, you're not going to have much more of an option. You're going to be fighting for some of those lower spots rather than something within the top 10 or top 15.
Yeah, definitely one of those things that a lot of these teams are kind of eyeing up here in day number 2 is, of course, you do have more points that you can put on the board here in day 3, but day 2 still needs to be relatively consistent. They still need to be doing some things here in preparation for it, but
se dă cu 25% mai multe puncte gen azi, și mâine se dă cu 50% mai multe puncte.
It is important to keep the players hydrated.
Da, vorule, că gen azi inițial erau 200 nu știu cât, azi sunt 250 sau 280, nu mai știu cât sunt pe win azi. Și mâine o să fie cu 300 și ceva, 300 pe win. Azi se dă cu 25% mai mult decât ieri, adică ieri pe kill era 12 puncte, azi sunt 15 puncte. Ieri erau 12, azi 15, mâine o să fie 18. Pe kill, gen, o să faci 18 puncte pe kill. Azi faci pe placement iei 5, ieri luai 4 pe placement. Gen pe tot până la top 3 luai 4 puncte, azi iei tot 5 puncte până la top 3. Sau top 5 pe acolo și după aia iei 9 puncte, nu, 9, 10 puncte, 10 puncte, 10 puncte. Înțelegi ce zic?
Over the next 2 days, so day and a half. We have 9 games left, but these players coming from all over the world. We have NA, EU, we have Middle East, so many teams from all over the place, really coming from all strokes of life to try and make a run for some of this prize money and glory here on the Gamers8 stage. So we'll have to see as we're slowly getting in. Duke's here. Again, one of those players who needs to make some changes during these back half of games. Clicks paired along with him, so definitely a powerful duo. They just need to make some small changes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Clicks and Duke, one of those teams that realistically have found some success, but nothing that they can truly capitalize on in a way that will be impactful on the leaderboard. But it's time. We actually have a content piece that we're going to throw to here right before the match starts. Give you a little bit more context into what's going on.
Coaie, ăștia încă n-au dat drumul la... Au dat restart la... Coaie, au dat restart la custom ăștia. Mai devreme intra un match. Buga. Joacă, da, joacă.
Pretty good, pretty good. And then it's definitely me. Definitely me again. Like me. I'd say I'd be like, okay. He wasn't close. Dude, it's not like add some hands, like damn, bro. Wow, you that was perfect. That was perfect. It, bro. I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it. What's a running noise, bro?
Yeah, I'm not, you can't
how do you make that noise?
You can't make that noise. No, it's like, it's something like that, bro.
I told you, bro.
I think that's the best one. That's the best we're gonna get. That's what we're gonna get for that one.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, that was crazy.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
Nice with it. Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? I go.
It's like a. What?
What the hell was that?
Give yours.
What was that, bro?
I tried.
No, he just ruined that. Yeah, he ruined that.
Was that not crazy?
No, maybe he might have been.
I just cooked.
Maybe he might have.
Hai că-i bagă în meci în sfârșit. Faceți poză cea la drop-ul ăla. Ăla e drop adevărat. Ăla e drop făcut pentru turneu de 2 milioane, adică mai mult ca ăla n-aveți cum.
Obviously, you all at home can't see me trying to replicate what Clicks is doing there, but Ben's loving it as we prepare as match number 4 is almost underway. We saw of the bus path kind of present itself there on Fluger's screen, so we may have an insight as to what's about to happen here in match number 4. Let's go ahead and get loaded in as the players are dropping off the battle bus. Right now, and there you go. Okay, this is actually going to favor teams like Fluger, like Cease and Blake. They're going to go ahead and get to their drop relatively early, giving them a little bit more time to loot up.
And that's what we're looking for, right? These teams like Fluger and Opt, these split drops, the faster they're able to get on the ground, the faster they're able to loot on up, and then continue to look for these early to mid-game eliminations, because we're used to seeing, especially here in day number 2, these games being drawn out for a long period of time before we see the action in those 7th, 8th zones. But if you can get a couple elims before you get to that point, make sure you have every bit of utility that you would like to have. It's the most ideal situation. But Zemi and Pent now gliding up and over. Bevies and Pablo Wingu finding some success here. Congestion off spawn, taking out Yamzo and Paper.
This is a turn here for them. Remember, in day number 1, Pablo Wingu and Bevies ended in the bottom 5, I believe, of the leaderboard, and they were really struggling off spawn there in day 1. It looks like that's no longer the case here as they take out Yamzo and Paper. So a bit of a turn here for them, and that's going to be a quick few eliminations. Remember here, folks, the first few games we watched today, there really weren't any elims. The games were very, very slow to start, and it was because these players are all just trying to survive to the end game, but looks like the confidence level is raising for some as eliminations are starting to drop into the fold.
Malibuca, Thomas HG, I like that we get a look at their off spawn here. They've been landing here for all of the qualifiers in DreamHacks. And again in the finals, still sticking to their guns and what they know best. It's a great spot, find some high-level loot very quickly. On top of that, you have the slurp truck and vehicles, so you see a lot of the times this exact same rotation coming out from them. They like to quick push over towards the tower because there is a vault located just beneath, so if they're able to either take a fight with them or look for a third party, it's usually a good option. You can see them now taking some shots back and forth. Pablo Wingu, the one to pop the tire on the vehicle, so it looks like they're just going to try and turn head back towards the tower, secure it for now, wait for the zone to pop, and then they can go for the vault.
I like the play from them here. I think it's very, very calculated. They knew that there was going to be that fight just north of them. They loaded up, got a great loadout, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
And then immediately pushed into Pablo Wingu and Bevies. But Pablo Wingu and Bevies seem to have already kind of pre-planned that. They understood that that was probably going to be the case. So they got a vehicle of their own and just dipped.
Whoa. And immediately moving back. Kind of a little bit of a switcheroo here. Traded drop spots. Malibuca, Thomas HC returning to their home and returning fire towards Bevies and Pablo Wingu, who are now just trying to go on a little bit of a joyride to avoid any sort of pressure being sent their way. Turning back towards the drop spot once again. A little bit of ring around the rosy for these two teams. As Bevies secures both those eliminations off spawn onto Paper and Yamzo. That's what we speculated would happen, though, as we move into these back half of games. Those surprise contestations on teams who strategy coming into the competition have not been working, so they have to change something.
What could they change, though, to be honest? I mean, a lot of these teams kind of need to ask this question, right? And it is, what can I change to turn this around in the second half of the competition? Because we are at the exact halfway mark of the entire competition, which means for these teams that haven't quite found success yet, there's still some time to go, because obviously the 25% increase today, another 25% increase coming tomorrow, means that the points will continue to shift in a way that will allow for big comebacks depending on how the top 10 and top 15 do. So you're never down and out of this one as this game continues on.
Acorn and Epic Whale hanging out still at Mega City. They'll move to the top of one of these buildings so they can look for some pop shots on teams scattered around. It seems to be the general consensus for most of the teams landing here at Mega City is loot up down below. Maybe you take a little bit of a close quarters battle, but then immediately you want to try and make your way towards the top of these buildings, because so many teams, if zone pulls away from you, are forced to rotate in the surrounding areas. So those might yield some free eliminations if you can position yourself properly. Just like this, we'll see Malibuca, Thomas HG finally connecting the shots and closing the distance. Bevies and Pablo Wingu taken out by Malibuca.
Wow, that is, I mean, honestly, this is the Malibuca I was expecting to see earlier in the competition. So good to see him turn the volume up here in the second half of the competition, and definitely having a much better day. Of course, remember, they still finished 9th coming into day number 2. So it's not like it was a poor performance, but of course the expectations were high. When you win 2 back-to-back DreamHack Zero Build events in 2 separate metas and you win convincingly, everybody's going to come into this competition thinking, yep, you know what, Malibuca and Thomas HG, they're him.
They're him. I mean, that's what everyone really thought, right? 2 first-place finishes at two of the different DreamHack qualifiers. Everyone thought they were going to come in swinging and absolutely dominate the competition, but that just hasn't been the story so far. But of course, we still have a lot more to go. Pink and Anas finding Muzz. Bully looking to rotate away and stay in this one. The clutch factor is real here as they'll continue to try and hunt to find them. Pink just moving over these zip lines. It's kind of a scary area, a lot of untold angles here. As you can see that 1v2 here with Malabuka taking out the player up top, and then you see it, Bevy's trying to close the distance with the shockwaves. You just can't beat the Flapjack at that kind of a range.
No, you cannot. I mean, even at a decent medium range, the Flapjack
is so good. It's so good.
Again, we talked about it day one, actually the Middle East qualifiers, I should say, and we talked about how underrated the Flapjack is. I still feel that way. I don't feel like enough people are opting to use it, so we'll see if that changes here as the competition continues. But Clicks and Duke staying alive here. This is a bit of a change. Remember, they've been dealing with a lot of off-spawn beef amongst other teams and really not finding a ton of success throughout, but now Clicks and Duke making their way into Mega City.
Whoa.
This is a good change, as they're just going to try to survive here in these moments.
I like it. This is where they thrive, right? These close quarters shotgun battles. This is where that standard BR experience can start to shine through a little bit, hit those shots when they really matter off the right-hand peaks. So we'll have to watch and see how things go. Japco finding elimination on the Draft Hell and the Confirm. Cammy, the teammate in Dexafite. So they're still in this one. Bloomer and Lardle, a very strong day so far. You've seen them with a couple of top 10 finishes on the competition here in day number 2. Restguard and Ziandi, though. The story of these two has been, I don't want to say rocky, but I feel like a lot of people expect them to do a little bit better than they are so far.
Especially with the confidence they had coming into this. Again, I still think Ziandi and Refsguard are one of the teams that could win it all. Very much so. Like, despite where they're at in the leaderboard now, it's too early to say, hey, Refsguard, Ziandi, you're out of this one, because they are just so extremely talented, especially when it comes to having to turn up the heat and get aggressive. They're some of the best fighters in the lobby right now. But they were in a tough spot there. You saw Quinivert launching on one side, Fluger and Opt on the other. Realistically, they could have went down there, but they opted to move away. And honestly, the reason they did so successfully is because Fluger and Opt were not really pressuring them. They weren't causing any kind of issues for them, so they're able to freely get away from this one. But now we switch our focus over to Lonely Labs, as Noah and Blaster have been landing here for this competition, so they haven't had to move far here as Zone 3 is presenting itself, but they're going to have to start moving soon.
You see a little look-see here on this far right side of the map near Slappy Shores. A couple of teams spread out, Noah being one of them. Blaster, Cammy, and Japco still atop this leaderboard.
Dacă mor acum, o să scadă foarte mult gen.
Acorn, same situation
se duce pe
here.
7 chiar.
Figuratively above these players, but Vanyak and Karmi sneaking in, trying to grab a little bit of this refresh. Bloomer now is a solo, flipping around, trying to get an idea of the landscape, what's going on in the surrounding area. Vanyak and Karmi, hand in hand though, not trying to get caught out. Because it comes to zero build, if you are alone, that's how you can really send your game down in a bad direction if you find yourself as a solo, just like Bloomer is here. Granted, if anybody is going to be able to make something happen, Bloomer definitely up there on that list.
I agree, and speaking with him, it's so funny. His ideology about this tournament has been interesting. Obviously, he was not one of the originally qualified or invited players. He actually competed in the Middle East qualifiers just the day before day 1 here in the 3-day competition. And so he ended up qualifying through that spot. And that was a huge win for him. Now he's here in day number 2. And he's going to have to continue that success. And hopefully him and his teammate will be able to do just that as they continue to find some things to work out in their favor. But Fluger and Opt potentially running into Gentle and Dark yet again. That would be a tough fight. We saw them actually first and second place in the last game, and could see that fight ensue a little bit earlier than last time.
Looking to possibly try and seek some revenge, but
două de-astea fără. Bine.
Opt and Fluger, seeming like more than anything, Opt may opt to opt out. you could say. A little bit of a tongue twister there, but I mean, this duo looking solid for the time being. You know, they have some riffs, some temple riffs close by. They're very familiar with this kind of an area. Same as Hero and Fahad, who have had some bright showings in the competition, looking to try and make some bigger ones. Here in the back half, Reciprocal and Casker receiving into some of that pressure. Again, they have these same temple riffs so they can hang out in zone for as long as possible before rotating in late.
La 12 ți termină ca să faceți o idee. Încă 2 ore.
Listen, this
mai sunt
competition
2 meciuri.
So many competitions heating up here.
Și meciul ăsta,
Remember, there's multiple things going on here throughout these competitions. Tekken also happening simultaneously on the versus stage. I feel like I can hear their energy from here. It is so electrifying over on the stage. Make sure to go check that stuff out as well. It's Gamers8 GG versus. But now we focus back in on the competition at hand as Dark and Gentle are starting to heat up, getting potentially one knock onto a player. No, it does not look like they were able to convert on that, as Fahad and Hero coming up behind. Gentle preparing for this team to come over the ridge. But Mu and Tax here also waiting. Lots of teams here on this side of Storm, and this could be a problem. Remember, as soon as one starts shooting, everyone's starting to look in that direction.
And pressure is on for Mu and Tax as they have changed things up here as we go into day number 2, and really paid off for them as they're sitting just outside the top 10. Again, they'll need to consider any extra changes, but so far it seems they have at least upped the aggression coming out from them, picking up more eliminations as the competition goes on. Creaky Compound, the edge POI where most of the action is going to be taking place here as teams rotate through. Gentle, again, doing so well in this competition. Top of the leaderboard on the day. No surprise, they're racking up over 1,000 points in day 2 alone in just the first 3 games.
I mean, honestly, this is, I keep saying this, but it really is the best comparison. It is what we saw with Cammy and Japko on day 1. Lots of early success there in the first half. It's just a matter if they can keep that going, but teams like Anas and Pink losing Pink early could be tough here for the Gamers8 2022 champion duo. We'll have to wait and see how Anas can fare. But Fluger and Opt now making their way into the racetrack. Definitely one of the top spots, of course, if you didn't know. Malibu Katamas HD, this is their home and native land. We see them probably looted just about as fast, if not faster, than anybody else on the map. So it's always impressive to see them do their thing. But Epic Well and Acorn, another team that we have to continue to watch closely. Remember, they won a game in day 1. They won a game in day 2. They found a lot of success. They even find themselves, I believe, in the top 5 going into what is the current standings as of right now. So these teams doing very good. And one of the things, of course, that could end it all for some of these players is Gentle going down. Wait a minute. That Cybertron cannon is just something else. You do not want to be on the receiving end of that.
A little bit of a third-party mix-up as well. Mu being kind of stuck between the two, but Vert and Quinn now moving over. They found one of those knocks. They're looking to try and clean things up. This will be a 2v1 with another third team trying to get a piece of the action.
Da, trebuie să facă bine pe India, mă aștept problema, că acum e super ușor să intre cu oricine. Asta e cel mai nervant.
Mobility being the name of the game here as Quinn and Vert find themselves in a sticky situation. Vert with 2 eliminations. Quinn looking for the res, but deciding, you know what, I just want to try and keep us up in this game. We'll look for it later, so I'm going to shockwave away. So many in inventory and the ability to move back towards Brutal Bastion. So tons of loot, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up taking, what they end up leaving. But, I mean, look, you can't take everything, so you're just going to have to leave some stuff that could otherwise be useful. But no, Dejan not only going to leave some stuff behind, going to leave everything behind as he's been sent back to the lobby by Blaster. And Noah, again, this team has not had to move too much, which, of course, with this zone pulling north as it is definitely playing to their advantage.
And Accept and Dubs, a lot of utility in their inventories, trying to hold this team. And Blaster and Noah, the flare guns are coming out. They're located inside the log house, so we'll catch a blaze as they'll hop into the vehicle and try and rotate in. Zemi and Npen, same idea. They're in the truck, though, as Storm Surge will present itself. Accept and Dubs below, in fact, in damage. Still only 36 teams in this game, not really dropping very quickly with 67 players in it.
Bun,
rotate finding those tags needed to stay in this one. Bad sniper, next squeeze. So much pressure being applied. Kanata and Agers doing the damage here, taking down Bad Sniper. The look, possibly a confirm. Maybe they try and reposition themselves. They know there's one player still left. As Bad Sniper drops the heals to the teammate, and they're not going to try and close this distance. And I'm going to be honest with you, Panda. This is Kanata and Agers. It's kind of out of character for them.
This is quite out of character for sure, but of course, you remember, what we're used to seeing out of Kanata and Agers is an aggressive play when they get an advantage in standard BR.
It's true.
Zero builds a different world, and sometimes if they're not
Poate vezi că din brutal sunt Zandi
they might not take the same
Revgar,
risks
cine
that they
știe.
would take in the
Top pe
standard
Zandi e
BR.
3,
So
dar o să
props
orice
to
sperăm
them
dacă nu face bine acum.
for being calculated in that moment, but calculations are just going awry here as Pump, Trashy, Quanti, Tripper, and two other players all fighting towards the south side of Slappy Shores. And honestly, I have no clue who's about to win this.
A little bit of switcheroo there. Pump tried to close the distance. Quanti hopping right back into the vehicle and deciding, it's time to rotate. We're just going to move, try and get outside this building, then back up towards the top of it using soaring sprints. So he'll be back with Tripper. They're hanging out on the roof of the Slappy Shores south side building. As Zone is just inches away, it feels like, but they know there's a team below them. They'll hear them stomping around just beneath. Want to make sure that they don't get caught out or give them the opportunity to take the high ground from them. Adrian Kanata holding this edge of zone, seeming like they were able to find the confirm on the possibly Bad Sniper, whatever it might be. They found a body and a refresh of utility and heals those legendary slurp juices. Bully getting Muzz back into this one.
Interestingly enough, this team is set up for success here against it. There it
Uite
is.
cum l-a bătut, coai.
Doesn't matter when it's weak as Muzz and Bully cleaning this one.
Coai.
Wow. That's going to be Fahad.
Și o ducea așa de bine că au dat damage pe aia, că ăștia o duceau rău. A dat Sturge pe el, au bătut alții pe ăla.
It's definitely going to be a lot of damage coming their way as Bully and Muzz now going to heal up and try to make their way in. You already know Muzz leading the charge here on the motorcycle. I heard he is one of the better drivers when it comes to this little motorcycle scooter operation. So, respect to him making his way in. And now though,
uite că sunt în afara zonei cu metri. Nu știu dacă zona acum dă 5 sau 2. Dar uite că sunt așa ca idee.
Big shot onto Reason. Amar though still up as well. Arrow going to lose his teammate. And Arrow going to go down too. Amar and Reason going to clean that one up.
Takes the fight to the end and are punished for it here as the pressure is on for this team down on the outside of Mega City. But we'll have to watch the dead side. Flip our attention over to the opposite end. Mr. Savage and Vidil on the low ground at the bottom of the bunker. Holding down here, Agers Kanata, same situation. In a great spot in this next zone as it will continue to pull. A lot of elevation changes in this zone.
A murit Zandi, a murit mai devreme, nu? Că a schimbat, coai, de ce a schimbat? A murit Zandi mai devreme, atât am văzut.
Amar and Rizan exiting this lobby. Acorn and Epic Whale finding the loot.
Că nu știu, a murit, n-a murit, n-am văzut prea bine. Spuneți-mi voi, că voi puteți pune pauză. Mai în viață. Văzusem acolo, coai, că scria Zandi, Rezandi, ceva de genul. Nu știu, poate n-am văzut eu bine. A murit ambii. A dus, gen, locul 3 acum s-a dus chat. Vine locul 7 încolo. Locul 3 s-a dus, asta e sigur. Locul 3 s-a dus.
So this could be the turnaround game they needed. 4 eliminations and they're not slowing down. They're taking out clicks, but players from behind.
Bune, mi se pare prea OP acum prostia aia mythical. Mi se pare un pic cam OP.
This is the Malibuca Thomas HD I feel like we expected coming into this. They're positioned appropriately to try and make a run for the VR here to give themselves some win condition. They have the utility as well. Have to keep watching them. Cammy and Japko. No surprise here to find them with 7 eliminations and a vehicle still at this point in the game and some shockwaves, so still moving, grooving. The deal, Mr. Savage. Lots of duos left. Not many solos in this one as Acorn, Epic Whale finding another low HP. The bunker will go out. Great timing. Immediate, no hesitation from this team as it will look to try and pop some heals. The med mist immediately out into hand to spray themselves. Karmi, Vanyak One is down. Acorn looking to try and identify the body, maybe find a refresh. Spots out the team just below, though. Not even going to look at the loot. It's not going to be worth.
Yeah, it's not going to be worth it in that situation, but nevertheless, we do have Epic Whale and Acorn still in this one, which looked a little risky there for a moment, but Cammy and Japko, while they're alive here, they need to stay alive for a little bit longer. That huge lead they had on the day is starting to dwindle away as Dark and his teammate Gentle have just continued to dominate in a big way.
8 eliminations here. Japko, Cammy. Japko still won the MVP on day number 1 for the fact that he could pick up these high number of eliminations consistently and still holding that true here in day number 2 as reciprocal. Casker low. Looking to pre-pop this slurp juice before taking the fight. Malibuka spotting out Epic Whale and Acorn on the low ground. 2 HP. Shockwaves are out. Malibuka trying to weave through here. Finds the knock on the Epic Whale in the moment to pop the med mist. So close to the edge of zone. Not going to blink for a moment though, as they continue to put pressure on. Japko finding another 2 players. 10 eliminations already as we're just into the top 10. 6 teams left, 11 players remain. Reciprocal taking a lot of damage here. Quanti trying to trade the shotgun shot, but goes down.
And here it is, the final moments of this game, and it is all for them as Japko and Cammy making the biggest plays here on day number 2, and it is coming down to this. Vidil, Mr. Savage have the height advantage.
Să nu pierdă ăștia meci acum cu aia.
As everyone just trying to reconvene and collect their thoughts, but Carmi, of course, hanging out in the car, kind of living up to his name there a little bit, Ben.
Making it worthwhile too. Nema knocked. Not really interested in trying to make something happen here as Carmi will hang out. Cal Gamer solo low ground. On the far side trying to swim their way to victory, but sent back to the
L-a făcut cel mai bine, nu mai avea. N-avea cum să scoată mai bine de top-ul ăla, ești prost? Dă-o mașina acum. N-are cum să scoată mai bine de top 3, n-are cum.
I'd be very surprised as Vidil and Mr. Savage are geared up here to make something happen.
Bă, are cum, are cum. Are cum să ajungă pe high. L-a văzut Mr. Savage pe ăla de la mama dracu. Uite câte are cu aici, prost.
Deep in zone, trying to use any bit of med mist or Chug Cannon charges left, but here it is. Here's the move.
N-are unul cu aia mare ce le-a dat. Ia vezi, poate ia locul 2? A luat locul 2 cu aia, ești prost. Nu știu dacă ăla la 2 sau 3. Bă, aici n-ai ce să minți, au avut noroc de zonă, adică nu prea au făcut mare chestie. Au stat pe high și au avut noroc de zonă, dacă ar fi să o luăm sincer. Au stat pe high și cam asta a avut, n-am ce greșeli să face. Ia uite cu aia, i-a luat azi la puncte pe Japko cu ăștia. Nici ei nu-s departe, o să dă puncte. L-am de pe 15, nu prea e bine, dar e ok. El a făcut mai multe puncte. Nu care șanse, trebuie să fac un win și aia. Un win și dă pop-off.
That's still a massive game. Again, though, congratulations, Mr. Savage.
Pe 35 de-abia. Cred că ăștia se chinuie să nu fie pe ultimul loc, acum nu știu la ce se chinuie, să fie și pe un 30, cam ceva de genul. Nu știu acum pe cât o fi la general, nu știu scorul de la general, dar a urcat, asta e sigur, a urcat de pe top 3. A urcat sigur de pe top 3, asta e 100%. Eu nu știu cu aia, nu știu dacă Carmi a supraviețuit. Eu nu știu dacă l-a supraviețuit, cine a luat locul 2, asta nu știu.
Of course, playing this to perfection. Not as many elims though.
No.
Remember, the impact of elims here is massive. So, for them to not necessarily clean up as many.
Da, mă uite ăla la locul 2 cu aici, prost. Ăla la locul 2. Ăla care era în zona acolo, ești prost la cap. Păi, ești nebun cum a spus la locul 2. E pauză, habar n-am, dar e ceva. Mai sunt 2 meciuri. Deci mai sunt 2 meciuri și se termină la 12, ca să vă faceți o idee, da? Ca să faceți o idee, la 12 se termină, ok? La 12 se termină. Deci mai sunt 2 ore de acum, chat. 2 ore de live de acum pentru 2 meciuri, ca să înțelegeți. Deci am stat 3 ore pentru 4 meciuri și mai sunt 2 ore pentru 2 meciuri. Ca să înțelegeți logica, deci 3 ore pentru 4 și încă 2 ore pentru 2. Dacă mai văd mult reclamă la ăștia, mă jur că mă duc să-mi cumpăr. Mă duc un pic până în casă, chat, revin. Nu uitați să dați și voi un like, un subscribe. Un moderator care vrea să mai dea link-ul ăla pe chat, îl pup. Să facem și noi chat urmăritor pe Kick. Mă ajută enorm. Revenim.
Shit, Babu. Brecha. Brutal Bastion. Real Dallas. Red Eye. Red Tide Away. Cybertron Chem. Mega City.
Porte Banker. Heist Excellent Shotgun. Brutal Bastion. We are money. MK Alpha. Fighter Swarm. Oh, the cannon. Tilted Towers.
Gamers8 featuring Fortnite is looking good as game number 10 is taken by Mr. Savage and Vidil there. They land a knotty nets. That is exactly where the Storm moved to. The high ground, they know the area so well, and they made sure to capitalize.
Yeah, they definitely practiced their drop before. So the zone ending right where they landed at the beginning of the game, they didn't have to use mobility. Their heals were still, you know, max heals by the end of the game because they didn't have to move. So they just waited patiently, and patience is so important, especially in zero builds, because you have to wait in a safe area. You don't want to use any of your mobility, any of your heals. So that's basically, we got them the win, and of course their amazing aim as Cammy and them launched straight towards them. They wanted to take the hill from them, but their lasers were impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about amazing eliminations as well, Mr. Savage Fadil secured 5 in that match, but Cammy Japko, I mean, Japko on his own got close to double-digit eliminations in that match. He looked like a monster, just taking out his opponents one by one, and now putting that kind of throne back on his head, maintaining that #1 spot. I mean, we'll have to see how the leaderboard looks, but after that match, I'm sure they're still up there.
Wow. Look at this. Okay. We're still looking at only around, you know, just under 500 points difference between first and second place right now. But you can see Dark and Gentle in second position. On top, Cammy and Yapko. That is 68 eliminations in this competition. 2,470 points.
That's insane.
Yeah, their eliminations definitely got them that point boost, and the placement as well. They're just overall well-rounded, placement and elimination-wise. We got Gentle and Dark in second place, Acorn and Epic Whale third, Malibuka, Thomas HD not too far in fourth. It's looking really close.
The main separation for Cammy and Japko, though, it's those eliminations. I mean, 68 elims, 30 more elims than second place, which is Dark and Gentle. Not a single duo has broken the 2,000-point threshold other than Cammy and Japko. 4 games down, 2 more to go. It's looking intense.
It's looking really intense here as we move on to the second half of the leaderboard. Of course, all of our analysis brought to you by STC here. So let's analyze some of these eliminations again as we go further down the leaderboard. I can see the likes of 25 there for Pump and Trashy. Fluga and Opti there moving into 11th with 20 as well. And Blacker and Mixon equally so on 20. Bad Sniper and Xy's on 30 there. I mean, our teams are really getting eliminations. Interestingly, though, as well, you have our top team right now in Cammy and Yakpo, who currently have 68 eliminations, I believe. 68. The team below them, I think 30 less than them. So just goes to show when it pops off for them, they really capitalize. When it doesn't go their way, it really affects them, because even though 30 of them is more so than their counterparts around them, there's only 400 points difference.
Yeah, as we look at the other leaderboards as well, like 31st to 40th, there's like a difference. They're either placement based or eliminations based. Like 34th, Clicks and Dukes, they're 14 eliminations, but they're below Rezon and Amar because Rezon and Amar are playing for placement. So even if you have more eliminations, doesn't mean you're on top.
That's true. You got to be able to get the balance of both. And that's exactly why Cammy and Japko, like you said, Adam, capitalize on not only getting to the late game, but getting to the late game with a good amount of eliminations, playing a little more aggressive, or even just putting themselves in a position where they can get those extra eliminations on the players that have ran out of Porter Forts, ran out of Shockwaves, don't have that mobility, don't have that cover, and they do it so well every single time they get there.
Certainly do, yeah. I mean, interesting as well, I actually spoke to Vidil earlier on today, said he was feeling a bit under the weather, but certainly had a second win there, getting the victory royale. And speaking of second wins, having an NPC that can take a lot of damage for you makes a massive difference as well. We've seen it in that last game.
Yeah, it does actually. So I actually saw a clip where the NPC was getting shot at rather than the duo themselves. So it acted like as a third player. And while you're in the mix and there's so much going on, you don't know if that's a real player, if that's an NPC that they hired. So as a trio, having that third person take some shots from you, and then once they realize, wait, that's not a real player, and then they focus on the real players.
Yeah, we may even have a clip here coming at you. You can actually see it for yourselves, just how vital it is. But we talked about NPCs a lot in this competition thus far, be them taking damage, helping with splashes, kind of getting you porter bunkers when necessary as well. And you can see it's happening right here. Exactly, we're taking impact, so it makes that massive difference to Carter.
100%, yeah, we can actually see here, Japko, 10 eliminations, double digits, just for Yapko there. Cammy on top, having a bit more. This is what Emad was talking about earlier, about getting that high elevation. High ground is not just crucial in the standard Battle Royale mode, it's just as important in zero build as well. But not only that, the shot Savage was connecting there, he did not miss.
Yeah, no, their aim is impeccable. and they had 5 eliminations ending in that game, but Cammy and Japko, like you said, they're so consistent with the eliminations and the placement. It just gives them that much of a 500-point difference, which is huge. If they can keep it up till tomorrow, they might take first place.
100%. But something that is different with the zero build mode compared to the standard battle royale mode, we actually have a video here from the previous match showcasing the map. It's that normally when you go inside of the zone, you have to be careful. Well, actually here we can see what you were talking about, Emad, with the NPC kind of acting as like a trio there. If you got an extra partner, it makes you a little interesting. What I was talking about is in the standard battle royale mode, when you're inside of the zone, you might feel a little safe if you take an engagement outside of the zone because you say, okay, there's probably not a lot of duos here. But look at this map. The amount of duos who are outside of the zone almost looks like there's more than they're in the zone. And we saw this kind of come into play when Quinn and Vert, I believe, knocked an opponent outside of zone. And, you know, they were pretty happy. They were confident. But then all of a sudden, a third party came in and a fourth party came in. There's so many duos outside of the zone in the zero build game mode that you're never really safe. You can't really even take engagements outside of the zone if you don't know who's in your surroundings. You need at least a flare gun to mark those opponents that are close by.
Yeah, as a player of the Storm myself, I actually lived in the Storm more than out of the Storm. And I know it's a Storm rider. I'm a Storm bender. So I know the Storm's a safe place for me. I'm like, I can heal up. I can take my time. So like, I got in a fight. We lasted all the way in Storm. There's nobody usually in the Storm. Now it's like half and half. People are in zone. If they have a building, if they have a safe place they can hide in, they stay there. But if not, they're just in the Storm, healing it out, waiting for the end game, waiting for those placement points.
Yeah, well, we saw Kami as well there in that kind of the last kind of phase of the game, also hiding in plain sight in the back of a car, which actually pays dividends when it comes to standing points, because you know it is a legit strat sometimes you have to employ.
Yeah, I was talking about it. I was talking about it before. Like when the engine's off, you don't think anyone's in there, and the windows are pretty small and they're tinted, so you can't really see through the windows. So if you just chill there, don't get anybody's attention, and especially if you're a solo, because you can't really battle out duos, especially in no build. You get those placement points for free, and you know elimination points will come later.
I feel that 100%. I mean, our next game is imminent as well here. We're not too far away from that happening, but for now, let's check in with Levin and Mini, I believe. We're on the boulevard right now. What's up, boys?
Of course, yesterday we didn't see them picking up too many eliminations, but they've turned that up to 11 today. They're going absolutely crazy, and they're doing exactly what they need to do.
I'm a fan. I'll be honest. I want to see them take the whole thing. A Middle Eastern duo winning Gamers8 here in the Middle East. We've not seen big things in the Middle East Fortnite scene. For them to win this would be massive.
It would be huge. Another team that I want to talk about, Booger and Threats. Those guys are doing incredibly well as well. Amping up the eliminations, going a little bit more risky. It's what we like to see from them.
That's what you want to see from Booger and Threats. My eyes, though, are also on Cammy and Japko. We saw them dominate yesterday. It hasn't quite been that level. It's not been bad. Not been bad, but I want to see them start to pick things up.
I want to see that too, and I hope for them that they can continue their domination, because we know what they can do.
Of course, the competition is still heating up. There's still so many games. Let's get right back into the action.
See, I love a duo like Levin and Mini as well there. What a team they are there. Thank you, fellas, on the boulevard right now outside here at Gamers8, which is obviously an event that goes on for the next 7 weeks as well. Lots of games coming your way, but we are focusing fully on Fortnite right now. We've got a next game coming our way. Match 11 is right around the corner. Don't forget, you can share all your highlights from this competition online as well. Socials, make sure to do that. And let us know. We've got MVPs coming your way, Merit Awards to look forward to, as well as who's going to be the player with the most eliminations today. Obviously, this is day 2 of our competition. There are 18 games in total. We had 6 yesterday, there are 6 today, and of course we have 6 tomorrow as well. And these points are changing all the time. Obviously today, 125% on yesterday's, then 150% tomorrow. That's why this leaderboard is changing so much. So it is all to play for. There are 2 more games left. Let's head over to our casters. They were just here, now they're ready to cast all the action for you. It's Takata and Ema. Let's head on over and see what's up.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Gamers8 featuring Fortnite Tokata here alongside Emad from the desk to the caster booth. Emad, first time casting together. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to cast the games. I'm going to get really hype. I just want to warn you. There might be some yelling because I'm really passionate and a lot of these players are actually my friends.
That's what you love to see. Look, we need to match the passion from the audience. We've seen their reactions when the Falcons duos were taking it home, when all the players competing here are getting their pop-off games. You can see the energy from the crowd. The players already loaded in. It is game 5, 2 more matches left for the day. Remember, this is a 3-day competition. Yesterday, there was the regular points, 200 points for a VR, 12 for an Elim, but it went up 25% today in day 2. So, you know, the pressure, it's getting higher.
Yeah, 15 points for elims today, so that's really important. And as we saw, Cammy and Japko, 68 eliminations. That's not easy to do. That's not easy. Like 68 eliminations against the best players in the world on the biggest tournament of the biggest event of the year. Like, it's not easy.
It screams consistency, and it's exactly what they need to maintain if they want to continue holding that throne. But it's on their heads right now. Their only duo that has more than 2,000 points currently on the leaderboard is Cammy and Yapko. So you know they're feeling good, but also it kind of puts a bit more pressure on the back to maintain that throne, because you know they're gonna have to go to bed after day 2, wake up day 3. But let me not get ahead of myself. There's still 2 more games to be played out, and the action is still yet to unfold.
Honestly, knowing Cammy and Japko, I don't think the nerves are going to get to them. I've seen how composed they are, and even though like they do have the spot to hold, I think they're just gonna hold it on to day 3, and they might win the entire thing. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. This competition is filled with the best Fortnite players. Literally, like, there are veterans in Fortnite competitive, and they know how to stay composed. Not only in a tournament like this, the largest zero build tournament in Fortnite history, but also in an in-person event format where you have that audience, you have that crowd, everybody cheering. It can be stressful, but these players, they're used to it.
Yeah, they're definitely used to it. That experience that they have from the past, it definitely holds to today. Every single time you play in a tournament, especially in person, it gives you a different type of feel. Rather than playing at home where you're comfortable, you're playing in a different environment. You're playing on the big stage, flashing lights, screaming crowd. It's different. It's different, and sometimes different is scary, or sometimes different is exciting.
See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, people normally would assume when you're playing on stage or playing in person, it can be more difficult, but I feel like it can be the opposite sometimes. You can kind of get even more motivated, even more hyped. Like, when you're getting close to that VR, you're in the late game, you hear the audience roar as you're about to take that last 1v1. It can kind of, you know, motivate you to just do a little bit better. But yeah, we're still loading into the match here. The players continuing to get ready for that 5th match, but you know, what would you be thinking, Emad, as you also have been a player before and you have that experience when you're going into those last 2 games?
Yeah.
What's kind of your mentality?
For me, I always tell myself, listen, I have nothing to lose and only to gain. I put that in my head and I keep repeating it. Nothing to lose, only to gain. You know, I'm here in a great area, great community. Look at him smiling. Look at Kanata. He's always smiling. That you love to see it. You know, and in this tournament, even if you're last place, you're not losing. You're getting $5,000 each player, so $10,000 as a duo. So if you put that in your mind, like, listen, I have nothing to lose. I'm only gaining from here. If you put those nerves aside, you get that confidence, you get that energy, and you put it towards winning rather than shaking in your seat like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, no, it just depends how you handle it and how you handle it going into the last games especially.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's about. Reminder, $2 million prize pool, the largest prize pool for a zero-build Fortnite event in history. These players are definitely playing for a big prize. First place takes home $500,000. I mean, you said last place. They take 10K. You can sit in a bush all game, get elimed match after match. You're still taking home 10K. That's not bad at all, but $500,000 for first. You know, that first place team, not only the pride, the trophy, they take a good amount of cash as well.
Hey, never underestimate the bushes. There's actually a lot of players utilizing the bushes like during these past games. They're hiding in the bushes, waiting for that team to rotate because they know how the players played yesterday. They know their routes. They definitely VOD reviewed last night. They know their routes. They know they're going to go there at that certain time. If the zone goes here, they'll rotate that way. You know what I mean? So they learn the players around them, their routes, and they set up, wait for them to
you know, walk by and maybe get a free elimination.
Yeah, you can even see it on the screen as well. You have the drop maps printed out, even just the routes. Like you can see it on the table right there. They have put in the work, the preparation it needed to be ready for an event like this. The thumbs up, the crowd. I want to get into gaming, Matt. I mean, I want to see this happen, but like you were mentioning, it's all about prep. And what I like is this is the first time we've ever seen a format like this, which is 3 days long, 18 total matches in this tournament. So it allows not only preparation after day 1, not only preparation after day 2, you can prepare after day 3, after the halftime when you get that extra break to eat. So these players definitely need to put in that homework, get those micro adjustments going, and make sure that they're playing to the best of their abilities. But we're still loading in here. 2 more games to go for day 2. 125% increase in points compared to day 1. Tomorrow will be 150% increase. So as we load in, the players are definitely getting ready.
Yeah, look at Clicks right there, you know, just chilling, relaxing. You know, he's just no jitters, just relaxing. And that's what you like to see. You don't want to see like anybody like, you know, looking around, twiddling their thumbs, laying back in his chair. He's about to fall asleep. Nah, he's just waiting patiently. He's saving his energy, and that's what you like to see. You got to save your energy, wait until, you know, that end game, because when end game happens and there's so many players in that tiny circle, your adrenaline starts going and it's hard to control your hands. I'm not going to lie, like it happens so many times. There's so many players in that tiny circle getting lasered from this side, lasered from that side. You got to know what to do and when to do it.
It's stressful, right? You got to adapt. You got to make sure you know how to control all the various situations that can arise from this zero build format. This isn't the standard battle royale mode. This is Fortnite zero build. So you really have to make use of those crucial items like the porta bunker, which you can place on the ground to get a bit of cover. Or if you want mobility, the shockwave grenades. And other than, you know, the standard items, we've seen our #1 duo right now on the leaderboard, Cammy Yapko, make use of the NPCs on the map. Some of them help you, you know, duplicate. Other ones can throw chug splashes and heal you up as you're rotating. But taking a look at Quanti now, it looks like they're getting back onto that battle bus. The engine is thriving, getting ready to launch these players onto the island.
Yeah, I actually like that it's a no-build tournament because they're not used to it. You know, maybe they played here and there. There are a few players that mainly play zero build, but most of them are builders. Most of them are builders by heart. You know, they've been building since 2018. So having a no-build tournament, it's like everybody's on the same playing field. You know, aim definitely plays a huge part in it, and aim, you know, it just transfers over from build to zero build. So let's go. We're launched in the battle bus, dropping in. Let's take a look at the drop map.
Game 5. 2 more games to close out day 2.
Am să pornim microfonul cu metri, sunt prost.
Battle bus from east to west. Players evenly split,
era pe 3, deci Zand era pe 3 și s-a dus cel mai probabil pe 6 încolo mai sus, că l-a ajuns unii din spate. Mă scuzați, pe mine nu mi-am dat seama. Mai aveam și OBS în față și nu vedeam.
The players are very, you know, calm, collected, focused on not only their loot path, but their rotations, and they don't end up getting.
Na, uite, în locația mea se duce un singur timp cu aici, unii se duc în break-out și atât, și țită de la atât.
Who got knocked down though already on the minimap, so there might be a bit of action happening. But as we go over to Mega City, Iamzo was actually going to be the first one to get those 2 eliminations. Bevies, Pablo Wingu are going to be taken out here.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of players in Mega City. 4 teams in Mega City landing, so, and they're all insane players like Epic Whale, Acorn, Carmi.
Oh, Cammy's down.
No,
Cammy's down.
No. Oh, Dexify and Draftel taking Cammy out, and Japco's still up.
Da, cum au venit ăștia să moară
This is dangerous, Matt. This is danger for our #1 duo. Right now, the only duo to have more than 2,000 points, almost 500 points ahead of second place on the leaderboard.
Ah, pe 5, Andy, nice!
Off the rip, off spawn, not able to get placement points, not able to get elimination points. This could be devastating for the duo, but Japco might be able to make something happen if he can clutch it up with solo.
Yeah, if he can grab his reboot card, that'd be amazing. Dexify actually
so you
think maybe they're like, alright, we won't mess with each other. Not telling each other actually, but just telling each other without telling each other, like, hey, we're trying to all get to endgame. But it looks like they just pushed him, and Dexify and Draftel maybe looking to get Japco out as well.
Nu cred că a fost întrebul la întrebut Tepi cu el cu acolo cu aia.
He's just he's hiding and
being patient. Poate sunt și ea bun, adică na.
Key in no builds. Casker going down in the kill feed to Axe Force.
43 teams left, only one team eliminated so far.
Look, I said there wasn't going to be a lot of action off spawn, but from what we're seeing now, it looks like pure carnage.
Măi, perfect dacă moare cam Japco ăla cu Camis. Ce zic? De-a luat reboot-ul, adică na.
To mark his opponents.
Is stacked.
He is literally stacked. Like, he is looking good. Has the shockwaves as well if he has to use them, if he gets pushed by Dexify and his duo partner. So he does have that escape if he needs to use it. But looking back at Mega City, Reason, Amar up above on the building, looking down above or looking down below, see if they can get some tags on their opponents.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually all about to run into each other. So we might have a fight coming out here. Oh, he's in the bad spot. Arrow. Oh, no. Arrow trying to launch. What HP? No! Oh, man.
Bă, da, au schimbat comentatorii cu ei, că ăștia chiar sunt mai decenți față de ea. A schimbat comentatorii aici, prost.
Japco taking on the duo.
This is not good.
He's running away. 4 HP. He just missed.
Come on, Yapko.
He has to get out of there.
Cybertron Cannon. He has no more shockwaves left, no more mobility to use to get out of this situation. Out of heals, out of shield. It's a 1 versus 2. There's a 1% chance he comes out on top here. Is he going to make it happen?
Oh, man. And
Oh, Yapko, no! He said
Bun, coaie, bine.
if you...
Eu de ce nervos e. Bă, ce găs pe primul loc.
If I'm not getting here alive, you're not getting the elimination. Takes himself out.
Oricum eu nu vreau să câștige, dar aia acum știți.
Oh, man, yeah, you can see how disappointed he is on the screen. You know, it's a tough situation to be. Being out of the game early is just the worst feeling in the world, and I can go off of experience. I've definitely got eliminated off spawn many times before. It's not a good feeling. You just have to sit there. I mean, you can also use that time to talk to your duo, be like, all right, hey, listen, we got eliminated because of that. Let's change it and let's go into the next game with a better intention.
Look, on the contrary, though, they are about 500 points ahead of second place, so it's obviously not good to go down so early, but they have one more match left today, and I'm sure now they can figure out what went wrong in that previous match, and it's going to affect them, but it's also going to make the leaderboard a lot closer now. I'm not sure if someone's going to pass them this game. They would have to really pop off, but they're definitely going to be a bit more on the edge of their seat now.
Yeah, and you see Epic Whale with 4 shockwaves, 4 porta bunkers, 3 bigs. Like he has some really good loot from Mega City. Mega City is a large POI that, you know, many people can land at. Oh, he's shooting at the NPCs. Hopefully, I think they can get some loot from there actually, some really viable loot.
Acorn down below with his duo partner Epic Whale from above, kind of scouting it out. You could actually see Malibuka and Thomas HD, who do land at the racetrack north of Mega City. They hear those shots. They're kind of interested in what's going on down below, but not interested enough to take a shot.
The left side of the map is really empty compared to the right and south side. I was surprised that not more people are like landing top left, especially if they're getting eliminated off spawn, getting eliminated early, and it's happening over and over. I would just look at the drop map, be like, all right, there are actually not that many people on the top left. Let's go there instead.
Yeah, I mean, you could see when you looked at the drop map, I mean, the south side was incredibly congested, even around the jungle. There's a lot of the coolers now, so it gives that opportunity to get that little whip special serve, healing you instantly 100 shield and 100 HP. But as we switch over to our early tournament day 2 champions here, Gentle and Dark with almost back-to-back VRs in a second place there, starting it off. They're close to Clicks and Duke, though. Yeah. So this could be a pretty dangerous engagement.
They gotta be careful. Clicks and Dukes are very aggressive when it comes to pushing people, especially if they have the right loot. They are not afraid to get in a fight. Malibuka and Thomas HD using the vehicle, you know, using the zip lines as well, getting on the high ground. You know, we've always been talking about the high ground the past few days. High ground is so important because see, now you just can't get shot at, you can't get lasered, but you can see everybody below and you can determine, hey, I'm gonna look at you, but you can't look at me.
That's what I love so much about the jungle biome. It has so many changes in elevation from the trees to the hills around the map. It really opens up a lot of opportunities to put yourself in an advantageous position against your opponents who are, you know, rotating through the jungle. So you could see Thomas HD Malibuka actually doing exactly that. But as we switch out of the zone, Zemi and his duo partner M-Pen still up in the storm, kind of, you know, taking it a bit slow.
Se descurcă, băieți, se descurcă.
Maybe waiting to reboot casting, he wants to wait for Zemi and N-Pen to just get out, because when you hear a reboot, you run towards the reboot. That is basically free elimination points, especially when he spawns in the air right above the reboot. You can easily laser him out of the sky.
You got to be careful. It's a pro tip from Emad.
Yeah, you got to wait for everybody to clear the premises, double check, triple check that nobody's around when you reboot. Because listen, I've been rebooted many times. It didn't end so well.
It didn't go too well for you.
Before I even landed.
Learning through experience. Look, on the positive side, there is the flare gun, so you can use it to kind of check your surroundings. So, you know, maybe I can hit a reboot here. Mr. Savage actually already with double Little Whip special serves, so he's going to have more than enough HP and shield to play with as these matches go on. Hopefully, maybe even get that back-to-back VR as they did take home the previous match.
Yeah, look at Fahed and Hero taking like a good high ground spot, scouting. That's so important in zero builds. Scouting, knowing where everybody is, because listen, it's hard to get around, and when you scout, you know where you can go at what time, because you're on such a high ground, you can see everything around you.
Right, it's all about awareness and knowing what is happening in your surroundings. If you know where the duos who land by you are going to be rotating, then you know how to make your rotation based on that information to have a much more efficient rotate zone. Now, it's going to be closing more towards the southwest side of the map here, so all those duos in Bastion up northeast are going to have a longer rotate here.
Yeah, there's around 20 players still in the storm. They're just taking their time, they're finding the right loot, and they're just making sure that before they leave the storm, before they leave their drop spot, that they have the right loot to get into endgame, because if you don't have the right loot in endgame, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well.
Especially at zero build, if you don't have those shockwaves, those porta bunkers, even those instant heals like the slurp juice or the special serves, you gotta be careful. A lot of these duos will try and kind of conserve these very important items for the late game, so you have that cover and that mobility when it comes to it. And if you don't have it, you might even have to take some engagements to try and get those items to kind of up that percentage of success that you'll have if you make it to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the NPCs so much. You just saw Seti with a NPC, basically a trio partner. That doesn't really talk too much, you know. He's kind of shy.
You know, he's kind of shy, but might throw some jug splashes as King and Phaser. King representing Argentina now, his duo partner, looking to see if they can make something happen. Speaking about aggression, it looks like that's exactly what they're hunting for here, but look at their loadout, Emad. 3 porta bunkers, has the mobility, so maybe they decided, you know, we do have a bit of loot. We don't really need these eliminations. Only heals being mini shields that are one of the lower tier heals for zero build, especially with all the new items.
Yeah,
I think
once they saw Muzz and Bully had a cannon, they're like, as far away as possible. We need to get out of here. And it's a lot of the times it's actually better to disengage, because you know the players have better loot, and if you don't have the same loot or like even equivalent to it, you just got to get away and maybe eliminate them later down the line.
Ooh, looking like a bit of danger here though for Clix, as he has been cracked. This is an engagement that we've seen for lasting a while now, actually, in these Rumble Ruins. Reminder, there is a boss NPC in these Rumble Ruins, which if you end up eliminating, drops a mythic MK assault rifle. So we'll see. I believe it was what Gentle and Dark have been using throughout these matches. But now, shields. Clix has only recuperated about 25 shield. But they do have that Cybertron cannon.
Yeah, it's actually, this is a tough place to fight. There's so many tunnels, and it's just hard to keep track. So once you're fighting here, you gotta be careful, especially when the other team has a cannon.
Yeah. Trading Cybertron cannon shots. It's scary. I'm kind of leaning, but I tried dodging that in real life. There's the Cybertron cannon. Got shot, but Paper Yamzo now, they do have their vehicle ready to be used once that zone closes and opens up an opportunity for them to rotate. But like it was earlier, so many duos inside the storm here. You can take a look. I mean, it looks like half the lobby almost.
Yeah, no, half the lobby are just chilling. They just want to make it to endgame, because that's when the most points are available to get. You know, when you make it to endgame, it's not just easy to get placement points, it's easy to get elimination points. When you get elimination points, the placement points come in even faster. And on the bottom left of the map, it's actually completely empty. And I'm not sure if anybody knows that, but if I were them, I would, you know, scout out the area, make sure there's nobody around, and chill in the bottom left.
Yeah, I mean, especially as the zone is pulling more and more south, almost closing around Shattered Slabs here. But taking a look, Pink and Nos, our previous Gamers8 zero build champions, continuing to rotate through. Thomas HD on the feed, also taking down Karmi. I'm curious to see now how Alex is going to play this out. Kind of patient. You were saying it yourself, Emad. Patience is key, especially in the zero build mode.
Yeah, you got to be patient. That's why you see everybody in the storm. They're just waiting. they're waiting to use all their loot.
Am făcut bine ieri, dar trebuie să mai continui și azi, măcar o mei două să le facă decente.
Bully just looking for tags. Bully's chilling.
Gen era ieri, era super bine. Erau mulți în spatele lui și acum de-abia l-au ajuns unii, ca să faci ideea.
You really do.
De-abia l-au ajuns unii.
Kind of making use of that. 3 shockwaves, 4 porta bunkers, and a Cybertron cannon.
Yamzo and Paper going down to Duke. The double elimination from Duke. You know, playing in those. Oh, Clicks going down as well. Aegis and Kanata cleaning up. Duke and Clicks are out for the game.
You're never safe, Emad. You're never safe. The third parties, the fourth parties. Just when you think you've done it, a wild Kanata Aegis in the jungle take you out. Now recuperating all that loot that they were looking for as Quinn and Vert continuing to play a bit slow in a bush here might actually be able to pick Opt and Fluger out here.
Oh, they're sneaking up. They're crouching. When you crouch, you can't really hear the footsteps too well. So that's why whenever you oh, okay, they need to relax because when they have the high ground, no Quinn, he's making the break for it.
Will he be able to do it here? Quinn trying to escape. The vehicle, though, it's out of HP. It's going to blow up now. Vert Quinn, no more options for rotation other than shockwaves if they have some in the inventory, as now Fluger Opt continue with the advantage in this engagement, but now they've lost the positional advantage as they're down below. Vert Quinn up above now as the engagement continues. Vert gets knocked though. It's a 2 versus 1 now. Quinn against both of them, but he gets 160 pumped. He's one shot away, and Fluger ending this engagement swiftly.
Ia uite-l, Zandi. Hai mă, hai, băteți-i cu aia, că aveți nevoie. Bun mă, Zandi și Redgar, bun mă, băieți. Bun mă, bun, dar e one HP Zandi acum. Andy, hai că poți, Andy. Hai, Andy, bine, Andy! Bine, Andy.
Nice try from Zemi.
Zemi, from Zemi.
It's like it's normal, like, hey, we're all here, but they don't want to be next to each other.
It's crazy. I mean, you saw the Cybertron.
Au făcut cea 30 de puncte, 30 de puncte pe 2 kill-uri, ca să înțelegeți puncte aici. 30 de puncte, așa lejer.
They took him out pretty quickly there, I believe.
That zone is not going to play.
Bă, dar ce zone? Uite zona aici cu este bun la... Uite jic de... Bă, dar nu mai în colțul ăla și nu e nimeni, nu mai ești bun. Ce zonă?
And in Storm Sickness, when you take 600 damage from the storm, that's when it starts ticking you for even more and more, like to where you could barely survive. So they got to be careful for Storm Sickness, and it doesn't look like they have to look for Storm Surge tags this game because there's 59 players left in the 5th circle. I think they're playing a lot more aggressive. Earlier today, we saw so many players around this time, like 70 players up in the 5th circle.
You can tell the confidence is definitely increasing as the matches go on. We saw that first game, nobody taking any engagements, and the action is almost not stopping here in game 5. But Acorn now, we saw him hiding before as he lost Epic Whale. He has those 4 legendary slurp juices, so he's going to be able to stay a long time in zone, but he's still missing his duo partner, trying to find an opportunity to get the reboot. But you can see with so many duos in Storm, you never really know if it's safe, especially without a flare gun to mark those opponents. As we switch back over to Queasy and Vino, though, who are not in the best of situations, but it could be worse.
Could be worse. Good. And especially for Acorn, if he's trying to reboot, oh, look at them taking out
the
vehicle. They don't want them to rotate, and they want to catch them while they're rotating on foot rather than the vehicle, because in the vehicle, it's hard to get some tags.
Yeah,
thinking ahead.
Yeah,
the Cybertron cannons continue to blast all these bunkers away, breaking those metallic pieces bit by bit, as it's Maz and Bully who are actually getting lasered here by Vino. He's not a fan of any vehicle on the map here, but he does have that NPC.
Yeah, Bully and Muz not looking too good. Muz going down. Oh man, King also going down. Yeah, when your car explodes in the middle of the map, that's like a siren. Like, hey, look at me. Oh, he just canned himself.
Și-a dat singur coaie, bă, ăsta e prost rău de tot. Ăsta și-a dat singur coaie.
Oh man, we got some big names going down, and yeah, like I said, when you have a car, it's good, but you gotta be careful, because if it explodes right next to you, that's a siren for everybody. Hey, look at me, my car just exploded, I might be low HP, and that's exactly what happened to Muz and Bully.
A lot of self-inflicted damage in this match from the start to the end here. So we switch over to the NA West duo, but now on Central, Pars and Baka. But if we look back, Vidil, Mr. Savage, game 4. Victors looking to make something happen. The back-to-back We got to be careful with so many players around. Threats is a solo close by. That tree not going to last much longer as Mr. Savage and Vidil split in different locations here. So now they're not even together as Vidil is just trying to outlast the bullets, going tree by tree, using what he can from the environment as Mr. Savage takes shots to cover him.
Yeah, he found threats and he eliminated his
La
solo, and he didn't have any heals anyway, so if I were threats, I actually wouldn't have shot, but I think he had to because his zone was moving, and he just had to get like maybe a refresh and opportunity. He had to take that risk to get any loot that he can find. Baka and Par is actually playing really well this game. They have 2 eliminations, and they were waiting on the high ground in a really good position, and they kept their vehicle. So now they just use that vehicle, don't use any rotation. Oh, still getting cannoned.
No more shield. 26, 24, 0 HP left for Vidil. Knocked down all up to Mr. Savage now. With his med mist, Cybertron cannon.
The zone zona qua
is ticking quickly though.
Sa 2, non mare, ce chance. A murit Zandi.
So he has to get out of there as fast as he can, or he might be going down to Storm soon.
Queasy Vino continuing though, looking a lot more healthy than Savage and Vidil as they split up a little bit to not hit each other with those shockwaves.
Atunci nu-i prea bine. Bă, dar cum face asta cu ei? Cum s-a dus așa de sus? Să mor de știu.
Sprints augment combined with the shockwave impulse grenade.
Cease and Blake have to get out of there. Oh my! And you cannot be in the open for too long. Vidal going down in the kill feed, or in the elimination feed. We got Andalex going down as well. Man, Blake escaping. Cease knocked, but he's not going back for him.
I believe that was Malibuka as well, hiding down below, trying to be as safe as possible, but without the porta bunkers, without the cover, it's very difficult. For Blake though, 4 shockwaves, 4 bunkers, looking a lot safer.
Yeah, he's just acting like he's not there. He put that bunker down and he's like, please nobody look at me, please.
Coi, dar e și Riv Zandi, așa am citit.
Acorn got him up, he rebooted him. He got him? He's looking really healthy, but they don't have
Coi, nu-ți cred și Riv Zandi.
Gentle going down in kill feed, or in the elimination feed. Veno also being taken out.
Gotta be careful here. The zone gets smaller and smaller. These
Uite cu aia că în viață, mă, ce aveți? Băi, Daniță.
You have to be careful with what your choices are as Kika gets knocked down up above Tax and Moo on that high elevated position, getting that visual awareness and all these opponents.
Bine, trebuie să tragă cât mai mult de el cu aia. Trebuie să tragă rapid cât mai mult top pase.
He's gonna have to do a very risky rotate here.
Nu prea vedem unde e el, asta e problema. Uite-l, e pe la colț, în colțul din față, capăt, e mai bine în zonă. E perfect în zonă, cred. Da, e perfect în zonă, cred.
Man, Tripper, they have pretty good loot. Quanti, taking out Pars and Baka.
Eu uite-l pe Zandi. Zandi.
Zandy here, grouping up with Refsguard. They were looking incredibly strong throughout this whole tournament, staying in that.
Bun! L-a bătut, l-a bătut! Hai, coaie, schimbă înapoi! Nu știm dacă l-a bătut, cea, nu știm dacă l-a bătut, e bine. A bătut Refsguard pe unul? Top 15. Hai, coaie, vă trebuie un top bun, vă trebuie un top bun și credem în voi, credem în voi, hai.
Gonna get in that engagement, 2 versus 2, it's Pink, it's a Nos, as Pink goes down, it's all up to a Nos, now he hits that one pump on Bloomy though. Lardle now, the 1 versus 1, who is gonna connect more shots here as Lardle does it and Nos goes down, but now he has to be careful.
Gata, deja a scos top 11 pe chat, e cel mai bun top pe care l-a făcut azi momentan. Hai să vedem ce top scoate până la urmă.
Yeah, they're lasering opt right now.
Mamă, fac win cu aia, fac win. Fac win cu aia, fac win, ești prost? A făcut win cu aia, fac win. A bătut pe unul Refsguard.
Refsguard, Zandy, 8 eliminations total.
Nah, băi, Refsguard.
You gotta be careful where you aim it, Refsguard. Losing some HP.
Hai că pot să facă win cu aia. Top 7, hai că e bine, mă, dă pop-off. Nu mai ilia nimeni, urcă înapoi în top.
That's all you need.
Acorn actually went down and Epic Whale just chilling, waiting for the placement points.
Ia vezi, singurii care sunt aici în dreapta ăștia sunt Zandi cu Refsguard, ăștia de aici sunt cei mai bine pe rotate. Ori sunt ei, ori sunt aia din zonă. No, ei sunt, da. Cel mai bun rotate cu aia, ia uite-i. Ia uite-i cu aia. Top 4. Hai cu aia că pot win-ul. Hai că pot win-ul. Bun! 1 HP? Nu, nu, nu! Bun, mă, bun. Hilați-vă, hilați-vă! Bun, da, Zendi! Hai, Zendi! Zendi! Revsgar s-a dus. Revsgar s-a dus, hai! Hai, Zendi! Zendi! Zendi!
has the most HP. It's a 1v1. They're both knocked.
1v1 Zendi! Zendi! Zendi!
Oh my god!
Zendi!
He's making a pro player right here. He's taking so much damage to Storm, and he has to go to zone, but he has to watch behind him because he might get lasered.
Zendi!
Running out of med mist.
Zendi!
Get the zone. It looks like he's going down to the Storm. Andy about to look back. He found another med mist. It's med mist versus med mist right now. 1v1.
Zendi! Hai, bă, mori!
Staying in the Storm is looking good for Andy. I think he's gonna take the win.
Andy!
With the victory.
Bun, mă!
Let's go!
The excitement,
look how hyped they are.
the energy, the hype. Z Andy and Refscar not only with the victory royale, the double-digit elimination victory royale, total of 14 eliminations for this duo. You can see that excitement. You can see that hype. The screams. They were already top 3 on the leaderboard.
A plecat, chat, a plecat. A plecat tweet-ul. GG Andy. Andy, că nu mai așa au zis ăștia. Andy, Andy. Insane, coaie, insane. Insane, coaie. Să bucură Liviu Varcă ca el. Ia vezi, cum se chema coaia asta, că nu mai vine numele în cap. Nu mai vine numele în cap coaie, ia uite ce vorbesc. Bine. Acum o să vină un pic în față, o să țină un aici frumos, un cuvânt, două pentru noi. TeamSpeak, așa. Ia uite toți oamenii lângă el acolo. Pe cât a urcat coaia? A urcat pe 2? A urcat pe 2? Faceți-mă o poză, stau și eu.
We love to see it. Let's check out some highlights here from the match.
Hai, rapid.
What or how this
Pe 4. E bine, e bine. E bine, nu e rău. E bine, și la general, a urcat și la general înseamnă. Să vedem pe cât a urcat la general, chat. Să vedem pe cât a urcat la general. Ia uite-l pe Andy. Bine că le-a tras aici Andy, că altcumva era greu. Ce le-a tras Andy? 2 sau 3? Acolo ar trebui să fie. Nu, 2 n-are cum. 3 sau 4, 3 sau 4 are cum să fie. 2 n-are, 1 sau 2 n-are cum. Dar 3 sau 4 are 100% șansă. Andy! Andy! Ia vezi-l. GG Revsgar, GG, vine Revsgar. Andy! Hai să vedem aici când îți scoate în față ce zice. Saudi Arabia. Și m-a luat cu reclame să mi se facă rău. Când vă reclame, mă ia cu răuță așa, mă ia cu răuț când vă reclame.
Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Arob mă Andy. Sau mai mult Andy. Pe 4. Din câte mi-aduc aminte, lui ăsta nu-i plac interviurile. Din câte ți-aduce aminte, îți aduce aminte corect. Îți aduce aminte corect. Dar e final asta, e la arab cu aia acum, e la arab, joacă la arab frumos. Frumos la arabi. Să pe schemul mai mic. Cu aia oricum o să fie pe centru tot, o să fie pe centru. O să fie pe centru, o să vezi că e pe centru, se vede totul bine. E meci 2, gen e ziua 2 și mai mâine, ziua 3 care se duce cu 5 de lasă mai multe puncte. Pau. Păi și că câștigă? Nu știu, gen 100.000. 50.000, nu știu, dacă zic acum, gen dacă s-ar menține pe locul care ar fi, gen. Dacă se menține să zic pe 3, 100.000 de căciulă. Și e bun! Dacă Cosmin. Puțin, dar locul nu e baza, știi? Și cred că mai are și șansa la MVP, dar la most kill n-are cum. Este atât. Păi n-am zis că e 100.000.
Welcome back to Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Look who it is! Level 2K and Shio wage. Actually, Shio these days arrived in the helicopter. That's how he's rolling.
Am zis 100 de mii gen la locul 3, că e 200. Pe spate toată viața, nu stai pe spate toată viața cea, nu stai pe spate toată viața cu atâția. Nu stau un an, 2, 3. Contează cum na. Acolo arată deja split.
So good, right? I think you look at the competition last year, all the players were like, oh my god, this is so good, best event I've ever been at. You almost think, how can you make it better? How can it get better?
Da, coaie, cred că e. Da, măi, deja split aici, e deja split aici, da, un coaie. E deja split aici. Hai că e deja, nu e coaie deja split, ce... Bă, tămă. Sau ba da, ia stai. Nu, nu e split, nu e split, dracu, nu e split, ce aveți, mă, stați un pic că m-ați dăpăcit de cap. Nu e split cu aia, cine a zis că e split, nu e split, că e 5, 8, 10. Adică e 1 milion până aici și n-are cum, știi? Dar nu e split, boy, e cum am zis eu, 100.000 dacă are la locul 3.
Yeah, that finish was very intense as well, right? Both players running in the zone, you're thinking, oh my goodness, who's going to take it? I think it's
L-a dus pe Negru să mânca aici gura lui.
these guys be very
Negru ăsta are viață în el. Are viață în el, Negruță. Te pup, Negrule, te pup. Cabral! Dar să-i aducă un pic în față, că eu cam asta vreau să văd. Cum să vă zic. Cine beți ia de pe 1. Cami cu Japco și vine din spate pe 2, cred că sunt gălătă cu nu știu cine. Habar nu știu ce Hai să vedem. Deci Zandi e pe 3. Ia vezi, că nu e chiar așa departe de locul 1. Nu e departe de locul 1. 46, ok, a doua echipă cu cele mai multe kill-uri. Mă, deci, la MVP are șanse Zandi. Deci taxe nu e realist oricum. Bă, stai așa, gen, la Arab nu sunt taxe, nu se taxează așa ceva la Arab. Și la Arab sunt cele mai mici taxe, adică... Știi ce zic, Surfy? Dacă ar fi să le taxeze, sunt cele mai mici taxe la Arabi oricum, adică n-ai ce să comentezi de taxe. Oricum are șanse la MVP, cred că are șanse la MVP, nu? Cam ar trebui să aibă șanse la MVP Zandi. Și poate dacă face mai multe kill-uri, dar mai are mâine, o zici, n-are cum să-i depășească cu aia pe ăștia cu 68. Mă? Da. Dacă își face o firmă acolo, știi ce zic? Și nu cred că e chiar așa greu de făcut să-ți faci o firmă în străinătate. MVP ca la CS? Da, MVP ca la CS. Dacă iată fânul, greu credem-o, scuză-mă pe mine. Știu că România îți faci super ușor, e bun la cap. Dar nici acolo cu aia, că mă uitam la clipuri pe TikTok care te învață cum să-ți faci, nici acolo nu e chiar așa greu cu aia. Tot am luat de aia care te învățau cum să-ți faci. Să-ți facă? Păi și 3 săptămâni cu aia, dar asta nu înseamnă că nu e ușor. Că durează e o treabă, știi ce zic?
He'll be ready for that moment.
Yeah, the best part about it is that they literally have days of games left, so it's not the end of the world.
Ultimul loc, bă, nu e ultimul loc, nu e ultimul loc, e băguita aia.
Obviously, we're going to take a look at some of the
E
highlights
băgui, nu e niciodată ultimul loc, chat.
what happened in the last matchup here, but I mean, you guys have been there, you've been behind the scenes kind of
La general sau la ce să fie pe ultimul loc? Că nu prea are cum să fie la general pe ultimul loc.
What have you kind of noticed of the last 2 days that's really kind of taken you by surprise, or anything that's really stood out to you?
Nu te învață la școală? Păi da, cu nu te învață la școală, ce crezi?
It's so slow paced through the first couple zones, and then all of a sudden you hit like zone 6, zone 7, and bam, everything goes so fast paced. It's like if you were sleeping,
nu e mult vorul, ești nebun.
quickly be caught out, like very quickly.
Câteva mii. Păi gândește aici, contează ce top ia, mă, nene, contează cam ce top ia.
More impressive to me to be able to get through that and still succeed.
Absolutely, I was going to say the same thing. To give that point some imagery, it's a marathon on a very steep cliff that has big drops randomly, and if you're not paying attention, going at the right pace, a lot of these people, Adam, they're tripping up.
În străinătate, dacă îți faci cu o firmă, cred că îți faci destul de rapid. Eu așa am văzut la pe TikTok la unii gen de firmă care să-ți facă, știi? Acum nu știu, că n-am făcut, dar pula mea, zic ce am văzut la aia. Mă, dar vorbește asta așa de rapid, nu înțeleg nimic. Ok. Mai încep mâncați aici gura, tați, să moară. Negru ăsta e pe Cileanu, așa, dar ăla albu e pe turbă, ești prost.
points increase tomorrow as well. So it's only going to get even more drastic tomorrow in terms of just seeing teams fluctuate all over the leaderboard.
And you know how momentum works. Every time it's towards those last games, more teams end up soaking up more points, more elims in general. So records get broken, 6 more games instead of just 2. It's nuts.
Just like you fellas, points are buffed tomorrow, and this is exactly what's coming our way. 150% over the first day, which is going to make a massive difference. We can already see now. I mean, yesterday we kind of talked about strats earlier on, and Cami and Jack, but whether or not they actually went a bit too early with that strat, whether it was kind of like copied by others as well. I want to hear exactly what Refsguard and Ziani have to say here. This is what happened. We caught up with them on stage.
The closing stages of Game 2 are fast approaching. Just 7 maps left, and $2 million will be distributed amongst our competitors. I'm standing here with Ziandi and Refsguard. Refsguard, how does it feel to hear that? $2 million tomorrow.
I don't know. I just want to win. So, I mean, it's nice we get 500 gains if we win, but yeah, it's big money. It's big money.
That's one of the biggest games that we've seen today. 14 eliminations. I mean, Ziandi, I think that was like a 1v2 at the very end. I mean, what was the vibes like? Were you just screaming into the headset, or were you trying to just keep as calm as possible?
It was kind of a messy game because he went down in like just before late game, but I somehow managed to get him up again. And then I don't even know what happened. We just went full crazy, and a duo went to fight us in the last zone. I hit both of them hard, and he killed both, but I died. And then he just 2v1. So I don't know. He's just the best player, I think.
It just becomes a bit of a haze, doesn't it, when that much energy kind of fills you up. Now, I just wanted to ask you quickly, because today you've kind of been chipping away and just climbing the ranks. You've been putting in good numbers. You've been consistent all day. What's your drop zone been like? Has it been pretty hectic, or have you kind of had the ability to, you know, loot up, get a vehicle? What's been the situation?
I mean, it kind of changes from game to game. Sometimes there's players doing some weird stuff. But we are ready for it. We know what to do if someone is trying to make a place on us. And yeah, I don't think we have been playing good today. We were actually very triggered. We keep saying that we need to get one good game and we need to win a game, and then everything's going to change, and that's what we do.
But also, for those of you who are watching, Ziandi had such an insane 1v2 at the very end. He was like, dude, I'm shaking. I just want to stand here. I just want to take in the moment, and I just want to enjoy the fact that we got this 14-11 victory royale. So guys, you've been absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for joining me in your post-match interview. Best of luck in your final game of the day, and we look forward to seeing what you bring to the table on day 3. That's it for us here on the main stage. Back to you guys in the studio.
14 elimination, or 13 elimination, I should say here. First place with 445 points. I mean, they've done the business. They've really put themselves on the leaderboard, and it's looking good for these boys.
Isn't it? 13 eliminations. I think you look at both of these players and
cum zicea și Slurp, mai devreme nu prea îi plac lui interviurile, deci
has made that, you know, switch to being a leader in IPL.
Da, că mi-au eu camera și îl bag direct pe interviu, e nebun.
But he's making it work, and of course Ziandi, we know the kind of firepower Ziandi has, insane.
Ce mai mă vorlei? Eu am părul așa pe spate, că... Bine, nu l-am ca el aici, hai să vă min, nu l-am ca el. Nu l-am ca el, dar pe latură, îl aproape până la mai mare ca el. Ce-i de monede? Apucă de TikTok? La 12 mă duc, fac un live pe TikTok, mă duc până la magazin. Andy.
There's a lot of naysayers, a lot of people going, these guys, they should have saved the strat, you know, why did they use it so early? There are no guarantees in this game, I'm telling you, I've seen it before. I bet you, if they don't use that strat, I bet you somebody just tweets on Twitter like the day after, they're like, hey, why is nobody using this NPC here? And then all of a sudden, they don't have a strat to show everybody, right? Like, you can't take your chances. I think it's good to get your lead as early as you can and go from there.
The thing is, though, for this format, only this format, you might be wrong. You might be wrong, because that last day tripled up, like the elim format, the points and everything. There's a little bit of a say to save that strat, get the most points when you can. It's a risk-reward thing.
I totally get that, because you're right, because ultimately, you're seeing teams catch up to them now. If you look at the games Gentle and Dark have had to be able to catch up in points to
Ăsta e singurul turneu la care...
It's actually not as much impressive games.
Deci ăsta e singurul turneu, 0 build ăsta pentru care m-aș fi antrenat să fiu bun, să pot să joc și aici. Ăsta e singurul turneu. Nu, Gale, nu. Duo Kish, absolut Kish. cam nu.
later down the line.
2-0 build sau 3-0 build sau squad 0 build. Da, asta era, cred că, singurul turneu pentru care m-aș juca aici, nebun la cap. Pentru care m-aș antrena eu să fiu bun la jocul ăsta. Se schimbă de spaci până în el, se schimbă sezonul, arme noi, chestii noi, înghețată care îți dă full viață, înghețată care îți dă viață la picioare, tot felul de căcaturi cu aia. Boții care îți dau ceaguri și un bot care de la armată îți dă buncăre și drag, nu mai știu cum se cheamă, adică sunt o grămadă de chestii noi.
We haven't really seen any 3-day formats so far, right? So if it's me, I
feel like deci mai vorbește cam 12 minute maxim mai țin ăștia de vorbă. Și după aia începe meciul și cam ăsta e. Live, facem live 4 ore jumătate să fie live aia. Pam, 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 de pe ori. Pam, pam, mă slurpim aici pe live?
Mentally, a lot of them will be like, yeah, it's like done now. Like we can just go home, right? No, 6 more games and 6 very different games we're gonna get tomorrow because again, people go home, they're gonna see what they can change.
Ia zi, mă, nene, ce telefon ai?
I mean, $2 million.
La tine? Ok. Ce telefon ai, nene? Bine, iPhone, știu, îmi dau seama că iPhone ai, dar gen, dacă e să-mi schimb telefonul cu ăsta la par, nu știu ce telefon să-mi iau. Și nu știu dacă se merită cu aia să dau mai mult bani pe un telefon, adică pula mea. Că nu știu gen cum e cu iPhone-urile astea, că eu, uite pe mine la... Deci ca să înțelegi aici, da? Am Note 9 de când a apărut și, bă, nu că și-a făcut treaba, nu i-am schimbat bateria, nu am avut probleme și i-am spart ca prostul la baie, nu știu cum, stăteam pe WC-ul, mi-a căzut telefonul din mână și am dat una de atins tavanul, a căzut pe greș, l-am spart, dar nu s-a spart grav. Dar, pula mea, mă, cam enervează, dacă ce zic, sunt 10 meciuri, nu? Sunt 7, 6 în total, mai sunt. Gen, nu știu, dacă e să-mi iau să zic, nu mă deranjează să stau mult, dar vreau gen măcar să fac, uite, cum e ăsta al meu, știi, nu știu dacă... Bă, eu stau pe el, toată ziua stau pe el, pe bune. Și am baterie destulă, gen, mă țin o zi întreagă. Și eu stau cu date mobile, cu Wi-Fi, cu locații, cu toate căcaturile pornite mai mereu. Scuză-mă pe mine, mă, nene, gen, asta mă interesează, să țină telefonul cu mai mult timp, la cap, că eu pe bune chiar stau. Sau asta mă gândeam, dacă nu... Mă, gen, în sensul că nu stau toată ziua pe telefon, că gen, nu stau să mă uit pe TikTok și de-astea, dar mai stau pe YouTube, știi? Mai ascult, mai pun muzică pe Spotify, mai pula mea și da. Lăsam, suntem prost, nu știu cu aia, gen, eu până acum am avut Samsung, dar când sunt mic, nu mai Samsung am avut și na. Poți să pui Leaderboard-ul? Ia dă cu aia, cum îl pui, ia. Nu mor tu că să moară, ia vezi cu aia. Ia vezi. Ia vezi cu aia, e nebun? Bun, mă scuzați pe mine, nu știam. Mă scuzați pe mine că nu știam.
Homework is very important whether you like it or not. It determines
success
tenfold, and that's what we've seen today. There's a lot of changes, of course, in that last game. We saw Cami and Japko getting landed on there. So
nu știu, că am și eu colegi care au iPhone S10 și mi se pare, nu știu, mi se pare că S10-le a fost cam un telefon așa mai slăbuț, părerea mea, sincer.
It's just not a good spot to be. Early game, you don't have the right loot. Basically, whoever has the better loot usually ends up winning the fight, unless you have a crazy strat that you just hidden up your sleeve.
Samsung S20, păi să zic cu aia, nu știu, gen, mie mi se pare, vă zic sincer, mi se pare că Samsung e super top. Eu, gen, de când nu i-am schimbat bateria, nu am făcut nimic. Știu, mă, că era un flex, că am colegi care l-au dat atunci, am colegi care, săracul, și-a luat 1 tera. Ce pula mea pui pe telefon de 1 tera. Și-a luat S10 plus 1 tera, 5G. Nu știu dacă era 5G, știu sigur că era 1 tera, dar ce pula mea pui cu aia 1 tera, că eu am 100 cât am pe al meu, nu știu, 120 sau cât am. Și nu folosesc cu aia, gen mai mult de 80 de giga, bine, am foarte multe filmări, atâta. Ăsta e adevărul că am multe filmări, dar 1 tera n-ai cum să folosești 1 tera niciodată.
extra points tomorrow as well. So the teams that haven't quite done as well today, they've got one more day, one more
Chiar vreau să mă gândesc gen să-mi iau un telefon și vreau să gen... Eu am un buget, da, dar asta nu e problema, aveam să-i de la păscat, că era popular. Da, era, nu știu, bă, mie mi-a plăcut, mi s-a părut, bine, pe 10-le chiar mi-a plăcut mai mult decât pe 10-le simplu. Mi se pare mult mai top pe 10-le plus.
Yamzo and Paper going down early as the first duo down. You don't like see it already action in Mega City. Epic Whale looking for the push. They're pushing Arrow.
Ți-a că a fost 4600 la 2000. Bun acord. Care ți-e bugetul? Bă, n-am un buget chiar așa, gen, am un buget... Gen, telefonul meu favorit e ăla care se îndoaie cu aia, dar... Nu prea mă aud de lucruri bune de ele, știi? Nu e problema bugetul. Adică nu mi-am pus bugetul niciodată problema acum. Doar că mi-am pus, bă, se merită să dau să-ți ia bani pe lucrul ăla, știi? Eu vreau să-mi iau ăla, cum dracu îi zice așa, de... Ăla care se îndoi așa. Nu vreau flip-ul, gen, nu ăla cu aia, ăla așa, gen, ăla, bă, de când a apărut, am rămas pe el cu aia, e... Știi cum e top, gen, telefon mai bun decât ăla, nu cred că poți să-ți iei. Dar știu oameni care, gen, li s-a stricat, se îndoaie, devine urmă pe ecran după foarte multe îndoieri și, pula mea, dar din an în an devine mai bune, adică mi se pare că acum generația 4-a, a câta e? A 4-a cred că e, nu? Cred că la generația 4 acum ar trebui să fie mai bun, adică, nu? Că e asta generația, adică când de o să devină bun telefonul ăla?
Really great stuff there from Thomas HG and Malibu. They actually did that to win DreamHack Summer in that exact same way. But
și am rămas. Ori, dar nu știu, dacă mă dau pe iPhone-ul, nu știu să folosesc iPhone-ul, e bun. Este iPhone să facă asta. Scuză-mă pe mine. Am mai văzut perechea de ochelari 5000 de cât costă cu aia. De la Samsung nu e bun, l-a schimbat de tot 3 ori. Măi, știu și eu cu aia, știu și eu că gen se stică cam rapid, dar... Cred că... Deci ori o să mă duc pe un iPhone, ori o să mă duc pe cel mai probabil pe un S23. Ori S23, ori iPhone, una asta e clar. Din altă firmă nu se bagă, dar... Nu am... nume de telefoane, gen, am colegi care au, nu știu, uite, am un coleg care și-a luat 12 Pro Max și mi se pare top, gen. Și eu nu prea înțeleg diferența de la 12 Pro Max la 13 sau la 14, știi ce zic? Gen, nu prea văd diferența, care e diferența de la... Zim, uite, tu care ai iPhone, că eu habar n-am. Care e diferența de la 12 Pro Max la 13 și la 14, gen? Înțeleg, hai, 14 că o fi mai bun, că, na. Da. Mi se pare aceleași telefoane, toate au 3 camere, 2, cât ori avea, că nu mai știu. Habar n-am, știi? 12 Pro Max are 60 de Hz, 114 nu e mare diferență. Hai că dacă ar fi să-mi iau de la 13, nu să-mi iau. Că nu știu, nu prea-mi vine să dau. Că decât să dau să zic mult bani pe un telefon, îmi vine să mai cumpăr o placă video, că acum un 37 de la mâna a doua e 17 milioane, o placă LHR. Și îmi fac un calculator gen secundar, cum ar fi. Calculator secundar, pula mea. Decât să dau... Și cât poate să-ți cadă o placă? Să-ți cumpere o mașină? În momentan nu am permisul, știi? Gen, dar nu m-am dus să stau cu sala cu aia. Tu ai luat sala? E rulată? Nu pot cu aia, că gen n-am aia, cum e, n-am perceau sau cum se cheamă aia, nu ce are cu aia, cum de-acu se cheamă... Gen, nu am alea la mașină, gen, nu mai am la rulătă, trebuie să duc să-i fac și... La cum am făcut eu aici, dar am scos totul din aia, nu cred că mai îmi dau acceptul. Pe câte dăm din pe 3. Trebuie să mai dau sala cu aia, trebuie să dau sala, trebuie să mă pun să învăț. Cred că mă mai bucur acum de vacanța asta, gen, acum până luni. Și mă pun de luni să învăț, dau o săptămână așa și îmi fac numai teste, după aia dau și aia. Am terminat cu aia, am terminat orele ca să înțelegi, am terminat de ianuarie, ianuarie, cred că la sfârșit de ianuarie am terminat eu cu totul și nu am pus mâna să învăț, am picat odată, am învățat și nu mă mai duc, știi? N-am chef să, nu știu, niciodată n-am învățat și, na. Eu mă duc așa, mă duc, îl iau bine, nu-l iau, nu-l iau. Am picat cu aia cu 19 și puteam să le iau cu 20, dar gen mai aveam 2 întrebări și pe una o știam, am zis nu o pun cu aia pe care o știu, aia o pun la urmă, am dat-o pe aia pe care nu o știam, de era era 50-50, știi? Am picat, aia e, nu știu. Nu-i Sau. Bă, trebuie doar să se mențină, gen. Trebuie doar să se mențină. Nu e cu 20. Păi da, vorule, gen, mai aveam două, gen, și făceam 20 cu aia și îmi trebuia, și am lăsat, gen, mai aveam două și una o știam ce era și una nu știam ce era și am pus-o pe aia pe care nu știam că ce rost avea să pun pe aia prima, știi, adică e exact același shit. Ce e problema la testul la test? La test e cu aia, că traseu eu conduc bine. Dar nu stau să învăț, asta e prostia, știi? Nu stau să învăț și din cauza aia nu prea ai cum să-i testi. Mă pun cu aia, mă pun de luni să învăț. Toată lumea zice, de luni. Așa zic eu de vreo... Cât, de vreo 6 luni? De vreo 6 luni zic că învăț de luni. Dar de luni, de luni vă zic eu, că de luni mă pun și învăț. Poate mi se... Cu aia cât ține de școala? Un an, nu?
In the back, he was actually playing with Reddish recently in one of the DreamHack Zero Build events, and he said that Bloomy actually came over and helped coach them.
Nu, și sărea prin centru, hărți un pic mai să gen. Locația de centru e aici, locația de sus, de deasupra centrului. Nu am ținut cu aia școala, nu? Cred că nu am ținut școala asta, nu. Era școala la dracu, că nu mai plătesc de atât.
Looks like Duke and Clicks got an elimination in Mega City. How did they get here? Blanca being on Duke's shoulder, and this is what pros usually do. When they get a knock, they take the loot to a safer spot. You see, now they're in an enclosed space. They can take their time. They can take their time to loot, and maybe even come back later for extra meds that was like on the loot that they just got the elimination from.
What's the vehicle doing inside of the building there? That's quite an interesting one. It's a little bit of a...
Actually, they usually
mai am, deci, cred că mai am vreo 4 luni. Pardone-mă, 4 luni.
Pro players, they actually plan ahead. They actually
chiar trebuie să zic că mă programează în 2-3 săptămâni. Îmi fac timpul și cu programul, că dacă nu mai am școala, după aia cred că n-ai cum. Deci cam vreo 3 luni așa am. Vreo 3 luni mai am, să zic. Cu tot dacă iau examenul și programarea.
Something that I expect to see even more of in this game as we get to take a little look at where the next
mă scuzați pe mine, uite, eu vă zic centru, da, eu vă zic centru, dar nu e nume la locația, credeam că nu e nume la locație și vă ziceam un pic mai sus, dar uite că e nume, în asta sare aici. Să vă zic acum ce faci acum cu școala, nu știu cu aia, nu știu. Că am terminat habar n-am, mai zic să mă mai duc la facultate, eu n-am chef și aveam de gând să mă duc la antitero cu aia. Aveam de gând să mă bag la antitero. Dar nu prea știu eu așa bine antrenat.
So when the zone ends there, they don't have to use mobility. They don't get sprayed at in the car running away. You know, they just take their time. They be patient. They wait for the zones. They have the best spot.
Băieții mascați care arme au niște arme cu ei. Rulătoră v-am arătat în trecut. Băieții frumos înarmați, care sar peste români, care CT de pe CSGO. Hai că nu știu la ce te referi, CT, adică CT. Adică, da, uite, CT după CSGO, uite, cel mai bine a zis Vali, da. CT-ul după CSGO cu aia. Să sar peste, află, să zic așa, află seriu unde vând niște mafioți droguri și te duci peste ei să-i prinzi, gen, să zicem așa, na. Cam aia cred că ar fi cea mai ușoară traducere, una să fac alta nu știu, să-mi bat picioare. Trebuie să zici, polev, dar ce cu aia, să zic că nici nu eu vreau acolo, dar momentan nu prea sunt. Oricum nu e super greu să ajungi acolo. Gen, bine, nu sunt grele probele, dar poate psihologic, cine știe. Uite, mă uit aici că e ultimul meci. Sunt nebun la cap, eu, nu?
Da.
Bă, bune că sunt nebun la cap, ia să dau mai tare un pic. Ne jucăm după un CS?
Crezi că o zici că o să ieși? Ca încă mai ai chef de ceva.
Nu că mă duc, gen o să mă duc până la profi, mi-a ținut 10-20 de minute pe acolo.
E bine. Mi-a băuit de un diap.
Ah, bun. Dacă vrei, las live-ul porni pe tine.
Nu știu, nu va fi mai ok să mai pornești dacă și altceva?
Na. Te dăm polițist, Liviu. Nu mă bag cu aia la poliție, pentru cine nu știe. Trebuie să faci 10 ani. E gen facultatea aia de poliție, cum se cheamă, și gen dacă tu te lași, trebuie să plătești 10.000 de euro, gen cât ar fi Dacă tu te lași să zic în al doilea an, tu nu o să plătești 2 ani de cazare, de mâncare, de ce ți-au dat ție acolo. O să plătești pentru 10 ani. Și nu m-aș apuca de poliție, mai ales că nu-mi plac polițiști. Mi se par unii de treabă, da. Bă, tu ai văzut prostia de pe TikTok? E o prostie? Nu e o prostie, coaie. Nu e o prostie. E realitatea aia, gen, aia e realitatea. E realitatea, mă, Slurpee. Am colegi care vor să dea. Colege. Nu s-am colege polițiste, coaie. Cine știe că mă opresc alea pe stradă. Poate, nu mi-a permis-o. Ia zi-mă, Vali, dacă e Betty singură mașină și ne-a luat cu radarul, crezi că ne-a permis-o Betty? Nu. Nici eu nu cred, sincer să zic. Vă să zic că am făcut școala împreună. Trebuie să merg la sală? Știu, mă, nene. Momentan am început cu regimul, mă, Slurpee. Mănânc mult mai puțin cu aia. Tot ce am mâncat azi am mâncat așa. Mi-am făcut niște creveți, dar am stat înainte să pornesc live-ul și am mâncat înainte ceva. E un fel de ceva dulce, un fel de pâine dulce, nu știu cum să zic, un fel de pâine dulce, e ceva de aia, se cheamă la frați. Dă așa cu aia, cum am aici. Nu, dă așa. Cam ambalajul aici. Se cheamă baton. Ceva de genul de ăsta, e tot ce am mâncat azi. O porcăie de asta, baton. Și așa se cheamă, cu e baton. Exact, ăsta e numele, baton. Na, baton se cheamă, să moară băieții. E baton, așa se cheamă. Baton de la... Nu știu de la ce, de la GNF Bakery. E ceva dulce așa și am mâncat crevezi, ai tot. Ai dat 2 lei, bă, 4 lei mâncați. Eu știu că în trecut era 2 lei, dar am dat 4 lei pe asta. Nu știu, mi-am făcut cu ochii așa că m-am dus și aia e. Ia 2 frați, n-au fost, au murit locul 2. Bun. Are șanse să intre atunci dacă Zandi face acum 100 de puncte, mai mult de 100 de puncte. Care șanse destul de mari. Dar pe unde ar fi mâncaia și că ne-a arătat o secundă. Deci, bă, bune. A făcut mai devreme, a făcut win. Fără mișto. Vezi că joacă bine, coaie. Pe 3. La general, ar lua gen split 100. Doar atât, nu? Vali 100 știi cât înseamnă? 50 de calculatoare ca ale mele. Bine, acum nici 50 nu mai sunt, cred că vreo 60. Da, ți stau ăștia să pândească mâncare de gura lui. De câți vii bag ca să-mi dai iad, la 500 vorbim în sus. Să moară Kami, bă, aia oricum Kami cu joc, sunt pro player. Oh, thank you very much.
Mereu, cred că sunt top acolo.
Ia cu aia, hai să vedem cum am murit locul 2. Bun, mă, bun. Perfect. Un apartament contează cu aia unde ești în oraș, adică în București, un apartament e 50.000, 3 camere, 120 acolo.
It's really important. First place taking out second place. That is making the gap even more for the leaderboard. So it's really important, and it's a huge. I wouldn't be surprised if they saw it was gentle. They got him knocked. They're like, we have to push him. They're right under us. We don't want them to take first place from us.
Bă, la nivelul tău când ai 5 apartamente, scuză-mă pe mine. O să vină momentul când vrei și casa ta, mă, Slurpee. Știi, momentan când ești tânăr, nu te deranjează când ai casa ta.
Slurp juice inside of the storm just to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer. They're going straight for the loot though, of course.
Hai, scuză-mă pe mine că tu la 1000 cauți penthouse, scuză-mă. Că oamenii normal caută penthouse, să zic eu, oamenii normal caută ceva cât mai mic. Deci aia care vin în București caută ceva cât mai mic și mă uitam, 1000 de cenți, 1000 de euro e cam mult, adică contează ce vrei cu aia. Cred că 1000 de euro ar trebui să-ți iei cameră, 3 camere, nu? 3 camere cred că ar trebui să-ți iei.
Do not walk towards this bush. Zandy doing really well last game, and they were just.
A, păi așa gen să împărțiți și gen ce vreți cu ei să vă luați gen? Vă luați două camere sau ce?
Quanti and Tripper have to be careful here because they are crouching around. You can see Ref's card just waiting for them to come out of the zone.
Ia vezi.
They're just waiting for the right time to take a double.
3 camere și nu găsiți cu ei la 3 camere.
Once they do, they're about to run into each other.
Ia găsiți cu aia. Nu așa, nu așa, nu așa. Nu așa, nu așa! A dus păpul.
He can't quite make it happen. Trippen, of course, getting knocked, but that was just a little bit of a difficult play for our game number 11 winners. Not ideal at all. You saw them get hyped after the game. Maybe it was a sloppy decision, a flash decision from these guys to jump on in there. They didn't have to. They had enough loot to win out the game.
Asta a fost live-ul, chat? Cam asta a fost live. Păi dacă a murit, are rost să mă uit? Nu mai are rost, nu? Comunici nu-mi place. Bă, mai ai și figuri acum, mă, Slurpee, gândește cu 1000. Băi, nu vali. Dacă ar fi așa, să zic așa, un apartament, 2 camere, cât o fi chirie?
Nu mă pricep.
Nu știu, nu cred că e mai mult de 300-400 de euro. 400 de euro cred că e maxim.
Depinde și unde e, dai seama, mai multe.
Păi da, dar dau un exemplu în București, gen. Maxim 400 de euro. Bă, unde vrei mă să stai în București? În centru, nu găseai la 1000 de euro. Coai, ce-i?
Sort of realize that this NPC also heals you up with those chug smashes, so these guys are no longer Rio. I'm excited to see how they can do. And
uite, coai, că încă mai trăiește locul 2. Ce ziceați voi că a murit? A murit 1. La 2 pași de facultate. Scuză-mă pe mine, nene, că tu vrei la 2 pași de facultate. La ce facultate te duci, mă? Ce faci? De reptul ce te duci?
Oh, they actually found a lot of medmists and the medkits as well, so they can live in storm for a lot longer. They have to be aware of the storm sickness, though.
Absolutely huge. They've had such a great day today, and I'd argue that this is probably the most difficult position they've been in all day. And so far, they have had.
Cred că îl fură pe Slurpee la bani. Bă, bune, dar îl fură la bani. Acum e cu 1000 de ore, e imposibil să nu-ți găsești așa ceva. Casă cu piscină îți găsești, bă, bune. Nu știu că ai mi închiriază în 6 cu 4, până în 400, 4, 12, 16, până în 400, da. A murit, mai devreme a murit vorurile. Deci cu 3 camere cât dracu, n-ar trebui, nu mi se... Ia vezi cum mi s-a pus. Nu știu, deci cu 3 camere mi se pare normal să urce vreo 200-300, adică nu să urce dracu 1000. Ia vezi, l-a omorât, mamă, dar ce a dat-o?
Moments right there. Epic Whale just overstayed his welcome there, you could say, inside of Mega City. Some people realize where he was.
Că fă, uite, mai stăm un pic și închidem live-ul că... Aia e. Ia, Divali, nu vrei să arăt pe live-ul în liab, nu?
Eu mă joc până vii. Ce n-ai probabil.
E bine atunci.
Oh, era să nu mă mai joc.
Că pun o cameră egal sufragerie. Dar la sufragerie este o cameră de recreere. Scuză-mă pe mine, nu știu cum e la tine la Cluj. Mă, Vali, la noi nu se pune, gen, living-ul nu se pune ca o cameră? Sufrageria nu se pune ca o cameră la noi?
Ba, da, da.
Adică, scuză-mă pe mine.
Adică 2 camere e un dormitor.
Sufragerie cu dormitor, nu?
Da.
Păi și 3 camere cu aici... Unchiul meu are 3 camere și are așa, 2 dormitoare, living, balcon, 2 băi. Cam asta e coaie. Și loc de mâncat. Scuză-mă pe mine, Slurpee, că la tine acolo în Cluj nu se pune sufrageria o cameră. La noi cam se pune coaie. Deci înseamnă că atunci, dacă nu pui sufrageria o cameră, înseamnă că apartamentul meu de 2 camere e o cameră. Că gen n-are, sufrageria nu e cameră, scuză-mă pe mine, e loc de recreere.
Bine.
Loc de recreere, mă scuzați pe mine, nu știam cum e la bogați, că așa se zice la sufragerie, loc de recreere, nu știam. Acum aflu și eu pentru prima oară, loc de recreere. Bucătăria e camera, păi da, bucătăria nu se pune cu aia, bucătăria nu pui, gen. O cameră așa, gen, dormitorul și sufrageria, că alea se pun. Sau, cum am ți-am zis eu mai devreme, că are unchiul meu, gen, 2 dormitoare cu sufragerie.
play. Thomas HD shockwaves up, uses another one to shockwave them out, and now says, I am the king of the hill. You're not the king, I am the king.
Moody, știu ce vrei, e penthouse cu aia sau 4 camere, că Dani nu știu dacă există 4 camere cu aia. Există, mă, Vali, 4 camere? N-am auzit în viața mea.
Victoria e cam crazy, da. Nu știu.
Ăla cred că e penthouse mai mult, ce pula. Penthouse cu aia e ăla ce zici tu acolo, mă, sărpi. Învață-te cu aia, ăsta e București, dar zic eu că n-ai cum să nu găsești ceva, bă, decent, adică 2 camere vrei, da? Vrei 2 camere, un dormitor pentru tine, unul pentru Vic și o sufragerie la comun, o împarți și tu cu el, mare chestie acum.
As Thomas HD now claims the prime position. This is a duo we talked about all weekend. Haven't quite performed to their best, but unfortunately they're going to be tested to the very end of the day.
Păi, scuză-mă pe mine, coaie, cred că așa găseai la 500-600 de euro leger. Nu vreau faianță de lemn. Nu mai e faianță de albastră. A murit de mult, Andy, chat, a murit. Scuză-mă pe mine, slărpii, că vii de la marmură și acum ai așteptări. Vii de la marmură și mai vrei să vezi pietre prin cadă pe acolo. Scuză-mă pe mine. Dă-mi cu o poză cu camera ta. Eu dacă îți dau cu a mea o să râs cu aia. Eu ce am în a mea e așa un birou, un paș și un TV. Asta e tot ce am eu. Un birou, un paș și un pat și un televizor. Și biroul de acolo l-am folosit de când am eu 8 ani, nu mai folosesc, cred. Îl țin doar ca să mai pun chestii pe el, îmi puneam cărțile.
De ce, mă, nu foloseai când te jucai în casă?
Păi da, aia zic, atunci, dar nu... Scuză-mă, de la vreo 12 ani, 13 ani, că gen, eu aveam, nu știu, aveam mai multe birouri, știi? Gen, unul pentru mine, las. Trimit acum, pe ce de-acum trimiți? Scuză-mă pe mine cu aia, eu nu știu cum e familia de bogați. Cu marmura pe perete. Obișnuiește cu aia, la București, dacă vezi lemne minune. Cam ăsta a fost live-ul, chat, hai să vedem cine câștigă, că nu mai mult. Direct așa te-ai dus?
Ce fac de aici?
Ia deoparte să te văd unde ești.
Am văzut la unde
nu e
voie.
Aici vezi că aici n-ai voie, ești nebun. Nu te duce pe aia, că dai cu capul, gen, te duci în jos. Vezi că ai cum. Păi du-te așa, că n-ai cum altcumva.
Uite, mă duc pe insula aia.
Aia zic.
Uite și patul. Cred că mă duce înapoi patul. Hai să testăm. Hai, m-a dus dacă e. M-a dus jos.
Păi de ce te duci? Pune de ce?
N-am vrut acolo. Am căzut. Am căzut.
Ai dus păpul.
Ce e aici?
Te mai oprești? Te mai oprești sau?
Ce e aici? Cartul.
Bun și tu.
Nu știu ce-am făcut, am greșit.
Alți păpula nas?
Gata.
Cine mai e? Clicks cu duc. 1v2? Păi au câștigat cu aici, prost la cap. Ia, vezi, m-am făcut odată win chinezii, americanii. Chinezii, americani, mă scuz pe mine. Ia, verifică play-in-ul, hai să-l verificăm și noi. Deci, Zandilat, general, pe cumulativ, e în continuare pe 3, chat, e în continuare pe 3, aia e. E ziua a doua, eu zic că e perfectă. Eu zic că e o zi foarte bună, n-ai ce să comentezi. Ăsta a fost live-ul. Și ce să vă zic în afară de v-am pupat. Rapapam papapam pam 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 rapapam pam pam pam. Ne update acolo încă. Ne update cu aia. Uite cu aia că e mort, zice că e mort, deci ți-a dat update de mult ce ai. Performance from them, and as you mentioned, we have to give our flowers to Mixon, of course, as well, all the way up on top of those buildings. He claimed that position really early, and he held it really well. Nu știu, nu mai înțeleg nimic, mă doare capul. Am trimis, pe ce mi-ai trimis? Pe ce mi-ai trimis, nene? Uite, mi-ai dat pe mesaj pe WhatsApp. Sau pe ce mi-ai dat? Shawira KFX. Do you want an editor for your... Pe ce mi-ai trimis cu aia? Ah, gata. Deci asta e camera ta? Păi cam nu știu, mi se pare basic-ă. Cu biroul pus așa pe centru. Pe WhatsApp am vrut să zic pe Instagram, scuză-mă pe mine. E pus basic, ești nebun. Așa eram și eu înainte. Când stăteam când mă jucam pe la început în casă, ceva de genul. Dar eu aveam biroul pus de ăsta, cum îi zice, de perete, că eu îmi împing monitorul, îmi dau monitorul mereu, reglez monitorul cu aia, eu nu mă abțin. Și acum, da, trag de monitor, îl dau mai în spate, îl dau mai în spate, îl dau mai în față.
Depinde și joci și așa fac.
Da, coi, cam, într-un fel, da. Dar dacă găsești o cameră de aia cu o cameră gen pentru PAM mare, ți-ai putea să-ți iei gen camera tu, living-ul cu dormitorul mic, să-l ia fix și aia e. Da, mă, băieți, ăsta a fost live-ul. M-am pupat. Ia vedem, mă uitam aici la ce poze mi-ai trimis, ce mâncai. Brânză cu feta, cu brânză normală, cu brânză cu salam, cu șuncă și cu ciuciu. Dar chat, ăsta a fost live-ul. Mâine vedem dacă facem, mâine e duminică. Cred că face și mâine, că oricum n-am ce să fac. Poate dacă să mă pun să vă pentru permis. Ăsta a fost live-ul. Nu uitați să dați like, subscribe, să activați notificările. V-am pupat, noapte bună, ne audim mâine la un nou live. Ceau, noapte bună. Live pe King, mai pe seara așa.